blade then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick, can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Fatality.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. A mole is simply a quantity. And as I say, it could be a quantity of anything. We could have a mole of brines if we had enough space to put that many brines.
Wrong. From Royal Society of Chemistry, mole contains exactly 6.022140076 times 10 to the 23rd elementary entities. Unless Brian is an elementary entity, you just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
You dumbass.
Yes, in atmosphere, depending on the ratio of surface area to mass, or to weight, if you want to think of it that way.
Wrong. You're going to have to pick one, Professor. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific context, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. Why aren't you mindlessly parroting the correct horseshit from your pseudoscientist, Professor Hillbilly?
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
And the force you're speaking about is gravity, is it not?
Yes.
Why is it then that Albert Einstein, over 100 years ago, stopped calling gravity a force, and he called it an effect due to the curvature of space-time by matter?
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It is the curvature of space-time. But Einstein did nothing more than add to Newton's theories.
You serious?
Yeah, because he's Dunning batshit Kruger. Number one, Newton never even proposed a scientific theory in his life. Number two, if Einstein added to Newton's theories, he would have subtracted special relativity. Why? Well, the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. From Britannica.com. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity served so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. From Professor John D. Norton, Department of History and Philosophy of Science, University of Pittsburgh. Newton's celebrated theory of gravitation presumed instantaneous action at a distance. The sun now exerts a gravitational force on the earth, now with a magnitude set by Newton's inverse square law. The key part was the now. If the sun were to move slightly, the resulting alteration in the force it exerts on the Earth would be felt by us instantaneously, according to Newtonian theory. That means that Newton's theory depends upon the notion of absolute simultaneity. A change there is felt here at the same moment. However, Einstein's 1905 theory had banished absolute simultaneity from physics.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Because every molecule of gas is being subjected to an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second toward the Earth.
Yeah. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse hobbled unicorn and riding around the sombrero galaxy. If what you just said was true, it would never rain. You dumbass cracker. And how's it feel to be in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, and parts of Dalton's Law? And not to be ever outdone, the King Topper booger-eating bull in a china shop exhibition, leaving no dish uncracked, you've taken the second law of thermodynamics, along with Brownian motion, out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned each to a bloody, lifeless pulp.
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Do we measure the rate that things fall? Is that how we determine the gravitational constant?
No, that's not how the gravitational constant was arrived at. That's not how you can derive or measure the gravitational constant. You can't derive it in the first place. You've got to. It had to be measured. Still has to be measured. How
is it measured, though?
It's a product of our inconvenient set of units that we choose to use. If we'd picked something other than meters and kilograms and so forth, could have come up with a completely different constant. But it's a constant of proportionality. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did.
Wrong. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Professor Blue Balls here is either a stone-cold liar or clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child of a fork-tongued, double-speaking, numpty dipshit spinning space monkey.
Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
What in the flying is going on here? You just said...
How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Cavendish measured, actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. How is it measured? That's what Cavendish did. Actually what Cavendish was doing was not coming up with a gravitational constant.
Say hello to my little...
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth. He was looking to determine what the mass, the weight of the Earth, is.
Remember this, ass clown. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, iowastate.edu, Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M or M or M. How about this one, dumbass? Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity. And finally, now let's not forget what this window licker said.
Cavendish came up with the mass of the weight of the Earth.
Fatality.
From Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London, Volume 88, 1798, pages 469 to 526. Title of the paper: Experiments to Determine the Density of the Earth by Henry Cavendish, Esquire, FRS and AS. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's well obvious that this slack-jawed meatball has never even looked at the original paper.
Ay, caramba!
Yet,
But you knew that the butane was denser, was a more dense gas than the air that was already inside of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Brian, and I forgot what I was going to say at this point. Yeah, the butane is heavier. No question about that. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because of relative density. No, well, it's heavier because it's more dense. It's heavier not because of relative density. It's heavier because it's more dense.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
Prepare yourself.
It has nothing to do with the Earth rotating under the football. The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this ass clown retard of the ages is clinical level Dunning batshit Kruger insane. From Vanderbilt.edu, angular momentum is the measure of the momentum of an object around an axis. From Phys Text, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. What's its? Well, the rotating object. Angular momentum deals with angular velocity. That is, it speaks to radians or revolutions per unit time around a given axis. There's two types of angular momentum: spin and orbital. Then two more subtypes: point and extended objects. Point objects is just how it sounds: an object accelerating around a point, like a ball attached to a string that you start spinning above your head. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals R, radians. That's the distance from the rotation point in your hand to the center of the ball, times P, linear momentum. And extended objects is the whole object rotating about its own axis, like a spinning orb. The formula is L, angular momentum, equals rotational inertia times omega, which is angular velocity. That is radians per unit time. Professor Blue Balls is essentially saying that balls, balloons, helicopters, drones, and airplanes rotate after leaving the surface of the Earth.
You dumbass.
Look, Ma, the balloon's rotating about its center axis. Or, look, Ma, the hovering helicopter is orbiting the Earth. You dumbass cracker. Listening to this retard photosynthetic redneck is tantamount to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Moreover, check this out. This booger eater's argument is that there's only one reference frame on the Earth.
It is one non-inertial reference frame. That's where Coriolis takes place, not two reference frames.
But then he says this.
The ball is simply conserving the angular momentum it had when it left the surface of the Earth.
If there's only one reference frame on the Earth, booger eater, then why in a flying Fukuyama would the object need to conserve any momentum whatsoever upon leaving the surface? It hasn't entered another reference frame. According to your dumbass, there's only one.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a closer look at this again. From Phys Libertex, the law of conservation of angular momentum. When no external torques act on a rotating object, its angular momentum is conserved. The law of conservation of angular momentum would never need to be described without an inertial reference frame, because there'd never be a case where external torques would even exist. The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is a direct consequence of Newton's third law. From Boston University, Department of Physics. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases they do, but if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, while we're spinning around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid.
Now I've cut the dickens out of my finger. Well,
a reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Oh, yeah.
So that then begs the question, Professor Blueballs, how can we even describe the conservation of angular momentum without an inertial reference frame?
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
It is one non-inertial reference frame.
You, sir, are what we call in the industry a dizzy dumb f***. Psst. You will never, ever recover.
Night-night.
Spin in space, monkeys. Spin in space, monkeys.
You know who this is?
No.
Bye-bye, lard ass.
Oh, yeah. Good times, brother. Good times. Is there any help for these Mongos? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what kind of fucking retard world they're living in, but
you know, it'd just be funny if like we were all just wasting our time with this. What a fucking waste of time too, wouldn't it be? Whoa. Who does that?
Well, this is not a waste of time, man.
Who chooses every day to go, yeah, I'm going to go completely against everything today for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Right. It must be a miserable place to live. I feel bad for him, you know. I need some globy tears. Some globy tears.
Let's teach people some stuff. It's all I want to do. And then I want to bounce.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do, people. But, you know, dealing with Mongos is It's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you do any flat smacking today or what, Kenny?
No, not really. I went to a baseball game this evening, man.
How was that? Did you get some beers in you?
I had a couple beers.
Did you get some hot dogs?
No dogs. Nah.
The hell's wrong with you?
Peanut butter pretzels, man. Very nice.
Guy goes to a baseball park, doesn't even get a fucking ballpark Frank. I don't know if I want to know you anymore.
It's funny, they sell these kick-ass like bacon wrap super dogs out in the parking lot.
Super
like,
dogs.
They wanted $8 for one. I'm like, I'm good.
I don't know, man. I would have taken that deal.
It's like $8. It used to be like, $3.
You're like, I can buy 2.5 beers with $8. Fuck that.
This inflation thing sucks, man.
Yeah, dude. I was at the pump today, and I was like, the cheapest gas is almost $4, and I'm a spoiled white kid in America. Right. So what the fuck am I talking about? Anyway.
Dude, we're paying like $6 out here, man. I don't know, fucking $4.
$6, bro. Holy shit.
$6, bro.
It's not good.
$6 a gallon.
Sounds like Mutiny on the Bounty needs to... Never mind. I didn't say that.
And there's still like a million fucking people on the road, man. I'm like...
And they're still
driving like gas guzzlers. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, they're taxing everything. Taxing your... can you wait for the carbon and or oxygen taxes coming? Can you wait
what about the gravity tax, dude? I always thought about this. Hey, you got a piano? Gotta charge you more, bro.
Gravity tax. Yeah. Yep.
Gotta charge you a little more for that piano you got in the house there, man. It's coming.
Like, fuck, they found out that we need carbon dioxide. Okay, what's next? Something we can't prove. Yes.
How many reference frames are we talking about here?
So when we're on the ground, we've only got the one. Sorry.
I don't know where logic and common sense went, but it left the building. For some people, man, it's just gone. I don't think you can get it back, man. It's out of here.
Can you imagine the devastation at this point? The people that have been looking into this and they're still Globers. And can you imagine waking up every day going, fuck, dude, they're right, and I have no idea how to handle this?
I don't know how to handle it. I spent a lot of money on my education.
Yeah.
I went to school for thousands of hours.
How embarrassing.
I wrote fucking 27 papers on this.
What the hell is an astrophysicist anyway? What is that?
And now
how do you do that? How do you perform physics on astrology or astronomy? What are you doing? What is that?
It's a good question, man. They think they got it figured out, but
yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. For having made it up, they do have that figured out. Whatever they fucking made up.
Yeah.
Most of them have it figured out, but we're still learning them on the globe before we can even get to the part where they come fully to the truth.
Just we don't ask for much. Just a simple curvature measurement would be cool.
Please. Yeah. Yep.
Not asking for a lot here, people. It's a simple
It's
thing,
like
man.
if you do over a frozen lake in the middle of the night from point A to point B, if you think and do it as long a distance as you can, as many times as you can, different elevations, all that. And if you can find any curvature,
yeah,
then you're lying, because that's not how lasers work. Their line of sight A to B. That's it.
Hey, the fucking military uses them to fucking target moving objects. They got to be A to B. I mean,
Right. Can you imagine trying to account for Coriolis and curvature? Holy shit.
And a moving object.
Right. Holy fucking shit. There's no way. There is no way you could program a robot or a team of robots to be that.
There's no AI, nothing's gonna. No. Ain't no algorithm gonna fucking help you, bro.
There's not enough kids as good as they need to be at video games, right?
Yeah.
Do that. There's no way.
There's
I mean,
no way,
okay,
man.
I'll put it to you this way. There'd be a way to train for it if flight simulators ever used anything but a flat stationary baseline.
Check that. Flight simulators.
That's
baseline. It's flat and stationary. Well, I got 15 documents over here, from planes to missiles to all kinds of cool shit. And every one of them says right there that you have to all your measurements, everything's going to be based off a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here, check this out. How much? So at the equator, when you're shooting bullets and shit and ordnance, whatever, then you go halfway between the North Pole and the equator, somewhere where we're at in America. Yeah. It has to be a vastly different calculation, or the fucking shit's going to hit the ground and blow some shit up real quick.
Did Matthew get his name changed again?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's not Matthew. Never mind.
No. I'm going off about it, but it's
no. It's good, man. You're going off.
How ridiculous it truly is. How much you have to try to think about this instead of just use your senses to notice your surroundings.
That was a couple of great lectures by QE. Or fucking ripping ass, ball busting, fuck off. Just rants and editing and the sound effects, and it's epic. It's funny. It's very educational. Probably more educational than anything I fucking learned in school, man.
Correct. My favorite was towards the end where he said that you need pressure or you need containment for pressure, and then you don't, but you do. But you don't. That was awesome.
I mean, the shit that these fucking Mongos come up with, man, is so funny, man.
Yeah.
And I love the way QE catches them, man. And and
I love it. Hollywood's making fun of everybody now, more and more. Space Force second season.
What was it? Base Force, yeah, right. That's
okay. And then you got Moonbase 8, I think, on I want to say Amazon, but I could be wrong. And that's with the guy who's in Talladega Nights, John C. Reilly.
Dude, I still got to see Space Force, man.
It's genius. They're making fun of people so hard.
I mean, you've told me a couple times, a couple other people said, dude, you got to see this. It's like hilarious.
Bro, the infamous Glatflobe told you to do something. You didn't fucking do it right away.
I don't think I have the right access to view it. Isn't it on like some kind of weird, like, I don't know, Netflix or something?
Do you not own apps, entertainment apps?
I got a copy. I got like HBO Plus. I think that's the only one I got.
Amazon's a great one to have, in my opinion. They got a lot of shit.
I got Amazon. My wife has Amazon
Prime. You probably got Prime, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think so.
So anyway, Moonbase 8, I think, is the show.
Moonbase
might be
8.
Showtime. I don't know, but just do Moonbase 8 into Google, my friend. I'm surprised somebody hasn't already posted it in the live stream voice. This is serious gravy. This is real. I'm just kidding.
It's like homework right here, right?
Yeah, kind of. If you want to laugh at Globers, sure, that's the way. Hollywood's like helping us out with that. They're like, yeah, we know they're really stupid. Yeah. Check this out, Flat Earthers. Check it out. Look at this.
That you just giggle at shit, kind of like what QE just did. For the fucking Globe
I'd like to have a couple beers. Well, I'd be sober, but I'd like to buy 16 beers for producer one of those shows and just see them go nuts about what they're
kind of beers
just
I
making
drink,
fun
man.
of them.
You only need like 3, man. You'll be good.
No, these dudes, they spend every day drunk. It's the business. I'm just kidding. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about, dude.
I find a balance in life, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucked up, but just a little bit here, a little bit there. Work hard, go to work, get up. But
fluid dynamics, i.e., this
thing, man. You're trying to come on here and take a piss sometimes, and I get really hammered. But for the most part, man, I'm just listening. And
did you say take a piss?
Yeah, take a piss. Taking a fucking piss. But
got to get a new headset. This is balls. Hold on.
You sound fine. Do I sound weird or something? He dropped. Okay. All right, I want to say hi to Helio and God Rockin'. Straight up Chris M. What's up, baby? AI's out there, man. Sweet. Roger. Cheers. Stormfire. I had a porno name. I was called Super Thunder. Anyway, that was
all right.
Keeping it flat.
Keeping it flat. Anyway, we
yeah.
sat around with a fire one night camping. I'm like, all right, if you had a porno name, what would it be? And it's like, Super Thunder. And I had to say it with like, the Super Thunder. I couldn't just say Super Thunder. That didn't work. But anyway, Sleepy Joe's out there. Sosh, what's happening? We'll be flat. It's always holding it down there at the bottom. We don't have any, we got a globe skeptic called Life, man. What's up? Talk to me, man. Talk to the dude. Tell me what's up with Life. Since that's your name, Life. Anything? Life? Life's got nothing. It's got no life. Life has no life. All right. Who else is out here?
Thanks for the shout out anyway.
I think you got it, man. God rocking.
Doing all right tonight?
Doing great, man. Had a great day. Had a good night. I hung out with a great old friend, man. We just sat at a baseball game, had a couple beers.
Oh, that's always fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like, how bad could it be? All right.
No, that's not bad at all.
Naffy muted. He's done. No, I don't see anybody else new around here, man. That was it. Life was the only one that was really. And Naffy. That's about it. Everybody else is kind of the crew, man, at this point.
I've been in here all day.
How you doing, God rocking? You good?
Yeah. Been in the room pretty much all day, but I haven't said jack shit till now.
That's good, man. Me too, man. I've been listening most of the day. I was listening while I was working today. I didn't listen at the game. I was busy chatting with my friend, but I was listening on the way home, listening to this QE fucking riptard fucking Narnia fuck off. Shit. I was like, fuck. These guys are fucking ridiculous, man.
Well, QE would point that out real fast. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's so fun to listen to that. Man, I've been listening to that shit for fucking 5 years. QE's never disappointed my fucking earbuds, man, ever.
Yeah. I'm actually real close to 5 years too from listening.
Yeah, I was listening to QE back when he was on Robert Bassano in 2016, and I'm like, this guy can break down the reality of the situation and cite it as better than anybody, man. Better than anybody.
He does a good job.
I haven't seen anybody cite more shit than QE, man. Period. Yeah.
He takes the time to go find it.
No, I think he has access to things that we don't. Maybe that he's able to get some of these university papers and stuff that I have a hard time finding them, man. Personally, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's probably a trick to this searching for them. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a trick, but I don't have the time to really go deep. But I'll support people that want to go deep like that, man.
Oh yeah, definitely helps the situation out a lot.
You're gonna go that deep into some scientific papers and talk about inertia and revolution. Oh, I mean, the shit goes on forever, man. There's no end to this shit, man.
Especially when it burns the globe down, that's when it's real good.
And that's when it's at its best, is when it's like lighting that stupid ball on fire, man. That's what I'm talking about. And this place lights the ball on fire because if you don't have a direct measurement of curvature, you ain't got shit, and fuck off. So, and that, we've heard this over and over and over and over and over, fucking 1,000 fucking times. I've heard that. Where's the fuck?
It's so funny that they want to keep going. They just want to keep switching up to go to this, to go to the, and it's really just exactly that simple. Like you just said, just show us the measurement of the curvature. I mean, that
ice, water, fucking land. I don't give a fuck. Pick one.
It will solve all the problems. It'll solve all their problems.
So I heard today, man, that there's a guy in Australia. he's like a doctor. All right, it's like anyway. It doesn't matter what kind. He's like a physical doctor, a practitioner, somebody who would practice medicine. Anyway, he's got a few bucks. He's flat earth, and he's putting together the fucking Brian Mullen Force the Line, and he's paying for it himself. So we might have the Force the Line experiment with it. He's fucking like got the permits and shit for the along the beach somewhere in Australia, man. I'll find out more information, but I heard this today. I was like,
oh,
yeah.
Exactly what kind of is he going to do?
It's a Force the Line experiment, man, where
explain.
I'm not the guy to explain it. Brian Mullen would be the guy to explain it better, because it's been 5 years since I watched that fucking video when he explained it. I can't remember.
Just give me a little clue. I think I could probably.
Well, you're going to basically put some poles along the beach every so often, and for like 2 miles, you got to do like 2 miles of this shit, and it's going to force the way you set the poles up and the string across the top or whatever. It's going to force that line to be curved or level, man. It has to force it to be curved or level, man.
Well, I proposed a very similar type of experiment or observation, whatever you want to call it, where you take a theodolite or a builder's level or a laser level for basically for surveying or building, skyscrapers like I built several, and put one on the beach and go every 100 yards, and shoot, and then references back to the very first one every time.
Exactly. That's basically what. Yeah, it's very similar kind of thing. It's called Force the Line. You can watch Brian Mullen's explanation of it. I think you can find his shit on YouTube, and you can find it here and there. But a lot of guys play it around. I've seen it. Globebusters plays it. Whatever, man. It's out there. We can find.
Just think if you went 500 miles.
Wow, shit. We just go 3 miles would be fucking cool.
If 500 miles.
Jay Tolan already took out that 500 mile and the 1,000 mile and the 1,200 mile. So fuck off.
This would be a direct measurement, though.
Well, dude, Tolan did a pretty good job of fucking measuring the distance between what he was seeing and what he was flying in.
Yeah, you're right.
He didn't pick around with his measurements, man. Motherfucker was pretty solid with his numbers. He's like, dude, he had that I don't know what kind of software he had, but he was able to pinpoint every fucking mountaintop that he was flying over at like a fucking 700 miles, 800 miles away. He's like, dude, that's this mountain peak and that's this mountain peak. And it's like, fuck. Yeah, he did a good job, man. I mean, he's a little hard to understand sometimes, a little boring, he's a little long, but if you've even looked at any of his shit for the last, 2 years, it's been like the guy goes deep into the fucking measurements, man. He goes deep. Yeah. So measurements is what we're all about, man, and he's done a good job, and thank you, Jay Tolan. Thank you, everybody, man, that's done something. I don't need to go out and do any of this shit at this point. I think most of it's been done, man. Between, Tolan.
I certainly don't need it to prove it to myself because I already know. I mean, it's just it's so cut and dry for me at this point that is,
Hey, we had a guy in here today, and he came in last Friday night. I think it's Giggles. Did you get a chance to hang out with Giggles a little bit?
Giggles or Giggler?
Giggler. That's it. Giggler. That's it.
I've spoke to him a little bit.
Came in Friday night. I brought him in. I don't know. He wanted to bring his friend in. I'm like, hey, let's check him in. We checked him in. And I don't know. We had a little bit of a pisser on Friday night. It was kind of fun, And
I recall.
And I remember him saying something like, hey, man, if I wasn't drinking tonight, man, I wouldn't be hanging out with you guys.
Oh,
you know,
shit.
To something, I wouldn't. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was something to that effect. Like, this is probably the only time I'll hang out with you guys is when I'm drinking, or something close to that effect, man. I mean, don't hold my feet to the fire on that. But then he came in this morning. He came in this morning. I fucking tune in, man. I'm like driving to work. I'm like listening. I'm like, he's fucking sober. He's like putting his kids off to school and shit. The guy came back, man, and I got to give it to him. And he's like, dude, man. He goes, I would be really bummed, man, if I found out that all this shit I've been doing my whole life and thinking about the globe and it wasn't true, man. Space. He goes, I really wanted to be an astronaut, man. I really wanted to be an astronaut. And he said it a few times, and he said he, really wanted to go to space. And he goes, I'm going to be really bummed out if that's not true, man.
So bummed. So bummed to not go anywhere.
So bummed out, man. And I'm walking around my shop listening to this guy. I'm like, and I'm laughing. I'm like, oh, it's a bummer, man. Fuck on it. I'm laughing. I'm like, yeah, that's too bad. I wasn't on the call. I was just listening on YouTube or whatever.
Can I give you a little pat on the back? Here, you'll be all right.
I'm laughing my ass off saying, hey, of course it's a fucking bummer, man. Of course it is, man. It's a fucking hit to your ego, bro. And he works in the industry that kind of, sells the fucking globe or whatever, man. And I just thought it was great that he came back this morning, and he was sober and hung out for probably like 2.5, 3 hours, something.
Oh, wow.
He stuck around, man.
Sounds like he's in the bargaining stage.
He is, man. He's in that point where he's like, oh shit, man, I can't really prove the globe. Fuck. But he's, wants to learn a little bit more. And he's very early flat earther coming up. Anyway,
he wants to try and make sense of it. And it'll make sense to him here real soon.
Yeah.
And it is a bummer when it does.
It is. Dude, I stood I remember standing up and just like walking out of my shop and going outside and kind of like lighting a smoke and just hanging my head and going, fuck. I was a little pissed, man. I was like, fuck. And I do it with a smile and like, oh fuck, motherfuckers, man. Because I already knew they, I knew some shit.
The wool over my eyes for that long.
Yeah, exactly. They got us for 50 years. God rocking. Got us for like 50 fucking years. And it just,
and it's so obvious too. That's the bad part. I mean, when you really sit and look at it, it's like the only way they got away with that is because we just didn't look, bro. We didn't.
Well, we didn't have time to look, man. That's the way they set the system up, man. You're kind of get up. You got to be at school at 8. You don't get to fucking sit around and like, here's a book, man. Check it out. Later I'll see you. After school. No, man. That would be cool, man. It's like here's one book on. Newton or whatever it could have been. It could have been anything, man. So you check this book out for the next 3 or 4 days and get back to me,
just look at it to see if it makes total sense or not to you.
Right. But they don't teach like that, man. They get you up. You got to go to this class. You got to go to reading. You got to go to math. You got to go to spelling. You got to read. You got to write. And you got to fuck, man. They're just spinning you around in the classroom, man, constantly. Yeah. And that sucks, man. That's not why some people don't learn really well like that. Some people do. I don't. Man, I'm like, I need to be
indoctrinated.
Need to be
active. I don't know if I learned much, but I got indoctrinated. But I don't think I learned a whole lot of facts.
You get indoctrinated. That's what they do, man. That's the whole purpose of that system, man, is to indoctrinate your ass and get you believing whatever they're selling, man. And it's like it's such a religion, man. It so sucks, bro. Sucks.
Oh, they hate that when you call it a religion because it's like what do you mean religion? This is not a religion. This has nothing to do with the Bible. Yeah, obviously you don't know what the definition of a religion is, bro.
Right. Well, that's it, man. I mean, that was another, something I've learned in the last years many years.
Yeah.
Half a decade or so. It's like, my goodness, we're in a religion. Wait a minute, man.
I know.
I didn't sign up for this religion, bro.
It gives you kind of a weird feeling at first, doesn't it? I mean, that's a weird taste in your mouth when you think about it. You're like, wait a minute.
Well, I shake my head and go, whoa. I got to get out of this shithole.
Yeah.
This ain't working.
Get me the fuck out of this religion.
Nothing to prove here, people. Fuck. We tried proving it. Hey, what's up, Jose, man? One of the first flat earthers I ever met in my entire life in person is Jose Mace.
Man, I'm having a fucking blast trolling the libtards on Twitter right now.
All right. Cool, man. I just wanted to say hi, man. Always good to see you, brother. I see you dropping in the last few days here and there. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. Did you watch the new Level documentary?
I did. I watched the entire thing yesterday afternoon.
No, I just saw it today.
Hey, it's on BitChute for free, dude. I don't know. You guys are like,
thanks, man. I actually saw it on Telegram. Someone sent it to me.
yeah, it's
Roger.
I saw it on BitChute. It was posted this morning. I was like, oh, cool. Because I watched it Sunday afternoon. Yeah.
So is this another Eric Bay?
No, this one has Dearth. It has what's that guy's name? Santos Bonacci, Flat Earth Millionaire, ODD. Some chick I don't know. It's called The Next Level 2022.
I'll tell you what. I think it's a great place to use that both of those level are really good. Like they're like 200 proof movies. Here, watch.
Yeah, they're starter packs. They're like literally the Flat Earth starter pack type of shit. Like they're perfect for that.
And they're watching it, going, "Yep."
Yeah, like it's nothing new. Nothing new, but it's entertaining. The production is great. Yeah. It's enough to they're two good documentaries that you could give to like a normie, and I'm pretty sure they'll sit through it because it's actually entertaining. Like for me, at least it was very entertaining.
It is entertaining. The music's great. The edits are great.
I like how you said starter package. This is a good starter package. This will get you running right down the right pathway.
Which one? The level?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's straight up great starter pack. It's the modern day 200 proofs, basically. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's done that well. It's like, here, man. You want to get to some younger, 20-year-olds? Have them watch this shit, man. Because oh shit, that's cool. Anyway, good. I wouldn't say any flat earther doesn't need to see it, man. If you're already a flat earther, man, you don't need to watch it. But it's cool. You might show it to your mom or something. I don't know.
Yeah, mom's pretty much sick and tired of hearing from me about that shit.
Yeah.
Sad to say.
Dude, when I first got into, I hung out with my business partner for fucking like 20 fucking something years, right? We talk about anything, man. We can talk about anything. You know what I mean? That's how close we were. We sit around, we're working together, we're talking about science, we're talking about girlfriends, we're talking about marriage and love, whatever, man. Science, space, we talk about everything, man. There was never, ever that I felt like I was being censored talking to my best man. Period. Right? I come into flat earth, man, right? And I'm like, dude, you got to check this shit out, bro. Check it out, man. I got this shit, man. We can't find the fucking curvature. And space is fake. And
did he swallow that as easy as the other one?
He ends up fucking calling my wife saying, I need you to have him stop talking to me about this shit. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It was so like a hit to my ego, man. I'm like, oh my God, I could bring anything. I could bring mathematic, computer, fucking programming to this guy. He'd have an answer. He would fucking look into it and go, hey, let me get back to you on that. I showed him how to do MP3 ripping, man, before anybody knew how to do MP3 ripping, man. I was like fucking like day one that shit came out. I'm like, dude, this is going to change the world. Check it out. I took it to him. He took it to a completely new level. He downloaded everything he could possibly fucking download. And, you know, so we were tight, man. And for him to just call my wife and go, just have him stop talking to me about that shit. I was shocked. I was dumbfounded, man, for like 6 months. I'm like, what?
Well, especially because he couldn't come to you directly. I mean, why couldn't he just tell you?
Well, I showed him, man. I go, show me that gas pressure without a container, bro. Look that one up in your science books, bro. Come on, get back to me. You know, give that one to me. Come on.
And I gotta have you quit talking to me about that shit.
Please stop. I can't. He couldn't handle it, man. It's so weird, man. The guy that would talk about anything couldn't handle talking about like we're not living where we thought we were living. What? What do you? So yeah, man, it can affect anybody in a different way, man. I don't know. The brainwashing, the indoctrination is so deep, man, sometimes that it's just like, what? Makes you shake your head.
It's crazy, man, because for me, before I was a flat earther, I actually looked into different ideas of the earth. Like, I was definitely looking into Hollow Earth, Agartha. I was looking before flat earth, I already had looked into Hollow Earth.
I think you told me that.
And then I looked into the only reason I got into flat earth was because of the fucking principle. That Michio Kaku 2014 documentary with the guy about geocentrism.
Yeah.
Dude, I was like, after that shit, I was like, oh hell yeah, I think the Earth's a globe, but it's definitely not moving. Everything revolves around us. So when I kept trying to type geocentric Earth on YouTube, fucking flat Earth videos kept popping up, and that's what woke me up, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But you think that guy's secretly a flat earther? The Japanese
What's
guy.
that?
You think that guy's secretly a flat earther? The guy who said we're off, like the cosmology's off by like 10 to the 200 or whatever.
It's
Michio Kaku? No.
128.
No.
128 fucking decimal zeros. 128. Not fucking like a couple, like 1.2. No, fuck off.
I actually do give him respect for saying a couple of good things. Like, he said how science was off by that much, and he also said that nobody in his line of field uses the so-called scientific method.
That's right. He did say
they
that.
fly by the seat of their pants. He also said that.
Dude, I used to, with my best man, I used to talk about Michio Kaku and all his fucking cuckoo shit, man. And we would talk about it. And like, oh, Michio fucking Kaka cuckoo fucking cuckoo.
Do you think he's a real PhD? Or do you think he's just an actor?
I thought
that's
it.
It.
Like on this Discovery Channel show.
Exactly.
Right?
Fuck. Michio Kaku.
Yeah, is he just an actor, or is he a real PhD? Do you think?
We can look it up.
I think no doubt he's a PhD.
Well, they probably gave him a PhD, but he's just like,
no doubt about it. He's PhD. I mean, but he's that. I've met other physicists that I've talked to, and I say, "What do you think of Michio Kaku?" And they're like, "Yeah, I don't know." He goes, "It's a little bit Hollywood for me, you know."
Last person I asked that, they went, "Who?"
He's like, it's super Hollywood, you know. I mean, other physicists are kind of jealous that this, you know, he was a good-looking man when he was younger. He had dark hair and
nah, bro.
You know,
no.
Damn.
I'm saying he's Hollywood good-looking, man. I'm just saying they sold him, man.
Yeah, he looks like a very stereotypical.
Well, you know, opinions are like, you know.
I don't know, man. He had that like little hippie kind of, hey man, it's like far out, you know, kind of thing. You know, a little Dennis Leary in there, maybe. I don't know, man.
He has like a look like he's scared. Like he's a little bit scared.
Well, I haven't.
Yeah, well, I'd be scared too if we were off by a factor of whatever he says we're off. I'd be scared all the time.
That's 128 zeros.
What's that like? What's that like to like be able to screw up that much and still keep your job? I mean, that must be pretty cool, right?
You know what? I wondered if any of us could fuck up that bad and keep our jobs. I'm kind of doubting we would do that. But, I could be wrong, man. There are people, man, that just keep their jobs. It doesn't matter how they fuck up, man. I've seen people lose like $100 million contracts and still keep their job. I'm like,
But
there it's like
because you fucked up, not because you didn't have the right shit or whatever. It's because you didn't file the right fucking thing, man.
Because he was flying by the seat of his pants. He had the right plan.
You know what was live right now? I don't know if you saw it, but I guess Bob, Jaron, and Dirth were on with Ken Wheeler.
Get out! Fuck.
Yeah, they had a live stream just like maybe an hour ago. It started an hour ago. It just ended like 15 minutes ago. You can probably go rewatch it on. I think it was on Jaronism's channel. But yeah, dude, it seems like he's like not admitting it, but he's pretty much on board with Flat Earth now.
Well. Yeah, I listened to Globebusters last weekend, and like the first hour, they were talking about Ken Wheeler coming on Ghostbusters, potentially, and they were like, saying, "Dude, the guy's really fucking smart. He knows more about electromagnetism than anybody probably living. They can talk to it. I don't know, man. The guy's." Seems really smart. It's way over my fucking head, Jose, bro. Come on. Way over all of our
No way,
head.
Jose.
No way, Jose.
No way, Jose.
And the guy, they were just like talking about his credentials for like a fucking hour, dude. And how this guy knows he owns every single camera ever made or something. He knows the lens aperture.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they were going on.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that there probably exists a person, but okay.
Anyway, I'm being ridiculous, Rook, but he, all the modern shit. He's got all the specs on it. He writes fucking manuals for like Apple and Canon and fucking Nikon. I mean, this guy.
That's the son of a that I need to talk to about all the screw ups in the damn book that keeps messing me up.
He knows the fuck all about camera.
What's that guy's name again? Let me call him.
Ken Wheeler, man. Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I know who you're talking about. I'm just teasing.
I know you are. That's why I'm like, Ken Wheeler.
Really, man?
No, it's Ken Wheeler. But no, I mean, the guy knows.
That name always reminds me of somebody, and I don't know why.
It's not like.
It reminds me of somebody from the 80s or 90s, like Preacher or somebody. I don't know why.
And the other thing they were saying, man, and I'll back them up. As far as saying, hey, man, if Ken Wheeler was to come out and say, hey, I'm a flat earther, it's really going to fucking ruin his thing that already he has going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see how it would probably.
It's going to cause a problem. And we've seen,
my hope, dude, is that the ones that I want to wake up more to flat earth than Ken Wheeler would be the Thunderbolts Project people. That would be fucking like a big blow. But I don't think they will ever do it.
Actually, I think if you got somebody like Jordan Peterson convinced, that would probably convince a lot of people.
Yeah,
somebody big like that. Someone that people actually respect, not just necessarily are afraid of, but like
yeah.
Like, I don't know if everybody looks up to the guy.
It would spark it would hit like the fan for sure. But are you familiar with the Thunderbolts Project? Have you ever heard of them?
Yes, we have.
I've heard about it, but I don't know much
those
about
guys, man, are like freaking anti-Einstein. Like they're all about electromagnetism, like they go deep into this guy named Stephen Crothers, Dr. Robotel. Dude, they're smart and they're like freaking destroying Einstein's relativity through thermodynamics, through like tensor equations. Like it just goes on and on and on. Like they could mathematically debunk it and they could experimentally just debunk it because there's just no science in it, obviously. But they just do a good job at it, man. And I swear to God, they're literally, you could take everything that the Thunderbolts Project is saying and apply it to a flat Earth, which is fucking crazy that it just doesn't cross their mind, or they're just, they're avoiding the stigma of it.
Let me back you up on that, man. Another thing that the Globebusters was talking about with Ken Wheeler is that they would just love to be able to, just hang out with the guy and ask him a few questions here and there,
Right. Yeah, I can relate to that.
And you guys can all relate to that. It's the same thing that happens around here, man.
There's a couple people I'd love to pick their brain. Yeah, of course.
We want to pick some brains, man. Oh shit! And Ken Wheeler would.
Well, you know what I mean? Like have a conversation with somebody one on one.
I would love to. Awesome. Yeah, I would love to. If I can pick Michikaku's brain, man. You know, that would be good.
Anybody famous right now? Like anybody involved in like that kind of thing? Yeah, I would love to. Just to get an idea of like what they're lying about and what they're not, because I can, after a few minutes, I can figure it out.
For those guys to pull it off and get them on there, and maybe I will have to listen back because Jose said it just came out like an hour ago or something. Yeah, man, I want to hear that for sure, man. I'll check that out tomorrow. I got to go to a funeral tomorrow, but I'll find some time, man. Check out that interview with Ken Wheeler for sure, man. Because I listen to Ken, man, and he's like, it's the diametric vibration between the electromagnetic fields that crosses over from the diametric electric to the negative electric, passed over the, like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off, man.
Who's that guy that
fucking
there's like an old guy with glasses, like a baldish guy, and he wears like white like dress shirts, and he's like a preacher, but he preaches about like how the Bible is actually obvious, like it says what it means.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about how there's only really one message in the Bible, and it just says it over and over and over in all these different stories. And he talks about how Jesus was a symbol and all this, and he lays it all out about how it works. Have you ever heard of you know who I'm talking about, or have you heard of him before? I can't remember his damn name, but I'm sure I could find it on YouTube or something.
On that one, but I might have hit a video.
You know that real skinny guy that has the real funny voice. He's like
he doesn't
like
do
some kind of vegetarian or something, and he looks like he's got cancer or something. He's creepy looking, and he's always on there talking. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
He's like a Latin. He's like a I don't know. He's some kind of maybe Latin or something. He has like a soft spoken voice. Why can't I remember people's names? But anyway.
It's all right, man.
Anyway, somebody turned me on to it anyway, and I was like, watched that, and I was thinking, wow, that kind of makes sense in a way, like that it's possible that like a lot of things that seem technical and difficult to understand could be simple,
Right.
It always made me wonder about it.
I'm
sorry, I didn't get caught.
Dude, you're straight up Rook, man. One of the things that Glowbusters brought up last weekend, man, when I was listening Sunday, when I was what the fuck was I doing? I was like, cleaning windows and shit.
I don't know. He said you were watching the show. I believe you.
I'm listening, man. I'm not watching too much because,
right,
I'm working or whatever, man. But
well, there ain't much to see, really. It's a bunch of people in little windows talking to each other, right?
What brought up about Ken Wheeler was the fact that, Ken is one of those guys, and you guys might have heard this before, that if you don't understand something completely and can explain it real easily, you have to be able to explain things to like the fucking retards, right? And Ken Wheeler, he
you don't have to, but it sure helps a lot,
right? And Ken Wheeler doesn't do a good job of explaining it to the fucking retards like me. I'm like, oh, fucking using the dialect.
What does that say about you? I'm kidding.
Fuck, space.
No, I know what you mean, though. Yeah. Some people are just better at reaching. Like they know how to they know how to speak things in a way that the layman can understand. I know what you mean.
Exactly. And Ken's not gonna do that, man. I mean, I love Ken. He's great, man. Fucking check him out. I'd love to have him as a flat earther, man. It'd be great, man. But in reality,
I'm sure we'd be surprised to find out how many people really probably believe it, or not believe it. You know what I mean? And come to the understanding. God, I can't stop saying that word. Why can't I stop saying believe? It's like I know it's just a be and lie, and it's like, dude, why can't I stop saying it?
Dude,
I've done it like 12 times today. It's driving me nuts. Like I'm gonna have to tie a string around my fingers so I can remember not to do it. It's like, damn it.
You need to drink more water, man.
Yeah, or something, right?
I'm telling you,
I've been drinking my Sprite today.
When you're having a bad day, dude, man, how many times I've done this, bro? I'm 1,000 times, probably. Dude, I'm having a bad day. Things are going shit. If I just take 2 glasses of water, man, just 2, and I just down them, just down those waters. And while you're drinking them, man, just, real quick, you're not like sipping this shit, man. You're taking it down. And you just think, okay, man, I'm going to be all right. Everything's going to be cool. Just down 2 glasses of water, man. Just 2. One sometimes works, but 2 is like guaranteed work. By like 30 minutes later, man, everything's going to be working. I promise you. I've tested this shit. I have no scientific evidence for such claim, but personal testing.
I do. I have personal witness to it, because when I used to drink really heavily in the mornings, I'd be really hungover, and the only way to to get unhungover is to get the hydration back in your body. Otherwise, you're just going to feel really lousy. Yeah, and you drink about a half gallon to 3/4 of a gallon of water in an hour, and you'll pretty much do that.
Yeah.
Of course, you got to keep it down, of course.
That's not entirely. There's another way around that.
I'm sure there probably is, but yeah, hair of the dog maybe.
Yeah, you can just have another drink.
Yeah. Or you could just stay drunk, right? But yeah, that becomes really bad. So, dude, trust me. I don't drink anymore. I had to quit because of that, actually.
A small absorbance of another substance, a white substance, will get you right back even too. But I don't know anything about
I guess that's true, but then you're just wide awake and drunk. You're right.
I never lived through the 80s. I don't know anything about that. I didn't go through the 80s in my prime. Sorry. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, I wasn't in my prime. I was
heard
just
that. I don't know that
from a kid. But
hey,
it wasn't until the 90s, so I did.
It was called Miami Vice. I remember there was a lot of white thing. It was based a lot on the white thing.
Yeah, lots of people did coke back then when I was.
I saw a movie called Scarface. You guys ever see Scarface?
Oh yeah, dude.
No, never.
How many times I've seen it? Every time it was on Showtime or HBO, in my grandma's house. My grandma had cable and all the channels, and it was like, yeah.
You know what I like about that movie?
What's that?
A lot of people miss the point of the movie where Tony meets Sosa, right? He meets the distributor, and how he plays him so badly because he has this abundance of product that he needs to get rid of badly.
Right.
And he kills whatever his name, I can't remember what his name is, and says that he's a rat. But I think that's a lie. I think he made that up to play Tony because he saw Tony's
helicopter
greed.
Where he hung him.
Yeah, and he saw Tony's greed and knew that he could play Tony to get this product out of his hands. And even if Tony couldn't, and he knew Tony was weak and small time, but even if he didn't come up with, the money that he needed, well, then he could just dispatch with him easily too. But I think a lot of people miss that aspect of the movie because they want, Tony to be the hero and the anti-hero. And
good point, man.
Yeah, he's the anti-villain.
Anyway, so I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's interesting. That we have those noir films now. Dark.
I'm
not saying it's crap. Some is good though.
I would say drink 2 glasses of water will help.
No, I agree with you because of that reason.
But
anytime my stomach hurts or whatever, and I chug a couple glasses of water, you're right. As long as I'm not drinking tap water, it's good.
Yeah. If it's distilled,
it'll hurt right at first, and your stomach will cramp. But then after that, you're good. It's like your body's like your body is able to release, and keep itself cold or hot or whatever.
Yeah.
When you're dehydrated, you can't sweat, and then that can
energy can come from that water, man. And I think
I agree.
That's important, man. I hope you guys dig that kind of advice, man. That's a personal experience, not scientific evidence or anything, but
you mean it's not medical advice? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You got to make a decision. Yeah, read up on
water. It's not medical advice.
Maybe we should start saying that every hour, a disclaimer.
Oh my god, I gotta disclaim.
Wouldn't that suck if we had to?
Drink water. I have to disclaim that this is not medical advice to drink water.
We'd have to get Helio or somebody with deep voices to do it, right? We're sorry. We just have to let you know that we do not give medical advice and blah, blah, blah. But, I can just see it now. We had to make it funny, of course.
We do not give medical advice to drink water.
No. And even if we do, don't listen to us. We're not very smart. We're pretty stupid, actually.
How dare you drink water? How dare
we believe in crazy things like flat earth and things.
Drink
You don't want
water,
to believe that.
smoke weed, and
What
eat
about
mushrooms. Medical advice.
What about the bendy water? Does anybody got any bendy water? Because I need some bendy water.
You know what? I'm working on that. I've been trying to water additives and different things like oblique and all this weird shit to try to figure out if you can make it bendy, but I haven't figured it out yet.
All right.
The only time it gets bendy is when you freeze it, and then it kind of curves over at the top a little bit. But that's usually in a nice tray. When it's forced to go upwards. I don't know how it works. It's all
I'm pretty sure that's expansion of.
Yeah, right. It's expanding because it gets bigger. It has to go somewhere, so it rises. But
gotta go somewhere.
I mean, I wonder if it's uninhibited and their pressure's right. If it would be completely flat, or whether it'd be kind of, how like a floor of a warehouse is. It's pretty flat, but if you pour water on it, it's going to puddle in little places here and there, right?
Sure, man.
But overall, it's fairly flat. Right?
Yeah, if you pour enough water on it, it's going to be completely flat. I guarantee.
Well, yeah. If you get enough, you will get. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like if you pour water on a warehouse floor, like it's all like complete.
Yeah.
Like, that rock stuff or whatever, that tile floor that they use, and it doesn't like drip through or whatever. It'll stand there forever. You're waiting for you to slip in it, right?
I worked at many shops where we had to, like wash the floors every once in a while, and it's
you have to, otherwise, yeah,
you gotta wash the floors, maybe sawdust, sweep it, like some guys like to do that, man. Pour down sawdust and kind of
those big old 8-foot like push brooms.
Yeah, big old.
Or it's like 6 feet wide, but it's like an 8-foot long handle, and you're like
wide.
You get 4 people behind it to push it around. Yeah.
On a Friday, afternoon, trying to clean up the place for the weekend,
And that's the time when you're like, fuck, it's Friday. I want to go home. Come on, hurry up. Let's get this over with.
Clean the floors. Fuck. But
I'll give up my whole check. Just let me go home early today. I don't care if you don't pay me. Just let me go home.
It was so cool, man. I lived in Vegas, man, and this place would, if you went and cashed your check at this casino, man, they'd give you a case of beer, dude.
It's
a beer. A case.
Beer? That's even better. A case? No way. Every damn day. Every
Jack. And we had beer for the weekend, man. It was great, man. I'll never forget that.
That gives me an idea. Maybe I can use that.
Those days are gone, man. Fucking cucks. They took away our freedom, man. They trying to take it away, man.
Hey, I was just thinking about something, and I realized something. We can't really talk about certain subjects in here, but we could talk about side subjects that were very related that could teach you how to, let's say, avoid things that we don't talk about, right? Like, let's say we taught people how to tell if a YouTube video was a real video or whether they use tricks on it or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whether it's some kind of studio set or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't that be an interesting way to battle that problem that we have about not being able to share certain words and things? Well, that'd be kind of a way to get around that, or maybe not.
I mean, I even think that I don't know.
I know it caused trouble. I'm sure it would stir a pot at somebody's pot, right?
If it was Giggle, whatever his name is, he even said, "Man, the AI is amazingly at text, but as far as the voice thing, man, they're not even close, man. We can fucking talk about whatever we want as long as we use the right terminology for different things, man."
You're right. Yeah, the robot voice thing is it's kind of like watching Nintendo and Sega evolve over the last 60 years, right? Or however long it's been. Yeah, it's like you watch it go from like Pong to now we've got these damn double and triple damn, computer hard drive things and all this crazy stuff. It's insane.
If we drop the wrong shit in the voice text down here, man, we're going to fucking spanked, man. No doubt. But if we sit around and talk about things, in a cryptic way, I'll just say it's a cryptic, slangish kind of way. These motherfuckers don't have a chance against us, bro. Don't have a chance.
I mean, kind of like quantum of conscience does. Like,
drink juice, but don't put the juice in your body.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. Exactly, man. Same thing. Don't get the cocoa poke, bro. Don't do it.
Yeah, there you go.
How the fuck is the AI going to know about cocoa pokes? Fucking good luck.
Sometimes that's more funny and more interesting. Just trying to keep track of all the stupid names and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You're like, wait a minute, go back. I got to hear that again. What do you say?
Catch up with the cocoa poke, bro, or the fucking
Cocoa Puffs, all the other, I know, I've heard them. I don't know, it's evolved over the last few years.
Cocoa Pokes, Cocoa Puffs,
I'd like to meet him too. Wouldn't it be cool to meet him? He seems like the kind of guy that you could just sit around and just have a conversation and just laugh and have a good time with. You know what I mean?
That's it, man. I mean, that's what we're
doing. Down to earth kind of person. Yeah. Cool. We all need to get together sometime. We all need to figure out a way to afford, to get together somewhere we can all end up, where we can all get to without.
You know what? I think we should at some point have a Discord meetup.
Something. Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to travel and all that, or even I'll organize something near my area or something, whatever.
I'll drive up to a few thousand miles. I'll go.
Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, my mom lives 200 and something miles away, and my cousin lives a little further than that, and if it was like Oregon or on the other side of Nevada or something, it'd be one thing.
Yeah,
because I could drive it, you know what I mean? Or I could we could meet it up and drive there together, or whatever. We figure it out.
Dude, where are you, man? You're in Oregon, right?
No, I'm in Central California, and right in the Bay Area.
Oh shit, you're just north of me, bro. Fuck.
Yeah. We talk about that.
We can get together, man.
Sure. I know you're in LA, right? Somewhere down there in San Diego.
I'm close to LA, man. Yeah.
I've been to LA plenty of times. I've gone down there to go on cruises and stuff. It's pretty awesome. I like it down there. Well, I mean, I wouldn't live there, but it's kind of neat to go there and see all the crazy sights.
Sunny. I can pick up New Perspective. We can drive up. I can catch you somewhere.
Doesn't Napalm live out here somewhere? Somebody like that. Somebody lives up in Oregon too.
SoCal, man. Southern California. California in general, man, has more flat earthers than any other fucking place in the world.
I wonder why that is, or maybe it's just because we're outspoken and we look for each other. Maybe I haven't looked on that.
Well, I'm just saying,
Fox
man,
thing, Dave Weiss's thing lately to see if there's any new people on the thing. But I'm sure you guys are probably on that, right? That locator, that flat Earth locator.
No, I'm not on. Dude, I was on one locator a long time ago.
I'm not saying it's a good thing to do. I'm just, I'm not giving anybody advice on that. I'm just saying I did it because I was interested to see who's on the list.
You guys can find me, dude, man. I've been to Hollywood. You got my ass can be found, man. If you really want to know where the fuck I live, I live in.
Well, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be hard if you're on Discord. I mean, Discord can be hacked. From what I heard, I don't know. I don't even know what hacking really is. To be honest with you, I know it's you get into their computer somehow and you trick it into accepting some kind of program that changes it so you can manipulate it. But I really don't know what any of it really means. I don't even know what code looks like. The last time I coded anything was an Apple IIc, and I was just making it answer questions and give me 1 + 1 = 2. So I have no clue about that kind of stuff.
Look, man, the only time I programmed anything was HTML, man. That was it. That's the only thing I've ever programmed by hand.
I don't even. I'm assuming that means internet, web page to design.
HTML, yeah. It was internet, graphics, videos, links. I mean, it's simple fucking the most simple. But
I know that. Yeah, I know that the codes are already written. It's just basically learning how to use the algorithms and different stuff in order to get it to do what you want or whatever.
Yep.
It's kind of like electronics. It's you plan it out really well and it comes out right every time.
But HTML was a bitch, man, to learn, man, from the scratch. I'm like, oh fuck, man, I gotta type all this shit. Fuck.
Oh, you had to do it the hard way? Yeah, because you're older. Yeah, you're an older person.
Yeah,
A lot of the people that are doing it now they got shortcuts. They don't realize. Well, I'm sure that they'll still understand.
But,
writing it out would be a lot bigger with hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, but I just watched this series, man, called Super Pumped, about how Uber started and how it went, where it went. The characters involved.
I think every single person in the United States thought of doing that, of making a service where you deliver stuff and charge it. But nobody ever thought they'd be able to get $15, $20 just to deliver something. So that's probably what it is. I don't know how much Uber costs, or getting around and getting food delivered to you. I know you said Uber, that's just getting rides, but I'm saying it started, I think, with delivery, right? Didn't it? Like pizza delivery, and then it advanced to, we always had taxis, but then Uber became like, anybody can kind of get involved. Basically, it's a networking for like taxi cab people, right? Basically. But it sounds like it would be an interesting storyline, like to hear about.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing, man. I mean, Apple's an interesting story. Microsoft's an interesting story. Uber's an interesting story, man. Michio Kaku is a fucking interesting story. Flat Earth is an interesting story.
The only thing I really know a lot about is that, really. I know a lot about science and stuff, like just knowledge, because I paid attention in science class. That's about the only one I really liked. But,
yeah.
I'm not schooled or anything,
Well,
I don't have an education. So, but you probably already learned that I'm a pretty smart guy, considering I didn't get a formal education.
No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it.
It's because I was interested and I studied what I wanted to study. I didn't study what somebody forced me to. So I'm kind of glad I did it that way. But it does. I do see that can be a defect, because I don't understand all the little how to describe it and the words to use so I can explain it. But I catch on pretty quick. I'll sit and read a college book and I can catch on to most of it.
I think you know enough. Rook, dude, you and I both know enough that no cuck motherfucker is going to come here and say, I got a guy, his name is Bill Evans, and he discovered the curvature of Earth because he measured it.
Okay. I want to see how he did it. Can you demonstrate it? That's what I always say, and then they go, "Oh, really? I knew you were going to say that." Well, what would you say? I said, if I told you that I just caught a pig that was flying around in my backyard, and it finally landed, so I grabbed it and caught it, and I got it in a box in the living room, would you not want to see the pig?
No.
Even if you thought I was crazy and I was bullshitting you, you'd still want to see the pig, right? If I was really adamant that it was really a flying pig, you'd want to see the evidence, right?
Let me see the fucking pig.
Right? I mean, come on.
Open the box, dude.
Open the box. Show me. I want to see the trick, right? What is it?
What the fuck is in the box?
Let me guess. It's pork skins with little wings on them, right? Yeah, I get it. That's funny. That's what I'd be expecting, right?
I mean, the first
but
one.
If I really saw a pig pop out of there, and if it just even had wings attached to it that were like permanent, I'd be flipping out, right? I'd be like, wait a minute, what the hell is this?
Pigs with wings. Oh, fuck off. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. Big crazy stories, require big crazy evidence, right?
That's right, man. Big crazy evidence, man. I think we should focus on big crazy evidence for a minute.
It's like if you say you just bought a new Porsche or a new Lamborghini. I mean, I'm not saying that you're a liar, but if you don't bring it with you when you come over to tell me about it, then you're probably not. There's probably something wrong with the story, right? Like, I was making sure it didn't get wrecked or something. I wasn't gonna bring it in this neighborhood. Yeah, like whatever.
I just bought a Porsche, man. It's in my garage.
That's why you're driving that Festiva,
I'm
right?
driving a Honda fucking Accord, man. I know, but I'm trying to lay fuck off. You would show up in your fucking Porsche. Or
Don't you love it though when people are that obvious of how fucking what a douche? I mean, like basically, that they're so full of it that they're just gonna lie in every way they can, even though it's completely obvious that they're lying out their butt, right? It's like, and you're like looking at them, going, "Really? Are you really gonna try this on me? Do I really look that stupid?" Like, wow.
Look, man, that has a lot to do with what we do around here. Is we bring in new people and say, "Hey, man, what do you know about this globity globe thing you live on?" What do you
exactly?
Do you know the radius? I
39, 59. Yeah, I know a
don't
lot
know.
of stuff.
Hold on, let me
I
Google
only
it.
know it because you guys repeat it all the time.
Do you know the circumference? Do you know the circumference of your little spinny earthy thing, man? Hold on. No, I don't. Not off the top of my head. And then you're like, how far is the moon? I don't know. It's far. It's close.
238,000
I'm not
miles.
sure. What about the sun?
286,000.
I have no clue.
And the speed light 186,000 miles per second.
They don't know fuck all about their own.
What's funny is when I first came in
Fuck
a
off.
little over a year ago, I didn't know a lot of that shit either.
Hey, man.
Even though you would think that I would have, right? You would think that,
dude,
because I like
didn't
science,
do
I should have
shit,
learned
man.
that shit. It's obvious I knew it was bullshit.
If it wasn't for
Like somewhere.
Brasano and QE, man, those guys broke it down every day, man. They were like,
Yeah, I know. That's one thing I do like about Kiwi. Even though I don't agree with some of the things he does, I still do appreciate, like, you know, that he went to all the trouble and he has all those references. And I love that part, you know.
Brasano,
You know what I mean?
Brasano was like the fucking cuck.
When you know all of it down to the teeth, right? And you could just
He was
pull
like,
all the evidence out and be like, bam, 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 right there. That's great.
What?
Awesome.
So yeah, man.
What was that? You say what? What did you say what for? What are you asking what for?
Did I fuck it up? I might have fucked
not
it
you.
up. Not
Somebody else said what?
Say what?
Say what?
Let's say hi to some people, man. Fuck's sake, man.
Who's in here? Anybody?
Resolve, man. What the fuck you
I know
doing?
we're being stingy, huh? We're being selfish. We need to share. Huh?
We're just cocking up the fucking Resolve, man. Fuck, man. Fuck. Glad. He's me. He's
still in here.
He's deafened.
I see how it is. We see how it is, huh?
Cyber Blitz. I see how it is.
I know he's in here because I seen him chatting earlier. So
yeah, man. Fuck.
Maybe he don't have a mic, but he's chatty. He's talking. Where is everybody? I mean, I've been meeting a lot of new people, and it's almost like I know them all because they all seem. Is it just me, or does that seem to be like there's certain people in the group of us that seem to like just know what's going on, right? And they seem to like know, even though they don't know you, but they kind of like see eye to eye with you. It's weird like that. I've noticed that there's a lot of people in here where I'm used to like 1 in 20 or 30 might be on I wouldn't say my level because I don't consider myself smarter than anybody, but you know, I think differently than most people. I'm very detailed. I talk about specific stuff.
You're a fucking flat earther, man. You gotta own it, bro. Just own it.
And I've been trying to study up and learn all this stuff.
Man. I put that shit in my name because I was pissed. I was so pissed. I'm like,
I hear you. I thought about it.
I'm like,
I did. I thought
flat earth, dude. I'm gonna be the dude, man. I'm gonna do whatever I can to say, hey, man, you guys have been lied to about where you live, and I can prove it because there's no measurement of curvature anywhere. And if you got measurement of curvature, but it's refraction and retraction of the light beams within the spectrum of the observer at the height, the times divided by the measured squared distance of the
and et cetera, right?
Fuck off.
Hey, you guys, look at this picture I just posted. Doesn't this giraffe look like a giraffe glober? You think?
Let me see. Let me take
a giraffe glober.
Yeah, it's the cover of a hard cider that I saw for sale at the store today, but it was just like covered with all this like, you know, heliocentric iconography of like planets and stars and spaceships. And there's this giraffe that has a space helmet on. And it's just making this goofy ass looking face. And I was just like, God, it looks like a globe or a giraffe. You know, like, yeah, what are you trying to tell me? Pictures from space are fake? What's wrong with you?
Where's the photo?
Where's the photo? Is it in the live stream voice text? Where'd you put it?
Oh, Oh, I just realized I posted it in the wrong place because I was down in
I
one
was
of the
just
lower
going to say,
channels. I'll post it up here.
everybody's been doing that all day today, haven't they?
You guys are
saying
fucking.
that they're posting stuff and then screwing it up. Or forgetting to put it up there.
Just kidding, man. Don't.
No, I've noticed that a couple people done it today, and I'm like, what's going on in here? It's like kind of like sneezing or kind of like yawning once everybody starts doing it.
It's the electromagnetism of the spin of the Earth and time divided by the thing with the outer.
Well, my
space.
cat would tell you that it's static electricity, and it drives my cat nuts.
What the hell is that?
What?
What the fuck is that picture?
Wait. What?
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Clock. What? Cider house. Imperial mango.
Oh, I like that.
Space giraffe. Man.
It's the giraffe. It's the giraffe.
It looks stunning to me.
It is. Yeah, it does.
I just realized there's two points on the helmet for the 2 points on the giraffe's head, you know? The horns on the
they had
giraffe's
to put
head.
a little spaceman in there. Huh? And look, it looks like a Taco Bell bell, but they turned it into a spaceship. The cheap bastards. They probably used the same pattern and then just drew the spaceship onto it. It looks cheesy. See what I mean? It looks like actually a stock photo of a bell, and they just drew the circles and the lines on it to make it look like a spaceship. That's funny.
I just saw this earlier today, and when I saw it, all I could think to myself was just, it seemed like the giraffe was trying to tell me that the Earth is a planet, you know?
No.
It was subliminally fucking with you, huh? It was messing your head up. I want to know why it looks like the helmet's like empty and like he's in the back looking through it or something. You know what I mean? It's how dark it is in the background of inside the helmet.
Man, this is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Shooting in his outer space with the vacuum.
And his jaw's all hanging like it's unhinged and just drooping there. Like.
So the one answer I always get, man, when I say, hey man, if the rocket's shooting out the propellant in outer space, man, what's it pushing off?
It pushing on? It's pushing on the spin of the speed of it when it went around the Earth 3 times before it went flying out into space. Remember? That's what they said at first, right? Before they started saying that they could use rockets.
Shit.
You remember that? That's what's weird, right? They keep changing. It's like nowadays we're talking about different explanations, right?
Off.
Am I reading your mind again?
These monkeys don't even know the moon's been inside the atmosphere the whole time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not that far away. It's like floating around. I've seen it going behind the clouds and in between.
That's so 2019, man. Come on.
I know, right? I'm sorry. My bad. I know. Get with the program. I'll never forget the look on my grandmother's face, though, when I drew the picture of the sun in the middle, and then I drew an elliptical orbit around it. And I told her, I said, okay, now here's the Earth over here on this side, on the left side. And I said, here's this side right here is where we're at. Okay, we're looking at the sun. And it's noon, right? And then I said, what happens 6 months later when it's over here on the other side of this orbit? I said, now wait a minute. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. What happened? And she just looked at me, and her mouth opened, and for about at least 35 seconds, she just stared at me. And I swear to God, dude, I've told her 100 times about flat Earth, and that one got her. She just stared at me.
Yeah.
Usually she has a quick comeback for everything. She just stared at me. I swear I thought she was going to fall over dead or something. And then she goes, well, I don't know why you keep telling me this stuff. You know I don't care whether the Earth's flat or not. That's all she said. That was it. I left it alone. But it was funny. It was so funny, bro, because the look on her face was she did not have an answer for that one. I was like,
no,
now you're starting to understand where I'm coming from. See, now I'm not crazy, Grandma. She goes, well, I never said you were crazy. I never said. I'm like, yeah, sure you did.
So yeah, that was a great one, man. It's like, hey man, we're on the other side. That was a Eddie Bravo kind of moment for me, man, personally.
When did you first hear that one? Because that one shocked me. I was like, how come I never thought of that? Like, why did that never hit me? Like, All the times I've looked at orbits and and the circles around them in like some kind of display or whatever or mobile or something, and it never occurred to
We're
me.
on the other side of the sun, man.
Never.
Shouldn't we see some different stars, bro? Nope.
Well, not only that, but yeah, add that on top of it, right?
No, you're not going to see anything different. It's all the same, man. It's all the same, man. So
it's strange because have you ever noticed that when you see trees growing on hills and things, have you ever noticed something about them?
They grow
when they're out in an open field. They grow straight up, right?
Every time.
Yep. Isn't that weird? How do they know? Like some plants, like a sunflower, will follow the sun, right? Because it can feel the warmth or whatever. It has some kind of way of sensing it, and so the face of the flower will try to follow the sun from one side to the other, right? So how come all the other plants don't do that? But yet, think about that. That's interesting.
The plant can detect the gravity and just goes the opposite.
There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It just
plants
goes. Yeah.
that are on,
Right.
Plants that
Some
are
of
on
them grow
mountains.
straight up, but other ones will grow towards the light, right? Or have a tendency to, yeah. Like plants will do that. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry, but anyway, go on. I was just trying to fucking A. Here I go again. Shut up, Ryan.
Cyber.
Yeah.
Cyber. Go ahead, Cyber.
No, I was just saying that plants that are on like really steep hills or mountains, they're still like straight up. They're not
straight up, baby. Straight up, man. Every time.
Yeah.
Even in the rainforest, they grow straight up.
Dude,
they fight for the light, but they
on
just
top of mountains, man. Like
now, and what's funny is when you stand up in the morning, like even when you were little, like as soon as you started standing up and able to stand up upright, right? You were always standing up straight, right?
Yeah.
Because of the fluid in your head. And you may not have known that, but you kind of knew that when, even when you're tired or even if somebody hung you upside down and you woke up upside down, you'd be able to sit upright, right?
Hey,
you'd know which way up was.
It's called the vesicular system, man.
Yeah, vestibular. Yeah. Or what? Yeah, that's it. Vestibular. I think that's what it's called, right? Vestibular. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Vestibular.
I think that's how it's.
Dude.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Let me look it up. Now you're making me wonder if I'm right, because I don't like saying the wrong thing and have everybody confused.
I think you got it, man. I know you got it. Vestibular. I fucked it up, man, and caused you to question your.
I know. I wasn't sure. Yeah, it is vestibular system.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, did you hear that clip from QE?
What? Which one?
Which one?
Yeah, just earlier. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did earlier.
Yeah, that PhD that was saying the vestibular system was it told you your elevation or whatever. Like, yeah, he said it was not about movement. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I got you.
Maybe he was getting that confused with your ears popping.
Yeah, you do know. You can tell the change in elevation. Of course you can, and the change in pressure. Of course, and you can also tell which way is up. And there's only one of those. I know that some people don't believe that, but you just have to realize that. Otherwise, you're going to be confused, and science ain't going to make sense at all. Because like physics and all that it's important. That's a big part of it, right? Knowing which way is up and down. It's really silly that it's really.
Oh my God.
It's weird that people can argue about that, even though it's like impossible not to know it, right? Like we know every scientist knows absolutely that that's just how it is.
But the sun, the moon, and the stars, they rotate.
They don't matter. They don't matter. And things going up over from the bottom up don't matter. I can prove that. Like it's bad that I can literally show you a demonstration of a lot of the things that they claim prove that the Earth's a ball, and I can show you it on a flat surface in my living room. That's pretty sad, right? Like that shouldn't be possible, but it's true, right? Right? Like let's use logic here. And they go, no, we're not going to talk about logic, damn it. That's not how we do this. You're breaking the rules. Don't you dare bring up evidence, damn you! How dare you ask for actual evidence that's scientific? How dare you? You're supposed to be a science denier, damn it.
Hey,
I've heard it all.
dude, rockin'. We had this guy, not rockin', rookie. We had this guy come in here, Boulder. He's
Oh
holding.
yeah. Rolling my boulder. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. 40% or whatever it is.
Holding my boulder.
Yeah, or whatever it is. Yeah. Okay, I remember. Yes.
And I go, dude, man, take a fucking nickel, penny, dime, I don't know, whatever. Put it on the edge of your kitchen table. Just push the thing away from you. You'll at the time that the fucking penny.
Did he do it? Did he actually do it?
He did do it. And he goes,
wow.
I remember him telling me, he goes, I'm having a problem with this.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah, when you finally get someone to actually do the work, it's so great, dude. It feels so good. Even though you know it's not the work's not done yet, you're still like, yes, finally.
Dude.
You want to do backflips, and everybody's like, dude, calm down, bro. It's okay. And you're like, I know. I can't help it. It's like, you just want to run around the street with your arms up, right? You're like, praise God or whatever. And you're like, I don't do that, but I want to do it right now.
Yes.
You think one nickel is going to go against all of science?
How dare you?
Sure in the hell can.
How dare you?
Used properly. It's funny, you know, like I used to watch movies where they would talk about like these Oriental people that had these special abilities of just sitting there and staring at you, and they could just like hear your muscles moving and all this crazy stuff, and they could kick your butt no matter what, you know, and they could defend themselves, and you couldn't possibly, you know, all this crazy stuff. And it's funny because this sounds like one of those things, like, you know what I mean, like these special abilities. All right, it didn't make sense. I lost what I was going to say. Anyway.
Dude, you're straight on track, man. What I'm saying, man, is that do these observations yourself, man. The first thing I did, man, was put myself on the ground, like 10 feet away from the wall, and tried to try to get the optic to see the bottom of the baseboard on the other side of the room, man. And I put my eyeball right down on the ground, man, and I couldn't resolve the baseboard on the other side of the room 10 feet away, man. I couldn't do it.
Yourself, what in that? That's not refraction.
I'm like, okay, that's
not right.
That's optical. I'm like, hey, man, that's optical. Because I'm a real.
Another one is train tracks. Like when you learn about the actual engineering that goes into making trains do what they do, you're like, wait a minute, they only do what? They only go how high and how low? Like they're literally flat all the way across the whole United States, basically.
But
they don't rise or go up or down more than 4 inches anywhere. It's insane.
Look, man, they converge at the same time. If you're looking straight down the line, they definitely converge. And that's the beautiful thing about art, man. Perspective, man.
I learned that when I was real young because I wanted to learn how to draw, and my mom was trying to teach me how to how lighting worked, how you draw where the sun's supposed to be on the side of the paper, and then all your stuff that you're going to draw, you draw stuff in front first, and then you work your way back, and then you draw your shadowing. You use that light source, and you draw lines from the light source in light pencil, and that's how you keep track of where your shadow should be, so it looks right. It doesn't look like a kid drew it. It doesn't just look like little stick people with their arms sticking out with no fingers or nothing. And then so after I learned that, it's like I totally understood. My mom says, well, stuff that goes away from you gets smaller. So remember that when you're like looking at a car, you have to remember that like when you draw the car into the picture, you've got to think about what's easiest to draw the car. So you want to put it in that position so it's easier to get your lighting right, and you don't have to do all that extra work of, remembering where the shadow is going to be and all that to make it look right. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And I remember it just, like every time I would see a painting from then on, I thought about that. And I thought that was interesting how I never thought about what went into, making it look so pretty and make it look so beautiful, And I always like, it fascinated me. So of course, I tried to learn how to draw and things. I'm decent. I can draw, I can draw a picture and you'll be able to tell what I'm drawing, but by any means, I can't draw like faces and arms and bodies and things.
Hey man, let me ask you this, Rook, man. There's an artistic impression artists that put those beautiful little strokes into their brush that become, if you look at them really closely, that they just look like a little dot of paint. But if you look at them far away, impressionists have been able to manipulate our minds. We can see a lady in a hat, in a skirt, wearing high heels.
And what scares me is that if that's the only painting that they've showed us of this stuff existing, imagine how many millions of things are out there that you just never noticed.
Dude, impressionist paintings are one of the trippiest things I've ever seen in my life, man.
Have you ever had an experience where you see something weird at an angle, like when you're driving down the road and you just look at something out of the corner of your eye and you see something, you swear it said something else, and the person's telling you, no, that's not possible, and you're like, dude, I swear I saw it that way. How do we know that that isn't really true? Like that our minds don't actually see it stretched together and like run it, you know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? Like maybe we really do see things that we don't realize it's there, but we're just not privy to it, right? Until it hits just the right angle and all that, and then it actually looks like something else. You know, kind of like a garbage can and a couple of trees can look like a person squatted down in a corner of your yard or something. You know what I'm saying?
That's what freaks me out about the impressionist paintings, because you can look at something and like, you know, like, oh, that looks like a human walking down the street with an umbrella, but when you examine it up close, when you put the microscope on it, basically, and it doesn't. It's just a couple of strokes of paint, man. And it looks just like a human.
Right, yeah, and it looks just like what it's supposed to look like. Yeah.
You're like, holy shit! How the fuck did I resolve a human out of that? Just a couple of little strokes, man. Just a couple.
And your mind actually sees the whole person. Your mind fills in the blanks. Even though it's not all there, but it's arranged in such a perfect way that it actually matches what it would really look like, and your mind fills in the gap. Yeah, it is fascinating. That's what that subliminal stuff is all about.
Impressionist paintings is subliminal.
The reason why I think it's profound, and I say this fucking dumb word so much, but I'm not going to apologize anymore. It's profound. Think about this: the orbit, an elliptical orbit. And when you notice whenever the news comes on and certain TV shows, you ever notice how it shows you concentric circles rotating around each other? And there's always like a center, like an eye. And then there's all these like little shaped like beams that go around it, and they all rotate around in a weird way. And then there's usually like a countdown or something sometimes, or there's like there'll be words popping in there. Yeah. Have you ever actually slowed that down and looked at it and like snap by snap? I've seen some creepy stuff in there, bro. I've seen some weird stuff in there, like where when it comes around and it shoots a certain way, you can see like letters, and it's almost like a word forms. It's weird. I think that stuff's in television all the time. I think that's the reason why they're always showing like weird things, like, you know, some kid covered with paint just walking through some, you know, just random stuff like that you don't really pay attention to. You think it's just art, right? But in reality, it's really because it's setting up some kind of image that your subconscious picks up on that you don't really pay attention to. And it affects things, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
and that's insane, bro.
You and I pay attention to it, man.
Yeah, I do all the time. And sometimes I do it too much, and then people think I'm weird and accuse all kinds of crazy
if
stuff.
Some painted kid is walking around, you're gonna notice that.
How dare you be a flat earther? Come on, Rock.
How could you do that? Like, dude, you just don't understand. You didn't go to college, so that's the reason why you're. Dude, that's what one of my friends does. He acts like he gets all excited. He goes, dude, you need to go back to school, bro, and learn all this stuff so that way you can understand it. Like you won't get duped by these people. That's what he told me. He was like all like trying to be serious about it, and I just sit there and like I tried not to laugh, but I couldn't help it. I was like, dude, come on, bro, like. You know me better than that, bro. You know that I wouldn't hold on to something like this if I didn't absolutely know it was true. I said, I just wish you'd come around and actually look at it. You know, like, and I think he did because he doesn't, like I said, remember I don't know if I said it to you, but I was telling somebody earlier on here that, you know, I've got this buddy that he came over on my birthday and he just basically, he ruined my birthday party by being an asshole. He came over and then I mentioned flat earth and he just basically ran on the ground and wouldn't shut up about it. And then after he did all that and pissed me off, then he started in on my best friend, Dave. You know, I don't know if you heard me talking to him in the background, but my best friend Dave comes around and, you know, we're big kids, you know, we like having fun. We have go-karts and all kinds of stupid shit. You know, we're just big kids. We don't care. And so, you know, he's over here and he comes over. The next time he comes over, he literally comes over and he starts going in about how my best friend is this total moron and he rides, you know, go-karts around and he goes to the store in a go-kart. He's just a big kid. He's stupid and, you know, ignorant and all this shit. And I went off on him. I was like, you know what? Fuck you, bro. Get out of my fucking house if you don't like it. You know, that's kind of fucked up. I said, how would you like it if I next time I come over to your house, I'm going to sit there and just run you in the ground. I'm going to bring a bunch of people that I know over with me. And I'm just going to, he goes, well, I don't let people in my house. I said, well, that's probably why then, huh? And after that, he didn't fucking say anything rude to me anymore. But it was just like, bro, like, you know, like.
What an insult.
Hey, Rook.
He made me feel really shitty, bro. I was like, why, bro?
Yeah, go back to school so you can learn all this bullshit.
And I told him, dude, I know all that stuff. You just don't realize. I maybe can't. I don't have it memorized, maybe. But if you ask me, you know, if you tell me to write a 4-paragraph explanation of some movie or something, I can sit down and figure it out. I mean, maybe you know what I'm saying? Trust me. I write. I got books full of stuff, and I do pretty well. You can understand. And most of the time when I read other people's stuff that they write, and I don't see a lot of people writing with their hands very often lately, but when I do, it's impossible to read their writing, and it's really impossible to understand half of what they're saying because they don't know how to structure a sentence properly or form a paragraph or even, you know, like sit down and brainstorm about how they're going to put it all together and make it sound right and not sound ignorant or just sound like you don't know what you're talking about or you don't know how to put words together properly to mean something, right? It's amazing to me. And it makes me wonder, like, how do you get away with it? Like, how is it that I spend so much time worrying about being right about stuff? And like plaguing myself. Sometimes I go to great extremes to make sure that I say things right and I pronounce things properly. And if I'm with somebody that has an accent, I try to like say things, I like try to simplify things so that they can understand me better, right? Because I know if like my language is their second language, sometimes me talking really fast and using a lot of big words, it confuses them. Even though
you try to keep your word count down.
Hey, that goes back to the 10-wheeler thing, man. It's like
it's not easy. Yeah, but I do. I'll try to like lower it if I know somebody's really having trouble understanding me. Yeah, it's not easy to do that because it's my nature to just be fast and talk and hope people understand.
I think our job here, man, is to explain the most simplest things to people, man. The most complicated things that are so simple for us, but they don't get it, man. And that's our job, man.
Sometimes they will, yeah. Sometimes they will, but it depends on, you know, like how you present it. Yeah. It is important if you want to be effective, anyway.
Yeah.
Because being right's great and all that, but being right doesn't always get the message across. That's all. Sometimes it does work, but sometimes it don't. You got to be willing to, like, you know, change your. You know, in my mind, if you want to be good at something, you got to be able to change it up. People are different, you know. Some people are, you know, like when you have a sale. And you know, let's say you run a grocery store and you have a sale. Some people are privy to it. They know that the sale is just literally to drag them in there to buy a bunch of other stuff that's right next to it in the store. That's double the price, right? And like me, I'll do that. I'll go in there and I'll just buy the items that are on sale and I'll walk out of there and I won't buy anything else just to be spiteful because I know that they literally plan it out to screw me. And so that's what I feel like that I have to do that just to keep up with the Joneses, right? Just to feel like I have some control over my world. You know, it's little stuff like that keeps me sane, right? I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I mean, you know, anytime you can like feel like at least you've got something figured out and you dominated it, or at least, you know, you're not allowing it to affect you and hurt you or limiting it, it makes you feel good, right?
Look, let me ask you this, man. Are we getting something over on these motherfuckers that have screwed us into this system, man? Did we get something over on them with flat Earth?
Honestly, I don't see that. I can't see why they wouldn't just give us what we want.
Or did they give us flat Earth?
I asked myself that earlier today. I thought, you know what? What if everything? What if all the stuff that we've come up with so far is all lies? Right. That's a scary thought.
I think they had to give us flat Earth because they were coming up with this other
It's a
shit.
trade-off. I think it was a trade-off, and I think the alien thing was going to have to start making sense. And if they wanted to explain things coming from outside of where we understand it being, they're going to have to release something. They're going to have to tell us something about the truth, because things not being able to come through the dome and get us, even though we're seeing them fly around, is going to start making people wonder, right?
Huh.
Because you're going to be asking yourself, well, how do they get through the atmosphere and all this? You know what I'm saying? All this stuff's not going to make sense to somebody that knows better. Kind of like if you see something floating up in the air that's just a big hot air balloon, but it's fake to look like a big giant spaceship, kind of like in, movies we see, you realize that actually could be made, right? That they could build a giant hot air balloon.
Dude, I saw the movie.
Ship, they could trick people with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not hard to trick people.
Gravity, bro. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Damn.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty good. I've seen some of it. I don't think I've ever sat through the whole thing, but I've seen quite a few of the scenes. And it's pretty damn good. It's really well done effects. Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness. Amazing. But my question was, could they roll out the flat Earth to keep us distracted with the flat Earth? I mean, my goodness, we can be distracted with the flat Earth forever, but did they roll that out and say, hey, man, we got this new thing, man. You got to wear a face apparatus around your face, and you got this thing you got to take, and you got to go in the down, and you got to do this. Now,
that the first ones were made out of bikini tops, right? And bras, and like cheap, like cloth sports bras. You remember when they first came out with those thingies? They were literally like C and D cut bras, sports bras that they cut. I seen that and I was like, are you kidding me, bro? It literally looks like the same shape as some of those sports bras. I was cracking up. I was like, are you joking me, bro? This is too funny.
Yeah,
my wife didn't think it was funny though.
These cuts are fucking good, man.
I was like, really, man, there's some dirty people that really make something like this up just so they can put their face in some woman's bra, right? Gosh, man, that's bad.
Yeah, Flatter, dude, you're probably right. They have to test out their psychological methods in some way.
They got to see if it's going to go over, right?
But at the same time, once you realize it's flat, there's going to be a lot of things that you just keep out of your life. So
maybe. I think a lot of people by then, they'll have already filled your mind with other things to do and to be tricked by, and you'll probably forget all about worrying too much. You know what I mean? I know that they're not going to just stop with all the other operations that they do to keep us in control, right? They might stop one and start another, but they're never going to stop completely, right?
Hey,
they're always going to be trying to like stay in power.
If I was a diabolical engineer, I don't know how else to put it, but if I was a diabolical engineer, I would have figured out.
Luciferian engineer.
I say I'm just gonna give him the flat Earth for a little while, and meanwhile, the Coco 19 V fucking whatever that is, man.
That was a great movie.
The Coco 19 V, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I've seen it, but I heard it was pretty decent.
I give him the flat Earth for a little while.
I was in it. It sucked being in it.
Yeah, would roll out.
You were in the movie, yeah. I was too, but I was one of them weirdos.
Oh shit!
Threw a fit and said,
Diabolical motherfuckers, man.
Don't touch me. Go away. Stay away with me with your stupid sports bras. I don't want anything to do with it.
Hey, I'm not a diabolical motherfucker, but I am.
But I sure can be if you piss me off the wrong way.
2 weeks to flatten
That's right,
the dude's curve.
2 weeks to flatten the Earth dude's curve. My wife came out to my shop and she's like, you got to see this, man. Check this out. And they're like, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And I was like, holy shit. Are you kidding me?
Was she busting up or what? That's funny stuff.
Anyway, my wife's, she knows where I'm at, but she had to come out and go, you got to see this bullshit. I loved it. I'm still laughing. 2 years later, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Are you kidding me? You have to be kidding me. That's the cock fucking bullshit that they pulled off. Like 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Yeah. Has anybody have direct measurement of curvature? Anybody? I'd be really happy to entertain this beautiful phenomenon. This beautiful measurement of curvature.
Well, I can kind of help you with that. I seen a picture once that had this thing that looked like curved water. Does that count?
Any water on a picture.
It wasn't from NASA either, so it must be real, right? It was on YouTube, I'm sure. That makes it real, right? Just like invisible cloaks and all that other good stuff.
A couple kids from college, they sent up their balloon. They figured it out. Low altitude, they could see the curve at a couple 100 feet and at a couple 1,000 feet. They figured that shit out
Then
fast.
they realized they were using a fisheye lens, right? Then they had to repeat the experiment.
No, there was a curve, but they flattened it.
They flattened the curve, man. They flattened the curve, bro.
There's no more curve to be found.
You bastages.
Giggler's best story.
The Earth with a pizza.
You know what I want to know? You know what I want to find out? There's something I do want to find out more than I want to find out what's south and what's north, right? I want to find out if I'm right about what's above. I want to find out if it's really a liquid and if it's really a black liquid like I think it is. I'm dying to find that out because the only way I'm ever going to know that for sure is if I go up there and try to touch it, right?
You see a black liquid?
I can't see them ever admitting it. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like a translucent black liquid. I've seen some videos of footage from NASA, and I understand that NASA footage might all be hack, right? But what if they were going up there and
why would they lie?
Somehow grabbing a hold of it. But they were just telling us the other thing just to keep us from looking at it carefully. I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways of looking at it, and I'm just trying to find the truth of it. So I've been doing a little bit of experimenting and looking around and trying to look into it because there's a lot of people on YouTube talking about it. And of course, I find out a lot of things are bullshit and I have to sit there and go back and repair, But I also found a lot of truth in some of the videos too that led me. It wasn't necessarily true itself, but it led me. The pursuit of finding the truth of it led me to learn a lot of other stuff and understand things better. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
Dude, it don't make any sense at all because you're not using your senses. The Coriolis effect, gravity phenomenon produces the
rubbish and poppycock.
The curvature of
one of my favorite goofy
diametric refraction of the thing that produces the visual obscured.
What are you speaking a different language? You sound like you're speaking another language, bro. You're like what? Are you? No, seriously. The way you were pronouncing it, I knew you were speaking words, but it sounded like you were just mumbling. It was like you were chewing on your tongue. Funny, bro. I'm sorry, I am pretty high. My bad.
Dude, you're good.
Well, it's true. It's late. I usually get really high before I go to bed. So
the phenomenon of the reflection of the decimal of the gravity that produces the phenomenon that produces the amazing refraction of the diametric electric universe of the possible.
You mean dielectric?
Exactly.
Sorry, there I go again. No, I think you're right. There might be a diametric, but I think it's dielectric.
Fuck off, man. Fuck off with your explanations of what I'm seeing, man.
Well, I'm trying to remember it right myself, because if you start telling me that and then I remember it that way, then I'm going to get, and then somebody's going to think I'm a moron because I forgot something simple like that afterwards. You got to watch your ass, man. It's easy to lose your reputation easily in a group of people that, intelligent people, they'll really run you over if that comes out. You know what I mean? You got to be careful.
I do have to be careful.
Diametric is that when like a Glover has too much CGI in his diet and he has too much blood sugar and
I thought it was like Dianetics or something stupid like that. It's like somebody got it mixed up with like a yardstick and that and diameter and forget it. I can't say all the words now. It's like not coming to me. Anyway, it was supposed to be funny and it came out kind of awkward. So now I'm drawing these little concentric circles, and I'm trying to figure out why they remind me of a hubcap.
You're not awkward, man.
About hubcaps, and that hubcaps and like sewer caps, right? They all have these weird damn grid designs in them. Why is that? Like, is there something to that? Like, why is it like ABC, CBS, all these companies, all these radio and TV places? They all have these little eye symbols and these little circles with little round edges on them and stuff. It's like, what gives, man? Like, why is it every symbol for a car, even the Ford symbol, is inside a little oval? What is that about, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? There's got to be a reason why all this is like that. I'm not saying that it's like some kind of like mystery, marking of sorcery or some crazy thing, because I'm not necessarily convinced that's really what it is. But I do wonder if there isn't something to that too. But when I start seeing all these weird concentric circles, and it's usually in news programs, and news is usually when they expect you to take it seriously, right? All the other shows, are just dramas, right? They're just fabricated stories about nobody, right? Or they're based on true events, but they've been changed to protect whoever or whatever, right? But yeah, they do that though. But then when something serious comes along, all of a sudden your attitude changes and you start thinking backwards and you don't know why. You're like, well, wait a minute. Why shouldn't I do this? And then you're like, well, huh? It's like weird how it makes you make the wrong decision sometimes. It's not profound. It's not like big screw ups, but it's just enough to keep like the hurt locker on you, right? To keep kind of like bringing you down or keeping you from getting to the top, or like your rent not getting paid on time, or a check bouncing or something. You know how that stuff kind of happens when you're going through life, and it's difficult. But somehow you manage to find your way through it, right? It's all like, I don't know. Now I feel like I'm monologuing again, which is not bad, but I don't want to be the only one that talks.
Too late, and you got to keep going.
You realize that I did this exact same thing last night, and I think the night before, where I stayed up late and was in some chat room somewhere and pouring my heart out. I'm like starting to get worried that it's going to have a bad effect on me at some point. Like people are going to come back and be like, "Oh, I remember when you said this," and I'll be like, "Oh, did I really say that out loud?" Like, because I have a tendency to be honest with people and try to get to know people, and be, I don't know, empathetic or whatever you call that. And sometimes it gets in my way and it gets me in trouble. I make good friends though. Usually once I make a friend, they stay a friend. They're not like one of those friends where they just get mad at you because you farted during dinner or something and they don't want to talk to you ever again. You know what I mean? I hate people like that. I mean, I don't hate them, but I can't stand people that are like that, where they don't really like you, but they hang out with you anyway, and then later they decide they change their mind, and then they're like, "I never liked you anyway." You're like, "Wait a minute, you tell me all the time you were best friends. What's wrong with you?" What's that about?
That would mean that they're using you for something. So
yeah, no kidding. And I get tired of that
would
sometimes. Be. I don't know. Maybe my stupidity, but I get it. I get used, but I don't like most people don't like try to retaliate and hurt me. Like I've never had like someone come and try to beat me up in a long time. Like, and I used to have that problem when I was a kid. You know, like when I was younger, I'd mouth off to people and then they'd want to beat me up. Now I figured out there's ways that you can avoid that by just, you know, there's ways you can get out of a conversation with somebody that's not nice to you and just go another way and just stay away from that person and avoid the situation. Eventually you'll have to face it, but hopefully that person by then will come around and start to see that you're not, you know, the dumbass that you thought you were. You know what I mean? Sometimes, and I know I'm an acquired taste and not everybody's like nuts about hearing me babble on and talk over people and whatever and my little habits are. But I understand who I am. That's all I can do.
No, you're fine. There's some people when they start monologuing, I leave chat immediately, and you're not one of them.
Yeah, I hear you. I do hear you though. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not trying to make everybody happy. I know that's impossible. I just don't want to. I just don't want to make enemies of people or make people mad or upset. You know, that's really what it is. Because I know what that's like. So it's like A, B, and C. You know, like I have the protect family and protect myself, right? You know, my defensive measures. That's A. I call that A. And then I got B. I've got, you know, what I believe in or what I know, my experiences, right? My witnesses, and my decisions and how I've come to believe or come to understand things. And then I've got C, where that's the one where I'm looking for new ideas and trying to learn new things, and where I have to bring that across both of those two barriers in order to make it fit into my life and all work together, right? Because I not only have to learn new things and understand them properly, but I have to bring them back and share them with my wife and my family, and then overall make a change in our lives that's positive, right? And it's what do you call it? Edification. So if I'm going to spend the time on sharing flat Earth and learning and sitting, reading books and writing stuff down and doing the weird things that I do and staying up late and whatever, you know, I'd like to think that at least I'm doing it for a good reason, right? I'm like actually changing my life for the better, or at least learning something about myself and other people in a positive way, right? Not really like a, you know, I want everybody to love me, but more like a just do no harm thing. You know, like I'm doing my own thing and I expect you to respect that, and I'll respect that to you as long as it's not harming me in the same way, right? So live and let live type of thing. What do you want, kitty cat? Are you hungry again? I already gave you a can of food. You just gotta go over there and find it in your bowl. Okay, bud. What's up? What's up, kitty? You ready to go to bed, kid? I'm tired. All right, I better get out of here. I better go lay down and get some sleep. I'll be breaded bushy tail tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys all later.
Sleep well.
Thanks for listening to me and talking with me. I appreciate it. Later, guys.
Keep it flat.
Okay, Jim, you're free to speak.
Thank you for unmuting me. I'll just
Yeah,
listen.
no problem.
I'll just listen.
Okay.
I appreciate you letting me back on. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome to the server.
And wherever you live, you have a good Tuesday.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you.
Oh, paid NASA shill, right on the money.
Yeah, Dan's here.
All right, paid NASA shill, are you there?
All right.
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you a real paid NASA shill?
Oh yeah, no, they get thousands of dollars every day from NASA to show the globe Earth.
All right,
in fact, I'm in charge of the program. Unfortunately, all the money's been taken for Biden's inauguration, but that's another story. Sorry about that.
I know. Yeah, probably right. All right, so is the Earth a globe?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Here we go.
You would say 100% sure, huh? You sound very confident.
99.8, because I say 99.9, but someone objected to 666, so I'll say 99.8.
Oh my god! All right, Jedi, you there?
Oh, we don't need Jedi. I got this.
You got?
Oh, QE. Hello,
Yeah.
sir. I've heard a lot about. I've been listening to your bollocks for years now.
You've heard him, but you haven't experienced him.
No, I've heard enough of
Okay,
it.
well, since I just want to bypass all that and just go right to your science acumen. I'm going to show that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. How about that?
No, because you're already there, because a fifth grader knows that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay. No, well, just wait a second. That's not. I made the claim that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. We're not listening to your evidence right now. Just
you're not, because you
very quick questions. All right.
Sure.
So, can you conduct natural science without experiment?
Oh, and it depends how you define experiment. So you're defining experiment so that only certain little things.
Doesn't depend on. We
Sure it
already
does.
know what an experiment is. We'll get to that in a second. Can we conduct natural science without experiment? Yes or no? Close-ended question.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay, so we can't conduct natural science without experiment. That's correct answer.
Well, to you it is, at least.
Say again?
For you, yeah. Now you can define an
No, not
experiment.
for me. No.
So now you're going to define an experiment so that
I'll
only.
define an experiment here in a second. We're going to get to that. We'll get to that. So you said that we can't conduct natural science without experiment, which is the correct answer. So now we have astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Nope, sorry, wrong.
What?
Wrong.
Wrong what?
Well, you're going to define these as not sciences because they can't do an experiment. As
You're
defined
gonna
by,
pay NASA
by-
show. You're gonna have to rein it back in, buddy. Relax.
No,
relax.
I'm not going to rein it back
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
I'm not
yeah,
going
you're
to.
gonna.
QE's
okay,
not going to get on.
All right, 1 second. You're not in your own house. This is the flat Earth community. Okay, so buddy, just relax. And if you can't conduct yourself here, then we're just gonna have to show you to the door. I'd rather have you just have a nice conversation and just go through the questions that Quantum is giving you, and that'll be that. But please don't jump in while he's still speaking. Just relax.
No, speak then. Hold on.
Go ahead. You can speak. You're fine. This is logical. It follows logically, right? I asked the first question: can you conduct natural science without experiment? You said no. That was correct answer. Now I'm going to ask you. It's a follow-on question to that fact that you stated, which was correct. And now I'm going to say, is astronomy and cosmology and astrophysics natural science? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So with your previous fact that you must have experiment to be a natural science, then astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, with your yes answer, must have experiments. So before you have an experiment, you have to have a hypothesis. So we want one single viable scientific hypothesis in either of those disciplines in their entire history. Just one.
Let's see. There's the orbit of.
Nope, that's
Neptune
not a hypothesis. Objection, Your Honor.
Wait, what happened to letting people talk? Why would that? That was crazy.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm looking for a hypothesis, not a claim. Hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is, sir?
Yeah, it's a guess.
No.
Yes.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
A guess. That's not science.
It's a guess. Sure it is. So the orbit of Neptune is we observe. You first make an You and your citations.
Citation, please.
Well,
to
where you get your
support
citations, sir?
claim.
Wait,
Objection,
hold
Your
on.
Honor.
You keep saying not to speak over each other, and then you but.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there
You
a judge
said,
here?
yeah, objection, because that is, I asked you for a hypothesis very specifically, and the hypothesis is
Well, you need
just a guess. It has a little bit more to it.
So we make an observation first.
That's right. To get what?
To see something that you get our hypothesis.
Okay. And then my next question was, what's a hypothesis?
I told you a hypothesis is a guess as to what causes the observation.
Oh, now you said what causes the effect. Before you just said it was a guess.
Well, it is a guess.
Okay. It's an educated guess about a cause and effect relationship. I can deal with that. That is correct. Has an independent and dependent variable. So, my question again, can you please post one single viable scientific hypothesis with a dependent variable and a viable independent variable in the entire histories of any of the disciplines? Astronomy,
I told you.
cosmology, and
The
astrophysics.
orbit of Saturn was not following the Copernican as it should. So
That's not a scientific hypothesis, sir.
Sure it is.
Nope. What's the dependent and independent variables, please?
I've seen you do this to other people.
I don't really care.
I'll
What's
answer the
dependent
question.
and independent variable, please, of that hypothesis?
You know, not all science is done in your narrow
Yes, it is.
manner. No, it's not.
All science is done through experiment.
It's not
You stated it.
his.
You said
So
it's
you-
correct.
you-
cannot
you
go
orbit-
back
It's
on
not
it now.
his.
It's not all
Man, it's
science.
not his.
It
Not
is.
his.
It is his.
It's
He's
not,
he's defined
it's
it
not
so
his.
narrowly.
No, it is not. It is not, man. It's scientific method. It's not quantum eraser. I learned that
You're
from
going to give me the
fucking
scientific
books.
hypothesis, Meggie.
So you're defining your scientific hypothesis so narrowly that the only thing
No,
you
I'm
can do.
not. I am
Can
not.
you?
Hold
Come
on
on,
a
John.
second.
Sorry, I'm trying to tell you
Hold
that. So you're saying that the discovery of Neptune because of the
I'm saying that you don't have a hypothesis. That's what I'm
Well, they
saying.
hypothesized that there had to be another mass.
No, they don't hypothesize. Post the hypothesis, please. One.
The orbit of Uranus is being deflected by another mass, another planet.
What's the dependent and independent variable of that hypothesis, please?
Jesus.
Yep. He's not going to help you.
Mm-hmm. So you have your independent variable would be your dependent variable is the orbit of Uranus, and the independent variable would be there's another mass somewhere, right?
There's another mass somewhere. Independent variables. Can you define what an independent variable is, sir?
I love you when they do this.
Is that you laughing?
No. This is
That's somebody else laughing.
That's Jedi.
That's Jedi giggling in the background. Fucking Jedi. Sorry, guys.
All right, wait a second. So I'm going to write this down so we're not confused. Your dependent variable is the orbit of what?
Neptune. The orbit of.
You said Uranus.
Uranus.
Orbit
Yeah,
of
but other way around.
Uranus. All right, thank you. And your independent
orbit-
variable?
Yeah.
Independent variable is what?
I didn't hear. Is he saying something? I didn't hear what he said. Paid not to show. Are you saying something?
I'm not playing your game, Kiwi.
Huh?
He doesn't
Can't do it.
I'm not playing his game. I'm not going to play your game.
Sorry,
No,
sorry.
So you don't have.
Sorry, NASA Shill. Sorry, NASA Shill. What's happened is you've basically conceded to the very simple question. You've understood what a natural science experiment is. You know what a hypothesis is. And because you're now being asked this question, I'm not playing this game with you, QE. Yeah. We get that all the time here. It doesn't have to be QE. Can be me. Can be Miggy. As soon as we get to this point, it's ad hom city because it's all you've got, isn't it? You cannot be honest at this point.
I can be honest.
I want you to be honest. Can you be honest? No. If we're honest, it wouldn't have been, I cannot play this game with you, QE. If you'd have been honest, you'd have answered the question honestly, wouldn't you?
All right, we'll let him answer the question honestly. Go ahead and just give him the independent variable. We'll let you answer the question honestly.
You stated the dependent variable was the orbit of Uranus. I wrote it all down. I'm going to be posting this to everyone in the chat and everyone watching in the audience. So,
Yeah.
And he said the independent variable was whether or not there's a mass there.
No, he didn't say that. I think he was thinking of what he was going to say. He hasn't said the independent variable yet. At least I didn't hear him say it.
I think he said something related to whether the mass was there. I could be mistaken.
No, he was still we're holding right now for that. So he hasn't said it yet. I'm giving him some time to actually
Google it, yeah.
Or not too much time, but yeah, just give him a little bit of time.
So you're saying the fact that Neptune was where they thought it would be is just by luck now?
Oh, well, no. That's not the independent. That's not the independent variable, though. Is it?
Well, I have to admit that this planetary, I'm not in my field, so.
Okay.
I do know that they discovered it because of the eccentricities in their Uranus.
No, you don't. No, you just conceded that it's not your field, sir. You just said it's not my.
No, but I know enough to it that it has been done. I know.
Well, you either know or you don't know.
Oh, so you want to talk to a planetary scientist when I'm dealing with people that think the Earth is flat?
So you either know or you don't know, right?
Oh my God! With nothing, you're again attacking.
Relax.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not attacking.
I really honestly.
You're talking.
One second,
you're talking about cosmology.
Relax. Relax, guys. 1 second. 1 second. It doesn't matter who you think you are. Right now, if you can't produce the evidence,
you can't produce the evidence. You
are right now. Right now, your name is mud because you can't provide any evidence of the independent variable. So we're waiting on that. It doesn't seem like we're going to get there. So we don't need obfuscation. We need the independent variable, and we're giving you ample time to do it. But it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do that, right?
Not to your satisfaction, I'm sure.
Well, that's a problem then. That's a problem now to show.
Perhaps why is it a problem? Because
it's what is required right now.
But required by you as your definition of what is needed.
No, not his definition. God. No, that's incorrect.
What is exactly your background in science, Mr. QE?
It's fucking extensive, but
it is, yeah. Yeah, please get into it. I'd like to know.
It's irrelevant.
No, why is it irrelevant? You mean you don't? You know, you're an expert. You're an expert in science.
He's going to education.
About experiment.
Yeah, he is expert in science.
Listen.
No, he's not expecting science. He's expecting his definition of it.
Hey, NASA show. Okay, 1 second, guys. Hey, NASA show. We don't need to go into a peeing contest and see who can pee the farthest. I don't care about that. All that matters. No, I don't care. All that matters. Okay, relax, dude. All that matters in this conversation is if you're able to provide the evidence that is needed. And right now it's the independent variable.
Done.
So if you can't do that, I don't care who you say you are or what you've done. The only thing that matters right now is the independent variable. And if it can be produced. If not, then you need to concede.
Independent. So, okay, the dependent variable thing that's changing is the orbit of Neptune. The independent variable then would be the mass necessary to
hold on mass
Uranus for Neptune to deviate the orbit of Uranus in a particular fashion as observed.
Deviate, so mass necessary to deviate the orbit of who?
Oh my God!
You got Uranus and Neptune in here.
Mm-hmm.
So the dependent variable, holy shit.
So you're gonna shoot at this shit because of your
So the
definitions?
dependent variable is the orbit of Uranus. The independent variable is the mass necessary to deviate the orbit. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So your hypothesis would be, just hold on, I'm writing this down so everyone can see it.
Hypothesis is that the orbit of Uranus is deviated by another mass outside of the orbit.
So
an unknown planet.
The necessary mass deviates the orbit of Uranus. I'm sorry, Uranus. Correct?
Sounds good. So now why? So tell me why? No, you're not going to shoot that shit because
right
what?
now, because you said
Uh-huh.
the mass necessary,
And
is
the
your
fact that that they found that the fact they found it right where they said it would is secondary, huh?
I already got your hypothesis. You agreed. My next question is: the independent variable is invalid because you cannot manipulate.
You don't need to manipulate the independent variable.
That's correct.
Don't need to. No, sorry.
Oh, really? You don't need to.
Nope.
I would like to direct everyone's attention to 9:24, 24 minutes after the hour. I have his dependent variable orbit of Uranus, the effect. I have the independent variable mass necessary to deviate the orbit, the cause. Hypothesis: the necessary mass deviates the orbit of Uranus.
And it was right where they said it was.
Independent variable. Shut up!
No, it was right where they.
I said the necessary mass is your independent variable. You agreed. I said you cannot manipulate the necessary mass, making it invalid. You said you don't have to manipulate the independent variable. Really? So open text. bc.ca. Notice that manipulation of the independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. This is from Boston College. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. We could essentially stop right there, but why do that? Penn State University, independent variable. It is what is varied during the experiment. It is what the investigator thinks will affect the independent variable, or the dependent variable, I'm sorry. Colorado State, the independent manipulated variable changed by the scientist, which he said he doesn't need to. What the investigator is testing from Rutgers University in an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. From University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied and manipulated by the researcher. You're finished. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Thank you.
Yeah, this isn't 5th grade science, though.
Yeah, but you'd fail it.
No, I didn't fail it.
Yeah, you did.
When you said that Rutgers said that, is that like the whole Rutgers? I mean, the school?
It doesn't matter.
Like the University of North Carolina, the University of North Carolina?
University of North Carolina, that's the reference or citation.
So the whole thing, I mean, the university said that. The school.
The university, that's the reference.
Which building?
You know the difference between references and citations.
Which building said that?
Which building? Buildings don't say anything. They don't
exactly.
Have
so you said the university said that. So which building?
That's right. That's part of the citation.
No. You have to come up with the person that said that, not just the building.
The person that said it will go there and find out.
No, you go there. You tell me. You
why?
bought it.
Reference.
He read one citation or 4.
You know the whole.
He said Boston College also.
So, are they
retard? Are there retard? Scientific retards?
So which building on Boston College said that? The university.
You're looking at the wrong. Yeah, you're looking at the wrong thing. Pay not to shill. What you have to look at is the independent variable in which you actually produced here in this conversation.
So
was the mass
when they found
I'm still actually talking, right?
Oh no, yeah, but you're talking bollocks. So
no,
when they
see, you got to let people finish what they're saying, dude. Independent variable mass necessary to deviate the orbit. Mass necessary to deviate the orbit. How are you going to vary and manipulate that?
So they found it right where they said it would be. By the way, so that just sort
How
of
are you going to vary and manipulate that?
you're missing the point here.
No,
The
it's
fact
not.
it was exactly where they said it was.
How am I missing the point?
When they pointed their telescopes and said, "Hey, there it is." Ooh.
Okay.
So that was just sort of luck there.
Well,
It's
They
not
said, "Hey,
science. Let's get to
what do you mean it's
math.
not science?
I
What do you
just
mean it's
showed
still
you
math? Math is the language of
Let's get to
science.
math.
Math
Let's
is the
have
language
more
of
fun.
science.
You said
That's
math.
observation,
Define
man.
math, please.
Math is the language of science.
not math. Mass.
Math is just stuff.
M-A-S-S. Okay.
Stuff.
Math is just stuff.
Stuff.
Really?
Things. Yep.
Can you provide citation because we think you're full of shit?
Yeah, that's math too, by the way.
Really? Show us.
Can you?
Hold on.
So I suppose you have citations for this from some 5th grade textbook.
Citation support. I don't answer a question that I don't know the answer to, sir.
Yeah, well, you don't know anything, so how do you answer questions?
I don't know anything. That's an ad hom.
No, it's not an ad-hom. It's a thing. It's a fact.
spiraling.
Can you?
No,
Can
shut
you
up.
provide anyone who's
Shut up.
Sorry. He said
Define
massive
the
stuff.
definition right here with citation. You know, when you provide, have you ever looked at a scientific paper?
Oh yeah. Wow.
You see the works cited page or the bibliography?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm giving right here.
No, you're just quoting schools though.
No, that's not quoting. They're citations.
But you said the school. You didn't tell me which
Citation.
researcher
That's
which.
right. That's right. From Boston.
You didn't tell me which books, which book in which school, which author the book said. You just said some school.
Clown show. You're exposing yourself right now.
No, you're exposing yourself.
Yes, you are.
I just love to know you don't. You have to shit.
Squeeze the nuts right off you right now.
If you had nuts to start off with, sir.
Well, no, you're nuts. Not my
No,
nuts.
you're nuts. You had no nuts to begin with.
Fucking clown.
The resistance to acceleration. How about that? You like that one?
Resistance to acceleration. That's the definition of inertia. How in the hell can we have a definition of mass and inertia being the exact same thing? Can't have that. That's a law of identity violation, sir.
Bankers.
Hello? Law of identity violation, sir.
Mm-hmm.
He already failed.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
He's failed.
Yeah.
Of course I
All
feel.
I-
When
all I've
you get
heard from this
when you
guy is-
have
Of course you have.
when you have
you're
QE
wrong.
here, of
That's
course
wrong.
everybody's going to fail because
Word salad, you're wrong. Ad hom, word salad, you're wrong. That's all I've heard from you. Nothing coherent, just personal attacks. You're wrong. Nothing substantial. You haven't really done much, have you, NASA Shill? Shame, mate.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
honestly
the
don't even
length you're
care
going to
about,
go to? Sorry, mate.
honestly don't even care about his credentials right now because it would be sad if he actually even said what he is. I think for him, it's better for him just to keep them hidden because right now it would only bring him shame if he actually said what he was. The way I look at it.
Well, first he said mass was the amount of stuff. I mean, you got to take it easy with the white paper technical language. And then he changed it up and gave us the definition of inertia. Which one is it?
Well, if you're so upset with QE, would you like to speak to someone else then, Peyton Answer Show?
Why doesn't he answer the question first?
I told you what it is. The amount of stuff, matter,
the amount of
substance,
stuff.
and
And
an
then you
object.
gave me the definition of inertia. Okay, I'd like to direct everyone's attention. We're going to go with the amount of stuff. So at 32 minutes after the hour, from the Royal Society of Chemistry, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance, that stuff, is often incorrectly identified with mass, and then we'll just kill it to death. From Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics, that's Princeton University. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, that's stuff, or by any other counting method, try to evaluate the amount of matter, that's stuff, that number would not equal mass. You're finished. You don't know what mass is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know what an experiment is. You don't know what an independent variable is. You'd fail.
Yet I'm smart enough to figure out that the Earth isn't flat. Huh?
Grade general
You
science.
call that smart?
My initial claim, and you would fail 5th grade general science.
Well, of course, when you define everything, both with QE's terms, you can't. When
QE
you
didn't,
not
didn't make these terms up. NASA Shill? He didn't make these up.
Oh, no, he's just applying them.
He's not even reading the citations, guys. That's the whole thing. He didn't even click on the link. He didn't even look at it. He didn't even hear you, QE.
I heard QE. I've heard QE a lot. Hearing QE is the easy part.
Awesome.
Understanding QE is
So you understand?
the difficult part.
So you understand these are citations then, not QE. This isn't QE's or mine's scientific method. We didn't make this shit up, mate. This is established stuff, and the citations that have been provided are.
Well, no, I
not
mean, so obviously you're the expert.
QE's
You guys
word.
are the experts in science, and you get to define what science is and what science is not, right? Because
No, we just follow what the definition is. I'm not defining shit. We're following
are.
what
Define the what science definition is.
is.
No, the
Yeah,
definition
we're
by
using the
whom?
definition of natural science, the formulation of a hypothesis, and what the dependent and independent variables are, and how we then carry those forward and conduct a physical scientific experiment to elucidate the
And have you
hypothesis,
ever?
demonstrate the cause and
my
effects.
guess, my guess is you've actually never actually done a scientific
Let him
experiment.
finish.
I get my guess. You're not listening. Your only retort is to personally attack.
No, it's not personally attack.
That's
It's
all you've
not-
got.
It is.
You,
I know that
you,
QE
you
hasn't
don't
done
know.
a scientific experiment.
There we go. You can now define these things, can you? You got a crystal fucking ball, my
Because your
friend.
definitions are not as simple as what you say they are.
They are the definitions. Those are
No,
the words that
by
are used
whom?
and words clearly defined.
By whom?
Well, if the
Goodness
definitions
me.
are not so simple, what are they then?
I told they're not that. You don't get to say. You mean you have an experiment that
You get to decide.
I don't get to decide. No.
Right. So it is what it is, and based on what it is, that's what it is. Not my thoughts or feelings, not QE's thoughts or feelings. It is what it is. Simple shit, right? Very simple shit.
Well, maybe if you took science beyond the 5th grade, you'd understand a little bit more, but I don't think so.
Well, at the moment, you haven't been able to take it beyond the 5th grade level because it's been elucidated that you wouldn't pass any 5th grade general science exam.
Yeah, you would be, huh?
Oh, but you failed.
I didn't
You failed
fail.
very, very simple questions, and your only response was no.
I didn't
and
fail.
your little I want to sleep tonight. I didn't fail. I want to sleep tonight.
I know I didn't fail.
Make
Sorry.
yourself feel better.
I know how to make myself feel better, sir.
Yeah. I've got a question for you then. Do you know of any direct measurements of the physical curvature of the Earth?
Oh, you're getting this one, huh? Okay.
Well, you said flat earthers, my friend, and we've done the sciencey bit.
So why don't you tell me
Now
why
let's
the
go
Earth
on to the
why don't you tell
geometry.
me? So why don't? Why is there?
Any physical? Ask the question again, and you will answer it. We'll see, unless it's an ad hom. So, do you know? And I'll give you for all of recorded history. Do you know of any physical direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Direct measurements, huh? You mean like taking a ruler and going one by one across the whole Earth, right?
That's you being funny, right?
I don't care how you think that it's been done, but we want a direct measurement of the
what do you mean by
curvature of
direct?
the Earth.
What do you mean by direct? I want to hear what you mean by direct.
What do you mean? What do you
measurement.
mean? No. How come he has to explain it to you? It's painfully obvious
Because you guys are defining terms. You define terms in different ways here. So what is direct?
It's not.
I'm not going to follow this
What do
twice. What's
you? No,
direct?
you know. Hang on a second. You know what he means. No, we're not going to entertain your kind of little obfuscation tactics.
What do you mean by direct? Tell me what you mean by direct.
No,
I'll answer you. Tell me what you mean by direct.
Actually, you're being really stupid right now. I don't know what
I'm
other
not,
word I
sir.
can put to it. Yes, you are.
No, you
are.
tell me.
You know what he's. You know.
Tell me what you want. What do you want?
What he wants is a direct measurement of the
Define
Earth's
direct.
curvature. No,
Define
he's
direct.
not gonna. No, he's not gonna do it. No, he's not
Why
gonna
not?
do it.
Oh,
And
you're not going to define what you want?
Listen, you're
going
gonna
to ask
provide
me for
it.
something and not define.
Okay, you're gonna provide it, or you're gonna see yourself out of this chat. I'm not dealing with you anymore because you're gonna do this on every single point he brings up, and I'm not gonna listen to it. So you're gonna either tell him the direct measurement of Earth curvature, or we're going to move you out of this chat. Simple as that. Your choice.
I'm asking you what you want if I direct, and you're telling me that you can't do it.
I'm gonna count from 10
seriously.
down. 10 down. It's up to
tell
you.
Me what you want.
10 down, and then you're gonna provide, or you're gone.
Tell me what you
10.
want with a direct measurement.
9, 8.
That's a direct
7.
measurement. Measuring time backwards.
6,
Measuring
5,
time backwards.
4, 3.
What's direct measurement?
Give me your best shot.
1.
Anything.
Measuring time
Right.
backwards. What's that?
What, Marisa?
In sheep's clothing have pulled the wool over our eyes. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale of astronomical proportions. We have been taught a falsehood so gigantic and diabolical that it has blinded us from our own experience and common sense, from seeing the world and the universe as they truly are. Through pseudoscience, books and programs, mass media and public education, universities and government propaganda, the world has been systematically brainwashed, slowly indoctrinated over centuries into the unquestioning belief of the greatest lie of all time. A multi-generational conspiracy has succeeded in the minds of the masses to pick up the fixed earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. The greatest cover-up of all time, NASA and Freemasonry's biggest secret, is that we are living on a plane, not a planet. That Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Eric Dubé is an American living in Thailand, where he teaches yoga and part-time while exposing the New World Order full-time. He is also the author of 4 books and president of the International Flat Earth Research Society. He joins us via Skype from his home in Thailand. Eric, welcome to The Conspiracy Show. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on, Richard.
Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Is it Dubé?
It's Dubé.
Terrific.
It is, yeah.
All right.
My dad's a big fan of your show. He listens to every one. So, hey, Dad, I'm sure he's listening right now.
Absolutely. Shout out to Dad. Thank you. Now, may I ask, is your mother still living?
She is.
All right.
And
Do you want to
happy
shout?
Mother's Day to her as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Shout
There
out
you go.
to my mom. She'll be hearing at some point. Probably not live like my dad is.
All right. Now, let me reiterate again, make it very clear. I don't believe for a minute that the Earth is flat, but as I say, I'm fascinated by the theory. I'm looking forward to speaking with you. I'm not here to mock or ridicule or ambush you or shoot you down. I'm going to sit. I'm going to listen. I'm going to ask a few challenging questions. Time permitting, we may also have some callers who'd like to ask you some questions. And to quote Mr. Zimmerman, then more than likely you'll go your way and I'll go mine. But let me begin by asking you, Eric, first the idea of a flat Earth. I mean, that was sort of the predominant theory up until, Aristotle in around 300 BC talked about the Earth being a spheroid. But how did this idea become resurrected? Bring us up to speed on sort of the modern day flat Earth society.
Yeah, throughout history, all around the world, the flat, motionless Earth was a given. It was known until around 500 BC. Pythagoras was the first one to come up with the spinning ball model. And as you mentioned, Aristotle later came up with some more proofs, in quotations, for the spinning ball model. And it didn't really pick up speed, though, until around 1500s when Copernicus wrote his book. And then with the Newton and Galileo, it picked up more speed, and now with NASA, you can't find anybody that believes the Earth is flat. Everyone believes that it's a spinning ball. And that word belief is pretty interesting when you look at this, because you say, I believe that we're on a flat Earth, but in fact, I see that I'm on a flat Earth, and I feel that I'm on a motionless Earth, and I see that everything in the sky revolves around me. I also see that the sun and the moon are the same size. But I've been brainwashed to believe something very different from what I see. I've been brainwashed to believe that the completely flat horizon that I always see curves at some point. I've been brainwashed to believe that the motionless Earth that I feel beneath my feet is actually spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. I've also been brainwashed to believe that the stars, sun, and moon that clearly spin overhead are actually, some of them we're spinning around, and there's this big spiral motion of planets and galaxies all spiraling, as NASA has told us. They also tell us that the sun is a big ball of burning light, and it's 400 times further away and 400 times bigger than the moon. Yet when I look out in the sky, I can see them to be both the same size. So, in fact, what we believe nowadays is based on something contrary to our common sense and experience, and actually comes from philosophers like Aristotle giving us supposed proofs of a ball Earth, and NASA, Photoshop, CGI divisions giving us fake pictures, making us believe otherwise. But if we were just given to our own devices, everybody would be a flat earther, because that's how it is. It's flat, it's motionless, everything in the sky revolves around us. And that common sense perspective actually has been experimentally proven as well, many, many ways. My book has over 200 proofs. There's a book in the 1800s called 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe.
That was based on something called the Bedford Level Experiment. Now we're coming up on a break. What was that? The Bedford Level Experiment? Do you recall?
The Bedford Level Experiment was an experiment by Samuel Rowbotham, who was another flat Earth author in the 1800s, and it was basically an experiment to test if the natural physics of water are as they appear to be, that water finds and remains level. And if that's the case, then we couldn't possibly be on a spinning ball Earth, because all the water, the oceans of the Earth would have to be curved. Yet we know that the natural physics of water is to find and remain level. So on the Bedford level there, it's just a really long canal stretch of straight water that you can do different measurements to figure out if there actually is the supposed curvature that they say there is in the Earth. they say the Earth is a 25,000 mile in circumference ball, so using spherical trigonometry, you can figure out the curvature, which figures out to 8 inches per mile when you square the mile. So the first mile is 8 inches, the second is 32 inches, 72 inches, 128 inches, 200 inches.
Got it. Let me just jump in here, Eric. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back. Eric Dubé is with us, the director, or the president, rather, of the International Flat Earth Research Society. Yes, it's still out there. And we'll find out why he insists the Earth is in fact flat. Back with more of The Conspiracy Show. Don't you dare go away.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
Plasma's not at nitrify.
11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines are running. Lift off. We have
No, cut. Hey, let's wait until we get into orbit before the ball comes down. Thanks.
Not going anywhere for a while?
Right away, people. Back to 1.
Grab a Snickers.
Mission to Mars, Scene Apple, take 2, marker.
Where there's smoke, there's The Conspiracy Show with Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. We have a real humdinger of an hour here. Eric Dubé is with us, joining us via Skype from his home in Thailand. And he contends, insists, maintains most confidently that the Earth is flat. He is the president of the International Flat Earth Research Society. Now, you were talking about the curvature of the Earth. If it's supposedly curving, the curvature is approximately 8 inches per mile.
So if it was just 8 inches per mile, it would be a downward straight slope. So you have to use spherical trigonometry, so it's actually 8 inches per mile when you square the mile after that. So there's an exponential drop over time. And you're able to measure, for instance, the Bedford experiment you were talking about was over 6 miles. You should be able, the Earth should drop 16 feet. So you should be able to measure that. And it's never been measured, whether using telescopes, binoculars, flags, lasers. They've done many tests over the ages, and there's never been even the slightest bit of curvature, not even a little bit. So even if the Earth was a ball, but they got the figure wrong and the circumference was actually much, much bigger, you'd be able to measure some curvature. But there's never been any curvature measured whatsoever.
All right. What is, if the Earth is flat, we can't show people visuals, but give us a mental picture. What does this plate look like that we're all riding around on, or standing on, rather? It's stationary.
Sure.
But what does it look like, this plate?
The azimuthal equidistant projection map that the USGS actually uses is the Flat Earth map. The UN logo is another example of it. The UN logo is actually a Flat Earth map with divided into 33 Masonic sections, by the way. But you can just type in Flat Earth map on Google, and it's a disc shape. The North Pole is in the center. All the continents go out from there, and Antarctica, instead of being a ice continent on the bottom of the globe, it actually surrounds us 360 degrees. And how far that ice goes outwards is unknown at this point. So there's a cover-up. That's what the Antarctic Treaty is all about. That's why you can't independently explore Antarctica. And when people like Jarl Anderhoy try to go down there, they get turned away at gunpoint and put in prison. So there's a big cover-up there in Antarctica as well. I don't know how far the ice goes, whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or infinite plane. But what we do know is that the Earth and the water is completely flat, for as far as we can see and as far as we've measured. And the horizon is completely flat, as far up as we go. All amateur rockets and all amateur balloons sent up over 20 miles, as high as they can go. The horizon is flat all the way around. and it rises to the camera all the way up, rises to the level of the camera. Now, this is totally impossible on a ball. No matter how big the ball was, as you rise up, you have to look down to see the curvature, look down to see the horizon. But what actually happens if you go up in a hot air balloon, the horizon rises right on up with you the whole way up. Just keeps on coming up at eye level as high as you're going to go. That's just impossible on a ball. If you think about it, if you're on a ball and you're in a hot air balloon or an airplane, you should not be able to see out your window, straight out your window, the horizon. You should have to look down, further and further down, the higher you ascend to be able to see that horizon. But you'll never look down to the horizon on the Earth. It will always rise up to your level. So that's the horizon proof. There's many other proofs we can get into if you'd like to.
Yeah, I don't quite frankly have an answer for that one. I hadn't thought about that, the idea of being in a hot air balloon and having to look down, but being able to look straight ahead and see the horizon. Interesting. However, let me ask you about what has been regarded as one of the strangest objects in the heavens, and that is the moon. And it's strange for a lot of reasons, but I bring up the moon now because the idea that if the Earth is, in fact, a sphere and it's rotating, that would account for this oval shadow that it produces each and every lunar eclipse. Does that not prove this oval shadow that can be seen on the moon each and every lunar eclipse? Does that not prove, Eric, that the Earth is not only round but spherical?
Well, this is one of those proofs in quotations that I was telling you about. They claim that the shadow that goes across the moon during a lunar eclipse is actually the shadow of the ball Earth. And that's a proof that the Earth is a ball because you can see the ballish shadow eclipsing the moon. Now, in fact, it's been on record over 50 times in the past 2,000 years that there's been a lunar eclipse while the sun is still in the sky in the same vantage point that you can see an eclipse. Now, this makes their theory impossible because their theory maintains that the sun would be behind the ball Earth and the moon would be in a 180-degree syzygy, so they would be in a straight line, and that's the only way that you could get the ball Earth shadow on the moon from the sun, if the sun was lighting it from behind. But, as I said, the sun is in the sky many times while these eclipses are happening. You can clearly see them both. So the angle is not there. It's absolutely impossible that what we're seeing is the shadow of the Earth. And in fact, if you look at ancient astrology, ancient astronomy, you'll find that what does eclipse the moon is called Rahu, R-A-H-U, or the black sun. It's a third celestial body that they don't tell us about that is the same size as the sun and the moon that eclipses them. It's a dark body. And that's what causes eclipses, not the Earth's shadow.
Are you referring to, when you mentioned this third celestial body, what some have called Nibiru or Planet X?
Interesting. I haven't thought of that idea, whether they go together at all. I haven't looked too deeply into the Planet X Nibiru thing because it's all based on this spinning ball Earth cosmology, and it just seems like, Zecharia Sitchin, his Masonic work on it, it all puts me off the wrong way. It looks like more NASA style science fiction. So okay. I haven't looked too much into the Planet X Nibiru thing, but I suppose very well could be some sort of crossover in the mythologies.
Are there, according to the Flat Earth research, does that then preclude the existence of other spheroid celestial bodies? Does that mean that all planets are flat, or are we the only sort of plate?
Right. Well, we're a plane, not a planet. So all they did was add a T to the end, and everybody bought it. But in reality, Earth is the only physical plane, and everything above us is just a light. So there is no spherical terra firma ball planets like Mars, Jupiter, and all these things that NASA presents us with. The moon landing was fake, and it's done here on Earth. The Mars footage is fake, and then done here on Earth. All the CGI images you've ever seen of all these planets, you'll notice that there is no actual footage. Type in real planet footage or something along those lines in YouTube, and you'll not find a single real video of a planet. And when you look at planets through amateur telescopes, they just look like flat, circular disks of light, just like stars. And in fact, for thousands of years, they were called stars. They're called the wandering stars, as they differ from the fixed stars in their relative motions only. The fixed stars stay completely fixed together in their constellations day after day, year after year, millennia after millennia, which is another proof that we're not on a spinning ball going all around the galaxy like they tell us, because Polaris, the North Pole star, stays exactly where it is, right above us, and all the other stars rotate in a dome-like planetarium shape eastward in a 24-hour cycle all around us. And the wandering stars, so-called, because they kind of wander their own unique paths, they're still in a general motion. They do a kind of a spirograph pattern around the sun. So, no, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the wandering stars that are now called planets are just lights. And they light up the night sky. They give us calendrical time. They divide not only the night from the day, but the years and the months, etc. The word month comes from moon month, and it's the cycle is the same with the female cycle as well. So there's a lot of parallels between, as above, so below. That's where astrology comes from as well. When you propagate the spinning ball Earth model, then suddenly astrology, which was an ancient science of consciousness known to our ancestors, suddenly becomes like some stupid superstition, because how could the position of the stars over us have any significance? But if we are the only plane in existence and everything in the heavens truly does revolve around us, then that denotes a special importance to not only Earth, but to humans, the most intelligent of the intelligent designers' designs. If we're just on the speck of God's fingernail in the corner of the universe, like NASA wants us to believe, then it's a very nihilistic, atheistic kind of view.
That part I agree. That part I agree, and I take a lot of flack. We talk a lot about UFOs in this program and extraterrestrials, and I don't subscribe to that theory. I think we are unique in the universe. I think this UFO ET phenomenon that we're talking about, interdimensional entities here. I think we are in a sweet spot in the universe, and I think we are alone. The universe was created for us. However, let me go back to some of these other, you call them proofs, and obviously you've heard all of these before, but I'll throw them out to you and you can handle them as you will. And that is, of course, the old ships in the horizon argument, that you go down to the beach and you do not see as ships approaching, they don't just appear out of the horizon like they would if the world was in fact flat. They seem to emerge from beneath the sea because obviously, they're not emerging from the waves, but they're coming up into the horizon. So does that not, to the naked eye, obviously, to me anyway, I look at that and say, well, obviously that's because the Earth is round.
So that's another one of the old proofs. But in fact, it's a proof of the opposite when you do it yourself. Because what happens is if you watch a boat disappearing over the horizon, as you said, the hull is going to disappear before the masthead, and people have been saying for centuries that that's because it's going over the curvature of the ball Earth. But if that was the case, then after it disappeared from sight from going over the curvature of the ball Earth, you would not be able to bring it back into sight by using, say, a zoom camera, a binoculars, or a telescope. But in fact, you can let the boat completely disappear and then train a telescope on it, and you will bring the entirety of the boat, including the hull, back into view, proving that it did not descend over a wall of convex water, and in fact the horizon is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view, and that's why you can zoom in on it, or if you rise in altitude you can see more, or on a clearer day you can see more, see further. The horizon is not the curvature of the ball Earth, as we've been told. It is simply the vanishing line of perspective, the law of perspective, as any artist would know. It's the same reason, railroad tracks seem to converge on each other off in the distance, this kind of thing.
All right.
Or in a hallway as well. The ceiling and the floor converge, yeah.
All right.
Same
now,
idea.
You mentioned the constellations earlier, and let me just throw this one out again. And just to remind people, Eric Dubé is with us, the president of the International Flat Earth Society, or Flat Earth Research Society, joining us here on The Conspiracy Show from his home in Thailand. And before I get to the next one, and we are approaching another break, and I want to talk about some of these things you've already mentioned, but we'll come back to them. When, for you, did this realization happen? I mean, you grew up, I'm guessing, in a public school system. You had the same sort of, as you call it, propaganda, brainwashing. What was the aha moment for Eric Dubé that the Earth was flat?
It took years of researching before I finally said, yep, it's for sure. Because what it's like when you're researching the flat Earth, it's like you've got your hands out, you got the ball Earth in one hand, you got the flat Earth in the other hand, and you think that there's a lot of proof for the ball and not so much proof for the flat Earth. And then you start to look into it, and you find all of these proofs for the flat Earth, and then you find all these debunked supposed proofs for the ball Earth. And then your ball Earth hand just starts getting weighted down with lies, and your flat Earth hand just rises up until you realize that we've been completely lied to, and the Earth is in fact flat. So I would recommend that this process will certainly happen to everyone who reads my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and I've gotten rave reviews saying so. And also you can check out all the 1800s Flat Earth material. That's where my main aha moment came from, was reading Robotham's books, Carpenter's books, like we talked about, 100 Proofs the Earth's Not a Globe, this one called Zetetic Cosmogony and Zetetic Astronomy. These are both good ones. If you come to my International Flat Earth Research Society, it's ifers.boards.net, IFERS. I've got all those books there and many other materials that you can look through.
How many members do you have? How many members do you have at the International Flat Earth Research Society?
I just restarted it. As you mentioned, the International Flat Earth Research Society was the first Flat Earth Society in the 50s, and then Leo Ferrari's came along in the 70s, and then his is the only one that existed in the form of the Flat Earth Society online. And so I just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society just a few months ago. So we've got about 500 members and about 800 guests visiting every day at the moment. But
any scientists, astronomers that are part of your organization?
Yeah, we just had one join that she went to school for astrophysics, and she didn't finish her degree, she said, and she's quite glad now that she started looking into everything.
Interesting. All right, Eric, stay put. We'll come back on the other side. The flat Earth. Believe it or not. Come back and listen to some more of my conversation with Eric Dubé right here on The Conspiracy Show.
Big Brother is listening, and so are you, to The Conspiracy Show with Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Eric Dubé joining us live from Thailand via Skype, talking about the flat Earth. I was on my lovely bride, the mighty Aphrodite, is in Greece at the moment, and we were on FaceTime at about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and she was getting ready for bed. It was midnight in Greece, so we have time zones. The idea of time zones. Do not Eric, the existence of time zones. How can we have time zones if the Earth is flat? I mean, we should all be seeing the sun. I mean, if the Earth is not rotating on its own axis, then we should all be experiencing, the same daylight at the same time, shouldn't we?
The sun is not 93 million miles away, as we're told, nor is the Earth a ball spinning around it. In fact, the Earth is a flat plane, and the sun is a disk that spins over and around the Earth in circles every day. Same with the moon. If you can imagine the yin-yang sign, the Chinese yin-yang symbol is actually a symbol representing the sun and the moon's path over the flat Earth. So imagine the yin-yang spiraling in a circle. The sun, you can't see the sun all over the Earth from every point at all times. And time zones are caused by its motion over the flat Earth, over and around it. So every 15-degree demarcation point around the circle is 1 hour, and it will do this 24 times a day. So time zones are caused by the sun moving over and around the Earth, not by the Earth spinning around the Earth spinning, as they say.
All right. Gravity. We have to talk about gravity. And if the Earth is a sphere, then, no matter where you're standing on a sphere, because it's a consistent shape, you have exactly the same amount of sphere under you. So the center of gravity doesn't change wherever you are on the sphere. But if you're on a plane, a flat plane, think about, I guess, spinning a dish around or something like that, a dinner plate. The center of mass in a flat plane is more or less in the center. Are we in agreement so far?
The center of mass?
The center of mass of a flat plane is in its center, more or less.
But it's not spinning, though, right? It's stationary. And the mass is distributed all over the Earth. I don't know how much more mass there would be at the very center than in Antarctica or in the continents. So I wouldn't quite say that, no.
That's true. If it's not spinning, then the center of gravity would be consistent. Okay.
Right. Now, gravity doesn't exist. Gravity is just their catch-all term for what they can't explain. So they say that the reason that the oceans, buildings, and people don't fall off the underside of the ball Earth is because of gravity. It holds us on. They say the reason that you don't feel the 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning atmosphere going eastward all the time is because gravity pulls the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth just so perfectly so you don't feel it. They say gravity causes the moon to orbit the Earth and the Earth to orbit the sun, and gravity actually is what caused the sun and the moon and the Earth and everything to form in the first place in their materialistic cosmology, where they try to get rid of God and they use gravity instead, another G word, and gravity is actually what created the planets and the sun and the moon and everything, and gravity caused the Big Bang, and gravity pulls the ocean's tides. Interesting how gravity supposedly pulls the ocean's tides, but it can never reach the lakes, ponds, marshes, and other bodies of water, can it? It just pulls the oceans. Nice. Gravity, that's gravity for you. But in reality, everything that nowadays is explained through gravity was already explained adequately through the laws of density and buoyancy. So if you drop a feather and it slowly floats to the ground, or you drop a brick and it drops right to the ground quickly, or you fill up a helium balloon and it rises, or you fill up a hydrogen balloon and it rises even faster, this is all based on density and buoyancy. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is this fictional pulling force that they say pulls us to the center of the ball Earth and keeps us from falling off of it. But they can't actually show you any example of some mass, by virtue of its large mass alone, causing other masses to stick to or orbit around it, as they claim gravity, this force gravity does. So gravity was given to us by a knighted Freemason, Sir Isaac Newton, who just took the pre-existing laws of density and buoyancy and applied it to the budding heliocentric spinning ball model. And that's what we're taught in schools nowadays.
All right, we'll take another time out. I've been on a plane. I've, fairly long trips on a plane. And it seems planes can travel in a relatively straight line for a very long time and not fall off any edges. They can, and also theoretically, some do, actually circle the Earth nonstop. So we'll find out what that portends. What does that mean in terms of a flat Earth theory? Back with more of my conversation with Eric Dubé here on The Conspiracy Show. Stay with us.
In a democracy, we elect officials so we can sleep at night. So why are you up?
All right, we are back. Our last segment with Eric Dubé, president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, joining us live on the line from his home in Thailand, or I should say via Skype, here on The Conspiracy Show. Now, people may remember, it's long gone now, but the Concorde, the superjet, and this was a phenomenal aircraft. This thing, its top cruising altitude was something like 60,000 feet. That's about 11 miles high. And, I've seen pictures taken from the Concorde. I'd like to know how you respond. I mean, when you see pictures taken from the Concorde, 11 miles up, you can clearly see the curvature of the Earth, Eric. Are those photos faked, or how do you respond to that?
Well, the fact that you see the horizon out your window at 60,000 feet at eye level, as I said, already tells you that the horizon is flat. It couldn't possibly be curved and still be out your window at 60,000 feet because you're above it. No matter how big the ball is, they say it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Imagine it was 25 million miles in circumference. If you're 60,000 feet above it and you look straight out your window, you should be looking off into outer space, shouldn't you? But you won't. You'll be looking straight at the horizon. And if you see that the horizon warps a little bit, it's because of the curve in the window. There's a curve in every commercial airplane window. Or a wide-angle fisheye lens, like in the Red Bull dive. You'll notice they used on the outside cameras for that Red Bull dive Felix Baumgartner did. The outside cameras are fisheye lenses, and so the supposed curvature of the Earth starts right from the base of the Earth all the way up to 128,000 feet. The curve remains the same because it's not the curve of the Earth, it's just the curve of the camera. So when you're seeing, and as I mentioned, there's amateur rockets and balloons that have been sent up over 20 miles, so much higher than the Concorde, and it's still completely flat all the way around and rises to eye level.
When we look over the 60, nearly 60 years of manned missions to space, and we begin with people like Yuri Gagarin from the USSR back in 1961, and again in 61 we had Gerasimov Titov, and of course we had the Americans, Alan Shepard and Gus Grissom and John Glenn, in around the same time. This space race between the Americans and their enemy, the Soviets. If the Earth was flat, why wouldn't the Americans' enemies blow the whistle? Why would they maintain this conspiracy?
Well, first of all, Russia and America or any other statist nation are not enemies at the highest levels. They're all friends and they're all Freemasons, and usually members of other secretive organizations as well. So the idea that America and Russia are enemies is just like the idea that Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan are enemies, but in reality we know that's fake. And the space programs all over the world are fake. The French program's fake, the Russian program's fake, NASA's fake, the new Japanese and Chinese programs are terribly fake. If you take a look at some of their images, they're much worse than the NASA ones. They're even easier to debunk than the NASA images. So these space programs are just a way to fleece the populations from their tax money. NASA's got hundreds of billions of dollars in their pockets to give us crap CGI photos and brainwash the whole world. So the fact that there's space agencies all over the world that are doing this now doesn't actually mean anything, because they're all part of the deception anyway. Anyone selling you a spinning ball Earth is leading you up a creek without a paddle.
Well, let's talk about the nature of the deception. What is the point of trying to brainwash the masses that we are living on a plate and not a planet? What purpose does that serve?
Well, this is speculation now because I'm not the person enacting this deception. As I just said, NASA and the other space agencies certainly are some of the biggest black budget black holes in existence. So there's definitely a profit motive to do this, just as there is with any deception or manipulation. You fool people into giving you money, and these space agencies aren't the only example we see of governments doing that to us. So they're definitely fooling us into giving them money, but beyond that, there's a spiritual nature to this deception where they're materialists, and they're trying to come up with this whole cosmology, this whole Big Bang idea that can erase God from existence, erase intelligent design, and maintain that just physical matter, gravity, their God, causes a Big Bang sneeze, a creationary explosion, and all of this stuff just coalesces together into this perfect Earth and celestial bodies and everything that we see around us. To me, I don't know what you think, Richard, it's pretty obvious that we're in an intelligently designed system here.
I agree with
possibly...
you, 100%. I agree with you. But I don't see how it follows that if you allow for the existence of spheroids in the universe, that takes God out of the equation. God could just as easily... in fact, there was an interesting book written a number of years ago called Who Built the Moon? And I had the co-authors on the program, and they talked about what a remarkable heavenly body the moon is. And the suggestion was that it was built, it was designed, because without it, there would be no... if the Earth, or the Moon and the Earth were in exactly the distance that they are apart, there would not be intelligent life on Earth. So it's as if the Moon was designed. And they went off on a theory about perhaps it was time travelers and so forth. But, I mean, it was designed, yes, it was, by God, as the universe was. Why can we not have God and spheroids at the same time?
Oh, well, I mean, spheroids are just a tiny, tiny part of it, right? The spheroid model is just how they tried to fit in all the phenomena. But nowadays we've got the Big Bang, evolution, dinosaurs. They've built this whole thing up so that people think that we're coming from nothing. Everything came from nothing. And so there is no spiritual layer to existence. There is no God. Everything is material. Everything is physical. Those status and selfishness, materialism, it fits into these psychopaths that control everything. It fits into their ideology. It also fits into their consumer mentality they'd like us to have, so that we just keep buying their products and believing their baloney that they sell us. They set themselves up as the authority. It's like I told you at the beginning. If you just look out, you can see the horizon's flat. You can feel that we're not moving. You can see that everything's revolving around us. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson or Carl Sagan comes along and says, "Oh, silly, you believe your senses? You believe your own eyes? Don't do that. Believe me. Here, I'll show you some CGI. I'll show you a documentary. I'll show you a spinning ball Earth." And then suddenly you abandon your own senses, your own common sense, your own experience, and you prostrate yourselves at the feet of these authorities, and you just believe everything they say. So nowadays everyone is believing that they're on a spinning ball instead of seeing and feeling that they're not.
Is it difficult for you in society in general? I mean, when people know that you are a flat earther, does it make life difficult for you, uncomfortable?
Not at all, no. It's much better knowing the truth and living it and spreading it. And no, I don't. I've been in the conspiracy scene, writing conspiracy books and stuff for 10 years, so I'm quite used to people ridiculing stuff they know nothing about, and it doesn't affect me.
And if I may ask, how does your you mentioned your father, because he's a fan of the program and so forth. Do you discuss this with him? Does he engage you? Does he believe? Does he share your theory?
Yeah, he finished reading my book and he says he's on board now.
Really? Interesting. And so before that he was not on board, and now you've convinced him.
Yeah, actually everyone that that's been in contact with me who has read my book is a flat earther now. I haven't heard of anyone who's read my book and still believes the spinning ball.
That's fascinating. Do you, if I can use the term, do you proselytize? I mean, do you go out and try and convince other people, or do you simply allow them to come to you and ask you about it?
Sure, all of the above. I make a lot of YouTube videos. I have some blogs and websites, books. I go on forums. I have my own forum. Yeah, I've definitely been proselytizing this and other conspiracy truths for a long time.
Have you offered to debate, let's say, a non-flat earther, let's say at some academic institution, an astronomer, an astrophysicist? Have you ever offered to debate any of these individuals, and have they ever accepted?
No, but I would be interested, especially some of the bigger NASA names like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'd love to debate him.
And you're confident that you would emerge victorious?
Sure.
There's not even a shadow of a doubt in your mind that the Earth is flat?
No, I researched it long enough to make sure that I was correct.
It's fascinating.
And still researching it now today. I don't have answers for everything. Like I told you, what's beyond the Antarctic ice and stuff, I don't know. There's still mysteries to it, but as far as whether the Earth is spinning or a ball, no, it's absolutely not.
What about, I mentioned the transit, these long flights. Airplanes can now circumnavigate the globe, they would say, as one of the proofs that we are not living on a flat Earth. That you can fly around the Earth nonstop.
Right. But you can fly around a flat plane as well. And so all these people from Magellan up to current plane circumnavigations are just going east to west around the flat Earth. They're not going under the supposed ball under Antarctica. There are no routes that go straight over Antarctica, as there should be, such as Australia to South America and some other routes like this. The straightest line path, if we are on a spinning ball Earth, is to go straight across Antarctica. But they never do that. They take the long route around. And when you ask them, why do you take the long route around instead of just going straight, they say, it's too cold. The planes can't handle it. But of course, this doesn't make much sense when they're supposedly out there in outer space and have gone to the moon where it's much colder and much hotter, and they have the technology to do that. So why can't they just go straight across Antarctica with these flights? They never do. So circumnavigation is only east to west, and that's possible on a plane as well as a globe. So this supposed proof doesn't actually prove one way or the other, because it's possible on both.
You mentioned that the United Nations flag is, in fact, a depiction of a flat Earth. So what are they trying to tell us? They're trying to clue us in? Are they teasing us? Why would they do that?
Well, it's not only is it a flat Earth map, but it's divided like a bullseye target into 33 sections. And, Freemasonry has 33 degrees.
Right.
So, and it's also blue, like the first 3 blue degrees of Masonry. So to me, the flag, the logo, is like a big nudge, nudge, wink, wink for the Freemasons of the world. It's the biggest and oldest secret society in existence with over 5 million members worldwide. And they're the ones who are behind this spinning ball deception from the get-go. So it's kind of a way for them, just like all the symbology they use in Hollywood and elsewhere, it's a way for them to communicate to each other, like, hey, we know what's going on. Meanwhile, the sheeple public can look at that and really not even pay attention whatsoever and have no idea what's going on. And it gives you this symbolic control over humanity because you know the symbolism, the right brain kind of information, and everyone else is locked in their left brain prisons where they can't read the symbolism and see what you're talking about. Ancient society, ancient languages were all symbolic. Hieroglyphics, cuneiform. Sure. They were all based on symbols, and so the people who were using those languages were much more right-brained. They're much more right-brained. Well, actually, they're probably even nowadays. We're overly left-brained if you look at a CAT scan.
I think that's absolutely true. Eric, I wish we had more time. Perhaps we can, maybe I can arrange for a debate on this program, if you'd be good for that, and I'm sure you would be. Eric, a real pleasure meeting you. Thank you. Leave us with a website again.
Yeah, it's AtlanteanConspiracy.com.
A pleasure to meet you, and thanks for sharing.
Thank you. It's good talking to you.
You too, likewise. Eric Dubé, President of the International Flat Earth Research Society. Fascinating. My website, richardsyrett.com. Say hello on Twitter @RichardSyrett. And as always, wherever it leads, follow the truth.
And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Challenger, only seconds after leaving the launch pad, according to NASA, has exploded.
It just has the same seats that a normal car has. It's literally a normal car in space.
And we're going back to the moon, back to the future, and this time, back to stay.
I should tell you that the first mission is scheduled to land on Mars on July the 4th, 1997.
We will undertake extended human missions to the moon as early as 2015.
We launched a new spacecraft as part of a re-energized space program that will send American astronauts to Mars.
We will not only plant our flag and leave our footprint for an eventual mission to Mars.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The one thing globe believers need to understand is that you don't just take the spinning ball Earth and flatten it out and put it back in the heliocentric model. Like it's just the only misfit planet and it's flat and the rest of the planets are round. No flat earther has ever said that. No flat earther will ever say that because it's not what we believe. The Earth isn't a pancake floating in outer space. And you will never hear a flat earther say that. And if you would ever actually take the time to study it for yourself or hear a flat earther through, then you would find that it's much different and things would actually make more sense.
They've got the narrative controlled to where anyone that goes to search for this, they're going to see pancakes floating up in space, you know, and it turns people away. Or they see a snow globe. A snow globe out in the middle of space with water falling off the sides, and they're like, what is this? It turns them away. The mainstream agenda was to push their false narrative, all these hit pieces on flat Earth. 2016, 2017, that was pretty much the end of the YouTube era, where we could actually find real evidence, real content. Any search engine, the algorithms are suited to their favor. You're going to see all the hit pieces. You're going to see all the stuff that's there to debunk flat Earth. So it's just, it's almost impossible to get the real information.
YouTube played their part in it, and not just cherry picking which videos they wanted to show, but deciding whether or not they wanted you to subscribe to somebody. So on several occasions and with several different content creators, I'd press the subscribe button to then find out several days or several weeks later that I couldn't find that content creator, assuming they'd either been deleted or they'd been censored beyond belief. And of course they had been, because my subscription that was previously made was no longer there. And I know that I hadn't unsubscribed to anybody. And then resubscribing, you'd find again that down the line that the same things reoccurred.
There's a major campaign by Google and YouTube and all of these corporate lying companies to discredit the flat Earth. Why do they have that disclaimer under every video dealing with the topic of flat Earth, that it is an archaic, antiquated, outdated model that the ancients used to believe in? Of course, the ancients were stupid. They didn't know how to build Gothic cathedrals, and they didn't know how to build cities and pyramids.
The problem is, people that think that flat Earth is stupid think flat Earth is stupid because they're thinking of a stupid flat Earth. And they ridicule and make fun of flat earthers. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Since 2015, the content providers for Flat Earth have had a living hell. We have been ridiculed, we have been trolled, we have been censored beyond belief by YouTube. It's really difficult to get the truth out there.
YouTube controls the algorithm. Who owns YouTube? Google. These are these big corporations that came in and said, the flat Earth is getting way too big. People are finding this out. We don't want them to find this out. This will just completely destroy our agenda that we've worked so hard for. We're losing it because of our own technology that we created. So they had to get involved. Withholding information and knowledge is a form of control.
Now, for new people coming into the subject, if you research Flat Earth, the Google analytic will give you government hate propaganda against the Flat Earth truth.
If you go to Google and try to find anything Flat Earth related, then the first thing that's going to pop up is the Flat Earth Society. And that is something that has absolutely nothing to do with this movement. In fact, it's a completely made-up organisation in order to deter anybody looking for some sort of truth. So that you'd first of all get to that page, you'd see these ridiculous accusations and this spinning disc illusion that's going upwards in space that I can assure you nobody believes in. If the globe model was as strong as they claim to be, then there wouldn't be so much concern with anybody talking about a stationary Earth model. Now, everything's fine in court until somebody walks in with a load of shit on you. Everything's fine until somebody out there has evidence that's going to prove you guilty. And that's when you start acting suspicious. That's when you start panicking. That's when you start putting damage control out there, which is inevitably what these bots are, what these trolls are on social media, and of course the algorithms. This is just a new lie that was started in the 20s, and even before then they weren't really teaching anything about the world and where we were. It was just common knowledge.
One of the main arguments that globe believers come at you with is we've known for 2,000 years. Aristophanes figured it out with his sticks and shadows. Well, Aristophanes may or may not have been a real mathematician. He figured out the shape of the earth. That would have made him the Michael Jordan of mathematicians, but nobody ever mentioned him in a book until the mid-1900s.
What's crazy is I've talked to some elderly people, and they've told me that back in their day when they were in school, they didn't even learn about people like Copernicus or Galileo. Everything's up for grabs at this point. People like Christopher Columbus and any other figure in history could be totally false or created just for some sort of agenda.
This is everywhere. We found somebody in Croatia. They said they were teaching flat earth through the 1930s.
Most people think that this flat earth versus globe earth has been going back and forth for thousands of years. No, it has not. This is a brand new deception. They come up with these stories, these fictional stories, fictional characters, to reinforce that we live on a ball.
All of our globe provers, Galileo, Aristophanes, Copernicus, the pictures of them show that they're Masons, but I contend that we don't even know if they're real. All of our history is a lie. I've met people that said that they were taught flat earth in the early 1960s in school. They were taught flat earth and globe earth, and then it kind of just went away. I interviewed Ruth, a 102-year-old woman, back in February of 2020, and she was taught flat earth in public school in Connecticut.
Tell me your name.
Ruth Heath.
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102.
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary school?
I was taught in school that the Earth was flat.
Where did you go to school? Elementary school?
I went to school in Hamden, Connecticut.
So how does it make you feel to realize that you were right as a kid?
It makes me feel better.
It does make you feel better, right?
Oh, it makes me feel alive.
Oh my God, that is so true. My whole life, I believed, what I was taught.
That's
and then
right.
when I discovered the flat earth,
I feel better about it.
Because we are the center of creation.
That's right.
We are important.
That's right.
We are here.
We are God's children. And when all the problems that are happening in this world today.
I'll give you some good news. A lot of the problems that they report on the news aren't even real.
That's right. That's right.
They're just keeping us in fear.
Keeping up. That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand that. I understand. They just say what they want people to know.
That we never went to the moon? That was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball, they can walk on a ball.
It's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up. It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free from the illusion. So knowing this is going to free your heart.
Cry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It makes me cry.
Happiness.
Yes.
Tears of joy.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, give me a hug. Here we go. All right.
Rockefeller seems to have a role in this. He started the General Education Board and continued being involved with the educational system. The fact of the matter is, the people that have been in control, they're in control now, and they're going to continue to be in control, whether they pass it down or change the name, whatever it may be. But yeah, I mean, whenever Rockefeller's name is tied to something, it's always something to question, that's for sure.
That's a huge red flag for me, that they can come in and change everything we know, all of history, and turn it into deception, and keep teaching the deception over and over and over again until it becomes the norm.
The same man who said that he wanted a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. This was the same person who was found guilty of antitrust violations around the turn of the 20th century, who then went on to get his fingers in all of the education systems, of course with the promise of, I'll give you money, I'll make sure that your school has everything that it needs as long as you push these textbooks, as long as you push these narratives and you push these ideas. I'm going to give you a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. And that's exactly what we've become.
Now, this should tell you something, why we can't talk about literally the thing that we're standing on. Why is that?
Knowing that there is a creator, absolutely. That is one of the main reasons to hide this. But, you know, at the same time, it's nowhere near comparison when 1 billion people find out that there's more land.
It's about hidden land. I think there's possible they could be hiding land in here somewhere with us. And I think that the Antarctica Treaty is very, very, very sinister, and there must be something else going on.
They went really, really, really tough with their implementation of the Antarctic Treaty and everything else, and just to keep people away from the truth. They didn't want people to know about more land.
Haven't we been fighting over land forever? Isn't that what always happens? Countries fighting over land, but not on the outskirts of Antarctica. Oh, no, no, no. No fighting there. They're all in agreement. You can't go there. You can't explore any of it.
That treaty was in effect in 1959. It can't even be questioned until the year 2041. The longest lasting treaty that all of the world signed on to at the same time and is still in place. Antarctica is the container of our world oceans. What is beyond Antarctica? Why is the government hiding Antarctica from us? Why is Antarctica completely off limits except for taking a tour of a little peninsula off of South America, which is nothing? And people go, well, you can go to Antarctica.
We spent months trying to actually do it. Yeah. I was going to send a crew. They won't call back. You can't even go there. There's one peninsula where you look at penguins.
Exactly. Then you think, I have some friends that went to fucking South Pole. Yeah. They put them in that little fucking island with penguins. You can't just
saying you went to Antarctica and you walked around it. He's like being in New Jersey and saying you were chilling in California. It's fucking huge.
There's about 100 different companies that you can spend a lot of money to go on a little guided tour of just that peninsula. But all of those companies are owned under one umbrella. One person controls them all. They don't let anybody explore Antarctica.
Will be a fucking international headline in about 5 minutes. Australian Navy ship shoots.
Facing our way. Bad boys. Shield.
Is it?
The turret is turning our way.
The turret's turning at us.
Boy, we should hide Adrian in case they think we're trying to kill him. We're just traversing. Is there a helicopter coming at us now? Are we late? I don't know. Where, just travel. Just go.
Just go.
Send out the chopper.
That's a drone. Is it?
That's unreal.
When people say, why the lie? One of the main answers is they're hiding more land. What if
we can truly become free. The whole reason for this is because of more land. Because think about it, if there's more real estate, if there's more resources, natural resources, if there's more food for our starving children, if there's more space, more room for us to get away from the child sex trafficking, if there's places where we can go and other civilizations we can be a part of, where they don't charge you for water, they don't charge you for free energy, they don't charge you for property taxes. What if there is more land?
Nobody can go explore Antarctica, period. Because if humanity found out there's more land, then the heliocentric theory is gone. They can't start adding more continents on the bottom of a ball. It's just, they wanted its silence right away.
There is evidence out there through old maps, namely the 1,000-year-old Japanese Kawabashi map, which shows continents and lands outwardly of what they call the ice shelf or the ice wall.
So why are they teaching the globe model? Well, you see, the globe is a container, and it's a container of all the known land. The Jesuits and the Freemasons, they needed a new model because they wanted a new world order.
Because right now on a ball or in a snow globe, there's only 7 continents. That's all there is. So everything is very limited. We have a limited supply.
Resources are very scarce because the Earth is a globe, right? It's cut off. Everything's cut off. If you open it up and there is more land, then there's plenty of resources. More land means more resources. Well, that's huge if they're hiding something like that. There's a scene in The Truman Show where Truman is like, I want to be an explorer when I get older.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
Imagine if there's like all these beautiful places to explore still, and finding out that there's all this land, it just opens up the door for discovery again.
Have you ever heard of the eyewitness testimony written in the books, The Iron Republic, The Smoky God, Worlds Beyond the Poles?
In the late 1800s, there was a series of articles written in Florida Magazine about a politician that was tired of what was going on here, got a big ship and a crew, was exploring Antarctica, and he found a passageway through, and he popped out into the ocean, was lost for about a month. Finally, they found land with a city, and they pulled up, and it was a very advanced, quite different civilization, and very friendly, and they stayed there, and he writes about all the experiences he had there. In the late 1800s, they were talking about more land beyond Antarctica.
Remember, the word extraterrestrial means extra land. They're telling you that there's more land in here that they don't talk about.
There could be more land in some of the oceans where it's just all blue on the map. Nobody knows. You're not cruising around on big ships or flying over it on planes and looking, you know, nobody's out there charting anything.
Have you heard of such a thing as no-fly zones? For instance, you can't fly in certain areas near the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle. The reasons being is because there are lands there that we're not supposed to know about. They don't want those lands to be discovered.
All these corrupt systems that are stealing money from us, kidnapping our children, just doing horrible things. They rely upon the cattle staying on the ranch, the slaves on the plantation. That's why Flat Earth is the most important knowledge we can obtain. It's because there is more land.
Don't look at us and say, go prove it. They won't allow us to go prove it. We're not the lazy ones here. We're being restricted from going to prove this to you. So because of that, of course we're going to speculate. It's a red flag. If that's not a red flag to you, I don't know what is. They won't allow us to go. Allow us to go. If we go and there's nothing there, I'll admit I'm wrong. But all signs point to that they're hiding more land.
You have to have permission to do everything. You have to have permission to marry the love of your life. You have to have permission to travel down the road. When we have the inalienable right to travel from point A to point B, you people think you're free? You're not free. You're free-range chickens. That's what you are. You're free-range chickens held in an area. You're not allowed to go past, and if not, you go to jail or you get shot. Stay on the plantation, do what you're supposed to do, pay your taxes, and shut up. Right?
Well, if there is more land, and I sincerely believe that there is, then that's the perfect reason to lie to everybody. And it's not just about hiding a place for more resources and where else we can go and dig for gas and gold. It's not about that. They're hiding freedom. They know that as soon as we all find out that there's another place to go without dictatorship, that we'd be gone.
There's endless amounts of everything, and there's so much more land out there, and there's many places to explore, and they just want to keep us here in the middle of the pond, stuck here thinking that this is all there is.
What happens to the price of gold and all natural resources if there's more land? Gold can't go to $1 an ounce. Gasoline can't go to 20 cents a gallon. We can all have, you know, thousands of acres of land to ourselves. The whole system crumbles. The entire system crumbles, period.
On the other hand, we have the North, which is also off limits.
I went on my first official trip. I was going with my father and my grandpa Sinclair up to the North Pole. It was a very glamorous destination. I figured I was finally going to be let into the reason for the existence of this high security Arctic base. It was exactly right. We drove slowly through and past the buildings on a special top secret mission. And that's when I understood just how powerful and wonderful my father was.
The North Pole is a biggie. It's always been in my mind. I've juggled with the idea, is there hidden land? Could they have possibly hidden a continent in the Arctic Ocean, which is seemingly an ocean? They could hide land there. Many old maps will show you the Hyperborean, 4 continents, and in the center, Axis Mundi. And I think that is what's there. I think there is Mount Meru. And I think that gives off an acoustic device.
There's definitely something special going on up there. And if you just think about that long enough, why do compasses point north? I mean, that's really wild in itself. What if we all took our compasses out and just followed them until it stops?
A compass will always point north, towards the magnetic north. There's some kind of force or some type of energy, frequency, vibration that's pulling that needle to the north.
It's crazy to think that all compasses are pointing north to the North Pole. No compass points south. There is no South Pole. There's no compass that's going to go south. And no, it's come to the north. There's something there. I think we can all agree there's something there. And it's crazy that they cover it up. They've covered it up for so long.
There's ancient civilizations, the Nordics. There's people have talked about, you know, the Rupert Nigra, the Mount Meru, the giant magnetic mountain at the center.
An entire magnetic mass or a mountain that is strong enough to make everybody's compass point north.
When I was a kid in school, they showed us a National Geographic video of the guys getting to the North Pole, and they just basically made it look so horrible and miserable and dark and cold that no kid ever in his life would go, hey, I want to go to the North Pole.
So if you watch any documentary about the North Pole or anybody venturing to the North Pole, all you're going to find is some dude mobbing on an ice sheet, and he's got a little device in his hand. He's like, 3, 2, 1, North Pole. And that's not the North Pole, man. That's bullshit.
I just don't know what this is.
It's a map. My father showed me a map like this once. Inside the circle is your world and my world. Many others. No one knows how many. The Dark Tower stands center of all things. And it stood there from the beginning of time. And it sends out powerful energy.
I think that there's possibly a North Pole part of the electromagnetic torus, which gives off a green light, which you see as the Northern Lights.
The North Pole is the center of the Earth. It is a hyperbola. Because we live in a toroidal field solar system, there must be a plane of inertia intersecting it in the middle, and there must be a hyperbola, hourglass, in the middle. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, it calls this Mount Meru. And why are we not allowed to go anywhere near there? Well, simply because you cannot go there. It is a magnetic toroidal hyperbola. Therefore, there is no way that you can fly anywhere near the North Pole in the center of the Earth.
Admiral Richard Byrd said he found more land, in the north as well as the south. There's a book called The Smoky God of a father and son that ended up finding more land in a race of giants with technology beyond your wildest imagination. Cartographers have charted, maps with land in the center, where all compasses point. There's just a lot of evidence pointing to more land. So yeah, 100%, I would put my life on it if there's more land at the north. It's just as heavily guarded as the south.
Can't like go check the north and yeah, let me go check. I'll take some pictures and videos and come back. You're not even gonna get that close. You're gonna be turned around, the same as the south.
All the way up until the 1600s, they had 4 land masses around the North Pole region. And right after the 1600s is when it slowly started disappearing until finally it was all gone. And you can verify this for yourself if you just go back before the 1600s and look at maps of all sorts. You'll see these land masses on each one, and then sure thing, these land masses just started being deleted from history. So what are they hiding at the North Pole?
If we sit back and observe all of this evidence, this eyewitness testimony, the verdict would come back guilty. It would come back guilty.
Okay. You are moving 1,000 miles an hour as Earth rotates. You are moving 18 miles per second in orbit around the sun, and you don't feel any of that. Okay?
Okay.
You don't feel any of that. If it's trying to fling you off the Earth,
okay,
but the force of gravity is resisting back, by what force is it trying to fling you off? That upward centrifugal force subtracts from the gravitational force that the Earth is trying to put on you. It subtracts.
Okay.
So, Chuck, what do you weigh here and now?
192 pounds. Yeah.
I'll give you the 190 pounds, okay?
Okay.
So if you do the math, you run to Ecuador, because we're in the Western Hemisphere, so let's stay there. You run to Ecuador, you will not be 190 pounds. You'll be like 185 pounds.
What?
That's how significant it is.
That's
if I did my math correct, and I think I did, there are pounds less that you weigh for living on the equator than for living anywhere else, simply because the spinning Earth is trying to fling you off.
Nice.
Yes. Yes.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in a curved trajectory, we're dropping at a rate of miles per minute. But somehow none of that inertia affects these rocks here, which are perfectly balanced.
The fact is, the Earth is stationary, and that is scientific, not pseudoscience. In 1879, George Airy, Astronomer Royal for 49 years, who did a telescope experiment and proved that the Earth was stationary. Then we have
Parallax, also known as Rowbotham, who carried out an experiment in the late 1800s on the Bedford Levels experiment, where he went at a distance of 6 miles, which should have showed up some sort of curvature of around 16 foot. No curvature was seen at all.
Then we have Michelson, Morley and Sagnac in the early 1900s with their interferometers using light instead of telescopes this time. And with their interferometer experiments, they proved that the ether over the Earth, the field, is moving and the Earth is stationary. We also had Michelson Gale. They did an experiment in the 1930s and proved that the Earth is stationary.
One of the greatest science experiments of all time, in my opinion, is from Marconi. Marconi in 1901 set up transmitters to send radio waves, like signals, wireless signals across the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, okay? So he has one set up in Europe and one set up in Canada, okay? And they're sending signals, I think the letter S was the first one, boom, and it worked. Almost 2,000 miles across the ocean, they got the signal. There's no curvature. You're talking about 600 miles of curvature between the 2 points, but it worked because all water's level. I don't even know if he was trying to talk about that at the time. It was just more about his technology that he was coming out with. And have you learned about that in school? No.
Then we have Pierluigi Gina, a colleague of Marconi, and before he died, he showed people in his laboratory how the Earth is stationary. You can go to my channel, Mr. Astrotheology, and you can see videos of Mr. Pierluigi Gina proving in his laboratory with strobe lights how you can prove quite easily that the Earth is stationary.
Every scientific experiment throughout time looking for axial rotation or curvature has proven the opposite. They don't teach this in schools. Any observation, when you go outside on a calm morning, you can see a perfectly glass lake. And your senses will tell you that, nothing is moving.
We, stationary Earthers, we have science, real science, on our side, and the Globies have pseudoscience. In fact, all they have is Einstein saying, I have come to believe that no optical experiment can prove that the Earth is moving. And yet, the Earth is moving. Science!
Yeah, Albert Einstein. I always recommend people go watch Albert Einstein in his interviews. He's reading cue cards. He's reading notes that someone handed him, kind of like people on TV nowadays.
There is no optical experiment ever been conducted that can prove that the Earth is moving.
The Earth is spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You can't feel it. You can't measure it. You can't observe it. You can't repeat it. But trust us, there's not one experiment that shows the Earth is spinning or moving whatsoever. There is, however, an experiment that was proven in Behind the Curve.
Bob Nodell was talking about the ring laser gyro, showing that there is a apparent 15 degrees drift throughout most of the day.
When we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift.
And this was taken out of context. It was later, the experiment was done at a higher altitude and it showed a different rotation speed, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth that's moving, that it's the ether that is spinning above us.
Netflix is mainstream. Netflix is the alternative mainstream narrative. Netflix can't go against the grain. They'll lose their contract.
A documentary, like a mockumentary. I'm sure someone watched our movie and was like, whoever made this movie is a government shill, and they're just trying to hide it. Netflix is in on it, trying to hide it. Yeah, he accidentally proves that the Earth is round.
It was the biggest mic drop. It was the biggest mic drop, and I love that you kind of cut it.
The thing is, we have technology that is outrunning their lies. Now we have time lapse. Ooh, imagine that. We have time lapse where we can point at the sky, and year after year, day after day, hour after hour, the sky's spinning.
Every day there should be different stars random stars in the sky if we are traveling at 650 million miles an hour, which is Mach 870,000. Do you really believe that every year we move through space at 5.5 trillion miles every year, and yet every year the same stars keep turning over our Earth? Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, year after year after year, and yet none of those constellations distort, change shape, get brighter. There has never been, in recorded history, we have never seen any star get brighter or dimmer or any shape of those constellations, which are still recognizable today as they were thousands of years ago. They never suffer any parallax or distortion.
Polaris has never moved in all of recorded history. Point your camera up at Polaris and do a time lapse and watch God's perfect timepiece spin above you.
And we move 5,694,000,000 miles through space every year. Congratulations to you if you believe that. It's called education, indoctrination, and dumbing down.
If you look back in history, you got Universal, their company. They started off with a logo with a globe in it, but it wasn't until like the 1920s that they actually had the motion one where it was a spinning globe. And they actually had an airplane in the early ones, like leaving a chemtrail that said Universal, which is kind of funny. Nobody has been high enough to even see what it looked like. They were definitely trying to instill the image of a globe in people's heads because obviously early on in the movie industry, they were one of the most popular companies to make movies, so people were going to the theater and seeing this globe.
So they're showing you a globe before every single movie to program your mind. They were showing this globe before they even went up there to see what it was. I think the first man ever to go up and check is Picard going up there. I mean, that's a story we're not taught in school.
From the practical point of view, Professor Picard's experiment is of the highest possible importance.
These timelines, these dates, these are facts.
We got Auguste Picard coming out in the 1930s in an actual publication by a science journal saying that the Earth looks like a flat disk with an upturned edge.
Besides Universal programming you, you had Walt Disney programming you with space documentaries for almost 15 years straight.
Some pretty crazy propaganda in the 1950s. There was one called Man in Space. He's talking about taking men to the moon in a rocket. And then if we cruise on, we got Richard E. Byrd. He goes on Longines chronoscope and he's sitting down and he's telling people.
Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Shortly after Richard E. Byrd did that interview, they put the Antarctic Treaty in place. And then 1 year later, NASA is established.
Almost 0 hour at Cape Canaveral, and enlarged 16mm pictures show a monkey specially trained and conditioned for voyaging in space. 2 monkeys had been selected for the job. They called them Abel and Baker, A and B, of course. In fact, the monkeys came down safely near Antigua. Reported none the worse, after blazing the trail for human space travel.
They come in and they're the gatekeepers for your mind. Like, they're making sure that people think that they live on a spinning ball. And that's their sole purpose, that it has always been their sole purpose.
That is the magic of engineering. I would wear a mask on my face in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we lost the technology.
It can take days, even weeks, to produce just a single image. The dazzling final results, enough to keep us all dreaming.
NASA is hiding the frickin' flatness of the Earth. Why? It's okay to say, I have a fisheye lens, right? Because, yeah, fisheye lenses are useful. You know, you get more, in architecture or, realtors use them. But when you're doing it too much and you're not really coming out and saying why, questions build up.
A fisheye lens was invented. So these space agencies had a heads up already. And the fisheye lens was originally, I think, $27,000 to purchase. And this is in 1923. I mean, today that's about, what, 100 grand, 200 grand equivalent in cost? And people would tell me, Hitler, I'll give you that. NASA is a lying government entity, right? But what about Red Bull? Red Bull's just an energy drink. And I saw Felix Baumgartner jump out of the space capsule. Flat Earthers did a great job of debunking that. Of course it's a fisheye lens, it's not even a question. What most people don't know is that Neil deGrasse Tyson, the science priest of modern day, that everybody loves and they listen to him. Oh, he's so smart. Oh, he is a smart man in the sense of he knows that we debunked the shit out of that.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, Felix Baumgartner, edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he's like, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
So much pressure on Neil deGrasse Tyson to come clean. He had to. We exposed Felix Baumgartner. That's a complete fisheye lens. There's no curvature at all on this Earth, let alone they're trying to sell it as 23 miles up. There's curvature. Even though people will sit there and swear they saw curvature out of an airplane 10 miles high. Yeah, okay. So your priest Neil deGrasse Tyson admits 23 miles up, no curve. How do you feel about that? All right, maybe you say that's no big deal. Okay. Even though Felix Baumgartner himself said he could see the curvature of the Earth.
It's almost overwhelming. When you're standing there in a pressure suit, the only thing that you hear is yourself breathing. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the sky is totally black. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the curvature of the Earth. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
That's 120,000 feet, 4 times higher than most passenger planes fly.
So that should make you go, right away, what's going on here? Who's lying, right? But you don't think there's an agenda here? You don't think people are lying here? Fast forwarding to recently, Richard Branson, his ugly ass, Mr. Billionaire himself.
Officially the first billionaire to travel to space, so Richard Branson.
So you go 63 miles up, you would all probably assume that, of course, you could see this giant curve of Earth. You're 63 miles up, holy shit. Richard Branson supposedly goes up 63 miles, even though it's nothing but fisheye lens footage. We exposed that. Here comes Neil deGrasse Tyson again, damage control time.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Well, yeah, right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
You can't see the curve out of an airplane, right? 10 miles. You agree? I hope you agree so far. Okay. So 10 miles up, no curve. Red Bull 23 miles up, no curve. Branson 63 miles up, no curve. So where is this curve at that you swear by? Because if you live on a ball, I don't care how big the ball is, it could be 4 times the size of what they told us, you would still see a physical curve at some point. That's what the horizon's supposed to be. That's how the sun is going. I mean, there's a curve of the Earth. All these theories involved with the curve of the Earth get thrown out the window.
That's what happens with a new company.
This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story. Oh, hey, Elmo, I bet we can find your Galactic Gale comic book here. Oh, boy, Elmo, hope so.
We all know who our enemies are. They are called the globalists, with their false idol that they give children on the teacher's table at kindergarten, the false globe of the global agenda.
People are just deceived. I mean, I grew up from kindergarten. Here's a globe. My kids, they graduated from kindergarten and it was a freaking globe. They gave them a globe at graduation to take home like an inflatable beach ball. And I was looking at that thing going, oh my God.
We are taught that the Earth is a ball before we can talk. In school, there's a globe in the class. One of the first worksheets we get is a sheet on the orbits of the planets and the sun. And I actually still remember that sheet. I did it. I got it right. I was so proud of myself. Sesame Street has astronauts on, Disney. It's all globe programming. So your entire world belief is around this.
If you think about it, they've gotten us at a very, very young age with the lying. Before we have any critical thought, the capability of thinking for ourselves. They teach us lies from the very beginning, from Tooth Fairy, Santa, dinosaurs. With Santa, for instance, I mean, we're taught this lie, you better be good. We need you to stay in line and be good. Don't be naughty, be nice. You want to be on that nice list. Santa will come and bring you these material gifts, and then fast forward, you find out Santa isn't real. For 5, 6, 7 years, however long the lie went on for, you've been conditioned a certain way, to act a certain way, so you'll fall in line. You'll do exactly what mommy and daddy tell you, what the teachers tell you. And when you realize that lie, it's subconsciously, you're taught at that point, it's okay to lie. It's okay to lie. It's okay to accept lies. It's okay for people to lie to you. It's okay for you to lie. So the whole world is a fucking liar. Everyone's a fucking liar now because they were taught at a very young age it's okay to lie. They get you with these lies of Tooth Fairy and Santa at a young age. So when you're an adult, you can't tell the difference between a lie and reality. And when you do find out it's possibly a lie, oh, it's okay. You're subtle. You're passive. You allow the lie because you're used to, it's okay to lie. You've been conditioned your entire life. It's okay to lie. It's okay to be lied to. So when the lie comes out, people are just like, okay, whatever. Got to turn on my Fox News. Got to go to the bar. Got to go watch my football. Give them bread and circuses, and they will never revolt.
When people hear about Flat Earth, when I talk to them about it, they think it's the dumbest thing ever. They think I'm uneducated. They don't realize that they don't know what they're talking about. And people say, well, what about ships over the horizon? You explain that. What about sunsets? You explain that. What about seasons? You explain that. And then they throw their hands up and go, well, why does it matter? What difference does it make? I still have to go to work tomorrow. That's right where they want you. They want you working in your slave job. They want you obeying orders, doing what you're told, and living paycheck to paycheck, and just not realizing where you are. The truth is, we're not spinning out of control, lost in space, where an asteroid could take us out. They want us believing we're running out of fuel. They want us to believe we're running out of food, when anyone can go and get a seed, stick it into the ground, water will fall from the sky, and food will grow out of the ground. There is no shortage of water, food, space. Every American family could have a half an acre in Texas and the rest of the country would be empty. They're lying about everything.
You let your kids get raised and taught by other people that you don't know what they're learning. Everybody's disconnected. There is no harmony or anything going on with human beings. We're all scattered, disconnected, and pretty much what they're doing with teaching us this whole lie about the Earth being a ball, and you're flying through outer space, and dinosaurs used to roam the Earth, and if these powerful beings can get wiped out by a comet, then what are we going to do if a comet comes? We're done.
So the heliocentric model not only manages to keep us all completely worthless floating amongst the stars in space, but it also keeps us in fear that we're either going to knock into something in the future, or there's going to be something that then bangs into us that causes some sort of horrendous collision and we're all going to die, or maybe, you know, some cartoon satellite has found another planet where there could be like flesh-eating monsters on there, and it's, you know, some sort of crazy shit that they throw down your face and try and say, you know, this is, as well as everything else that you're scared of, keeping your house, keeping your health, keeping your family together, there's also a chance as well that some rock may fall from the sky and kill you tomorrow.
And another thing people don't know is that not only in 1920 did Rockefeller change all the textbooks and come up with his own agenda of what they want you to know, but there was a man named George Lemaitre. I felt like, you know, Einstein passed the torch to him or something. They were good friends, apparently, and George Lemaitre was a Catholic priest. Yeah, a Catholic priest. In 1920, he said, hey, we came from a Big Bang. It's all about 1920 was a crazy year, huh? 1920, they said that we came from a Big Bang. We exploded from nothing. Well, how do you prove that? Well, no, you can't, but that's what was stated. So here's this Catholic priest where, in my opinion, they knew that even though non-religious people knew the earth was flat and stationary, they were trying to group, just call flat earthers at that time. They're flat earthers, they're all religious people. So let's bring forward a Catholic priest. Look, he's not a scientist. He's not government. He's a priest. He's Catholic. He's holy. This is brand new. This isn't thousands of years old. This isn't the Big Bang's been around for thousands of years. Heliocentrism has been around for thousands of years. No, they create fictional characters. Galileo, Copernicus. They create characters to support the New World Order, their agenda. The way they change the entire school system and structure of what we know and all the information and knowledge that we obtain. If it's false, then yeah, they got their goal. A nation of workers, not thinkers. No one thinks.
What's the circumference of the globe?
I have no idea.
How fast is it spinning at the equator?
Don't know.
How fast is it orbiting the sun?
Cody? You have glasses on. You should know this.
How fast is the sun moving?
Man, you're asking some questions I'm not ready to answer.
But see, this is the point. You guys laugh at flat Earth, but one, you don't know what flat Earth is, and worse is you don't even know what your own solar system is. They don't know their own model. You can ask them, what's the radius of the Earth? How was it found? What's the speed of the Earth around the sun? How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator? How fast is it chasing the sun? How many miles does it go a year? How far is the sun? They don't know any of these things, but yet they defend this and they ridicule and make fun of flat earthers.
All the things that I was patronizing and condescending and going, oh, sloughing off, that's not worthy of me. They rose up to eye level. And I remember saying, boy, the world is flat. I'm looking it in the eye. I see further, I see wider, I see clearer.
I settled on near infrared, like some of these cameras can be converted to near infrared, you know? So then I started taking photos, and since I was doing a lot of flying, I started going up, and boom. I was actually amazed to see the incredible flatness that you get from high altitude. Everywhere I looked, there was like clues that the Earth is flat. And I was like, this is blowing my mind. Everywhere I looked, the Earth is flat. And NASA is lying about the curvature. So I said, something is eerily wrong over here, man. When I saw across the Gulf, right off the coast of Texas there in Louisiana, flying to Orlando, and I saw all the way out in the distance, and you could even see the rays of light at a different angle. That tripped me out. But if you really go up high, then you realize, oh my God, the Earth is extremely flat.
This would be impossible on a globe. There is no 8 inches per mile square.
Equation for curvature of 8 inches per mile squared has been debunked over and over again. The flat earthers with their P900s and their P1000 cameras are constantly seeing things way off beyond the supposed curvature of Earth.
In fact, many tests have been done with lasers, cameras, filming mountain ranges 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 miles into the horizon, which are visible and shouldn't be visible if we were living on a globe. This is how much distance he covered with his camera, and he could see from here the Rocky Mountains. There you go. There is no 8 inches per mile square.
There's no way you can see 500 miles on the other side of this ball. There's no buildings that are curving backwards. If point A to point B, you're on a ball, you know, they're not going to be flat up and down like on our flat Earth. They're going to be like this. There's no tilting. They've measured distances from the base of buildings to the top, level and flat.
People look out at the ocean and you see ships and stuff, and it appears like these ships and boats, they go down, and that is a huge factor as to why people think the Earth is round.
If you look at the ocean or a lake, it looks flat. Look at that. Look how straight and flat that horizon is. Looks flat, doesn't it? See, it looks like a table or a board. Now, once in a while, you might see mountains or hills, but those are just like little bumps on what looks like a flat Earth. As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. That's what we call pseudoscience.
You could buy a camera now that zooms times 100, and you could zoom in on these ships and boats leaving your view, your human eyeballs view, pull out a camera and zoom in on it, and suddenly you're back. It's on top of a level surface, still cruising.
So the limit of your vision is where the sky meets the ground due to perspective. As they come together, that's the limit of your vision. That's called our horizon. The horizon is optical. If you had a super zoom camera, you can zoom in and make this angular size bigger to reveal small objects that you couldn't see. And then when you zoom out, it goes back together and things disappear into the horizon, not over.
We see skylines beyond what we're supposed to see. I mean, the visibility from 100, 200, 500 miles away, it debunks the whole 8 inches per mile squared.
Photogrammetry, I think, is one of the best way to convince yourself. You do multiple images of the ground, and then you put it in a software, and you realize how flat it is. You're seeing it yourself. It's your data. Nobody's lying to you. You've taken the data yourself. It's not Jay Tolan that's trying to, troll you. Like some people, they're like, he's trolling people, man.
And it's not SpaceX or NASA doing it either. It's yourself.
Yeah, it's yourself. You're doing your own experiment.
Many times when you're looking out over water, there's waves. Well, those waves will block entire city skylines. If this was a wave right near me, if my face was a city skyline, it blocks just the bottom, But if that wave was closer to you, it blocks much more of it. It's all perspective.
And I thought I wasn't going to get anything that would beat this until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. Typically, we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. The story has been one of the most viewed stories on our website ever. They say my explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up to their belief that this picture is proof the Earth is flat.
The one goal I had was to prove that what people are seeing from the other side of Lake Michigan is not a mirage, that they are actually seeing the city.
What do you think, Steve?
I think it's amazing, dude. It certainly did. It's not a mirage, I can tell you that. No.
Our focal point was the Sears Tower,
which is also known as the Willis Tower, right?
Yes, the Willis Tower.
The Willis Tower, and we can see it the entire time.
We can see it the entire time.
That's not a mirage. That's not a mirage, whatever you're looking at.
You see it?
Yeah.
That's that. You see that bridge?
It's not a mirage.
That's the roof right here. That's the roof.
I was shocked to find out that there are a number of people that believe the Earth is still flat, and that to them, this is actually proof that the Earth is flat. One person just questioned me and asking me for a retraction of the articles and lies. A lot of people try and kind of be nice about it. Well, are you sure you did it right? And then they send me links that the Earth is flat. And some are just pretty straightforward about it, and they title replies calling me a deceiver, and that I should check my degree or quit telling lies on television. It got me questioning a lot of things. Were my calculations right?
No. You can obviously see Chicago from that far away. It really is the Chicago skyline. We can see things farther and farther away than that and prove it. You can prove it yourself. You can go there on a clear day and see the same thing. You can go do the same tests and prove it to yourself. That's the best way to do it, right? Prove it to yourself. That you're not taking anyone's word for it. You're doing your own experiment. It's not a mirage. It's not an illusion. It's Chicago from 60 plus miles away. I mean, we could barely see the street sign a few blocks ahead of us on a foggy day. I mean, they're spraying our skies with shit all the time. You can open your weather app right now and it'll tell you the visibility. But that's how far they're telling you can see the weather patterns. There's so many different factors of why we can't see that far. We're not superheroes. I mean, take any flat and level road around your house safely. Test it out, make sure it's level. But you take your camcorder and you bring it all the way down to the ground and you zoom in and you see all this distortion and it kind of vaporizes and globe heads want to add like this bridge is bending around a curve and there's the curve. It's like, no, it's an optical illusion. That's all it is. This has been replicated many, many times. There is no curvature. Stop fooling yourselves. That even something like the sun, when it goes across this huge plane, it sets and it disappears due to
perspective. So you're seeing it come and go on such a vast plane. It's so huge that the sun could come through and go so far away that it just goes out of your view and behind so many false horizons, i.e. mountains, trees, forests, city buildings, just really tall things. Keep in mind, the sun is much smaller and close.
This is an intelligently designed and created place. As the sun, moon, and stars are rotating around, knowing that we can only see a certain amount of light, I think like 1%, there's only so much light our eyes can actually see. Unless you're on like DMT, I'm sure you can see way more lights. But naturally, we can't see that many lights in the sky. All ancient civilizations spoke about other bodies, other lights in the sky that may or may not be visible to us at any given time. It's crazy though, when you see solar eclipse, you don't see the moon at all. I remember as a kid, I like, where's the moon now? And it's like, you just see this black circle and then everything goes back to normal, it seems like. It's like, what the heck just happened?
On the total eclipse of the sun, the shadow that the moon casts on the earth is only 70 miles wide. That is impossible. But then they come up with umbra and penumbra, and it's just stuff to confuse your mind. We have an infinitely far sun sending diagonal rays from the side and straight rays from the middle where they cross each other. It makes absolutely no sense.
I went live a few years ago on YouTube during the 2018 eclipse in the United States on a live event, and we were all waiting for the moon to actually show up to cause this elliptical, this eclipse, and all we found was no moon showed up. So that blew my mind, to think that there was actually no moon visible, yet this effect of the sun literally being covered by an object I had witnessed.
Why can't we see the moon approach the sun, eclipse the sun, or exit the sun? And we don't. We just see a black circle eclipsing the sun. We never see it next to the sun. Now people say, well, it's because the sun is so bright. When the moon is totally eclipsing the sun, you should be able to see the features on the moon. You should be able to with a regular camera, with your regular eyes, with an infrared camera, but it has never been seen. There's only been anti-flat earthers that will fake an image and fade it into a picture of the eclipse. There's no video of it. Think about what an amazing video would be if they could film it from the International Space Station or from the moon itself. Never happens because I don't believe the moon that we see is what's eclipsing the sun. There's lots of ancient mythology about other dark bodies.
There could be anomalous bodies up there. They're not actually visible to us.
A celestial body that we perhaps can't see, because there's on the spectrum of light, we can only see 1% of all the light rays, gamma rays, X-rays. We can't see these certain frequencies and energies and lights.
What happens is the sun is eclipsed by the so-called moon, but it's not the moon, it's actually the north node.
There's been, times documented in the past where there's, this eclipse, and the moon's supposed to be eclipsing, and there's no moon anywhere in the sky. Nowhere. Anywhere. That makes absolutely no sense. So there's got to be another celestial body. The oldest ancient symbols, and it's the black sun, a celestial body that we perhaps can't see.
A lot of ancient civilizations always spoke about a black sun. It's like, why are they talking about a black sun for hundreds, if not thousands of years? And that information now is turned into, oh, the black sun is an evil thing. It's like, well, yeah, of course, that's what they're selling it. They're selling it to you as an evil thing to stay away from it. They already don't want you to like the real sun in the sky. They push it so far away. They want you to not care about it. There's a reason it's close to you. There's a reason it's here for us. There might be more suns and moons on the outskirts of Antarctica, on the outer lands. There might be more suns and moons. There might be more suns and moons in our world here, but we just can't see it. And you talk about the seasons itself. Seasons prove the Earth is a stationary plane with a local sun.
When the sun is circling over the earth over here in the Tropic of Cancer, these people here, they have summer. But 6 months later, the sun is over here. It's going around over here. So Australia down here, and South Africa, and South America, now they have summer because the sun is local. It's not 93 million miles away.
And the sun and the moon revolving and springing into the centre seasonally and then springing back out again. This makes perfect sense than a spinning ball hanging on an invisible skyhook at a degree of 6.66 of a supposed axis, which tilts the Earth.
People need to stop defending a theory that they were taught in kindergarten.
So at sunrise, every sunrise should be arctically cold because that is the most severe tilt possible. And to make it worse, in the northern hemisphere, in the heliononsensical model, the sun is 3.5 million miles farther away in our summer. But when the sun shows up on the horizon, I can feel the heat on my face immediately. I can get a suntan in June. But in December, at solar noon, when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, I can look up at the sun and barely feel the heat on my face. And also, it's 3.5 million miles closer. The whole tilt thing doesn't make any sense.
And when the sun is on this side, it only illuminates this part of the Earth because it's local. And this part is dark, that will be night. So it's quite easy to understand day and night and the seasons and explain them on the flat Earth than it is with the globe model.
The sun, moon, and stars are rotating around our heads like a perfect clock, and it goes out of your view as taking the light with it. This is an intelligently designed and created place.
The sun does move about 15 degrees per hour through the sky, but when it gets close to the horizon, it kind of stops and it stays there and it moves at a different speed. I filmed this several times with my drone. No humidity and not over water. And it'll just stop and sit there. And then it kind of just fades away as it goes into the distance. But at the same time, because of perspective, I have friends that were down at the beach that saw the sun set 10 minutes earlier from the bottom up. And that's simply because they're looking across a span of water that has a hill with trees, a tree line on it, which is hundreds of feet over their heads. But from their point of view, it's at eye level. And as the sun moves away, it just gets eclipsed by the tree line, which they think is eye level, but it's high up in the sky.
Water. It's always flat, always level.
So starting at the northernmost point, as far as I can get, of Lake Michigan, and then traveling south, you can see that red line here, that the body of Lake Michigan is 574 feet above sea level, and it's level. There's no change in elevation, there's no curve. This cross-section shows what an undisturbed body of water looks like, and that's level. We know that to be true. There's three properties of liquids. They have mass, they take up space, and they always take the shape of their container.
The physics of water is to find and maintain level. So if it's in a cup, to this lake behind me, to the seas, to the oceans, that's why I call it sea level, because it's flat and level. No matter who tries to sell you the idea that water's curving over a ball, it's just not happening. That's the number one proof right there, just water alone. Water alone proves that the Earth is flat, because water always finds and maintains level, period. Water does not curve. In its temporary state, it's finding its level. Once it hits the ground and finds its level, it remains level.
I never even thought of the idea of water maintaining its level, and that alone just was like mind-blowing. Like, absolutely, water has to maintain its level. Like, it's always, if it's calm and there's nothing going on, you know, you look at a lake, it's just chilling flat. It has to be. It can't curve.
There's nothing you can say or do to ever show water bending or curving. Water needs to be contained. No matter what you do, it's going to remain level.
The flat Earth proves beyond a shadow of a doubt the existence of intelligent design, a creator, and we are all important in the center of the universe.
Yes, it is absolutely imperative that we know that there is a creator, that the sun, moon, and stars revolve around us, that we have a purpose. We are at the center of the universe. I didn't become a millionaire until I realized I was at the center of the universe. Now I have a purpose.
Once you understand that you are at the center of creation, everything changes. And basically, we're unplugging from the matrix. We're unplugging from the heliocentric system. And when you do that, the rulers of this world, you unplug from them. You stop feeding them what they need. They want your fear energy. They want your labor. They want everything from you. And people unknowingly just keep giving it to them.
I don't want my children to be lied to. And I don't want my grandchildren to be lied to either. So if this is going to stop, it starts with you and I.
You know, they inherit all this stuff. You go to school and they teach you. When I was in grad school, man, I was shocked that most of my classmates were not really interested in learning. They were interested in passing a class.
On the one side, tens and tens of scientists proven that the Earth is stationary, and we have nothing on the globe's side, so the Earth is stationary.
No one thinks how easy it is to do this, and they pulled it off, unfortunately. But we're here now to completely reverse this, and people hate on us from the left and from the right. Everyone hates on us. Now, shut up with your flat earth stuff. It's not important. It's the most important thing. It opens the door for everything else. You want to know the truth? You have to know where you live.
This whole agenda is to keep people disconnected from our creator. You know, they want to just cut all our ties spiritually, and that's one reason why they calcify our pineal gland.
They don't care about our health. You know this by look at your water supply. Even the water that you'll drink yourself when you go and buy bottles of it, it's got chlorine in it, it's got fluoride in it. These are all chemical waste products that they then rebrand and put in our drinks and tell you, oh, well, it cleans it. We'll also take away all of the medicine that's kept people alive and well for centuries. And they'll tell you, oh, no, that's not good for you, that's not safe for you. Here's our product. Here's our petroleum-based medicine that they've been pushing on us for the past 100 years. And, of course, look at people's health, look at the world's health. Are we a healthy nation? Is any nation a healthy nation? No. And who's in charge of healthcare? The governments, the corporations. So it seems like everything that they touch turns to shit, so why do we allow them to touch everything?
Stop defending Rockefeller, Rothschilds, all these goons, these people that want the New World Order, the modern day people, Bill Gates, Schwab, all these people that they're pushing for it and they feel like it's almost there, and we're sitting here fighting it. We're sitting here trying to wake the world up so we can have a peaceful and loving world again. And you're attacking us. Whose side are you on? We're trying to take these evil entities down that suppress our knowledge. We're trying to give knowledge back to the world so we can become powerful again.
If there's more land, if 1 billion people found out tomorrow that they can all go to outer land space and visit other tribes and civilizations and explore technology and animals, the whole system would crumble.
And I know there's a lot of people out there, celebrities, people with big shows, big names, with big followings that know the truth of this world, and you're keeping quiet just to protect your little empire. Well, now it's time to say something, because the empire is falling. If we don't do something now, all of this is going away, and they're taking over this world. So speak out. It just takes one celebrity, one person with a big following, and then it goes viral, and then the entire system collapses. All of this world control is based on the heliocentric lie.
So what's everybody doing? Felix, disconnect the oxygen hose.
Roger. I just listened to your new record. It would be better if you gave me nothing at all. You heard about astronauts drinking their own piss? I can't tell this crap. Change the lyrics.
I bet you guys didn't know this, but NASA be recycling their piss water and be using it to drink your coffee with, yo. The earth is whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get. Sipping coffee that's made from piss. When it comes to flat earth, you can peep my credentials. When it comes to these rhymes, I'm keeping it simple. Couldn't find my purple crisp, or I'm eating my pencil. All the helio debating, hating channels I've been through. But Craig from Fight the Flat Earth Saints, I defend you till the globe stops spinning. You're my very best friend too. I love how you set me straight after I bent you. Every time you try blocking every comment I sent you about Floyd the landlord that you pay rent to. I'm the first voice you heard after the concussion you went through. Got a new globe right here that I can lend you, and I know you got the last 2 letters I sent you. Wrote your address in my own blood when I went to drop them off at the local UPS office, and you know I'll go postal if somebody lost them. This is no joke, like an explosion in Boston. I was banging Hoover Crip when you were straight out of Compton. You're like my heroin when I'm using Suboxone. Chomping on a mouthful of food when I'm talking. You couldn't bluff me and you folded to Austin. I'm like that COVID in your lungs that you've been coughing. Level means curve was the nail in your coffin. It's obvious to all of us just who your God is. Yeah, NASA, that's who your God is. Whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say it again. 50 million every day is what they say they get. While sipping on coffee that's made from piss. The earth is whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say it again. 50 million every day is what they say they get. While sipping on coffee that's made from piss. Sometimes my rhymes can be crazy and stupid, but I'm doing my part if they make you see through it. Opposite what government agencies do, making kids put on masks when they go to school, and all of the parents getting played for a fool. They said 1 at first, now they say 2. Pretty soon it'll be 3 and then 6 and then 10. So I'm taking this paper, this pencil and pen, writing these raps to instrumentals and then posting them on your space page in YouTube to listen to them while you're sipping on yoo-hoo. While astronauts are all sipping on poo-poo and pee-pee and ha-ha and ho-ho and hee-hee. L to the O-L-O to the N-G.
I made a flat nasty once and he seems so friendly, but his rhymes are so blunt and they can be cringy.
Send me a friend request and then you unfriend me. I get no respect. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it feels like I'm climbing in dirt. That's all grimy and burnt from the Thomas fire. After fire camp I told them that I'm not for hire, so I'm flying higher than a bird on a wire. Speaking of wires, Markel is a liar, and Gabby got shot and she almost died. When will any of you stop to open your eyes and realize the globe is just a disguise? The earth is whatever you say it is, and if it wasn't, then it's just a lie you say to kids. 50 million every day is what they say they get, while sipping on coffee that's made from piss. Yo, I'm taking this pencil and raping your mental, spoon feeding you lyrics till you taste the utensil. Without further ado, with no haste, I present you the actual proof where the space station went to. If I'm speaking the truth when I say I intend to, with no innuendos, I'll blow you Nintendo straight out the water and use the solder. This ain't Friday by Ice Cube, cause Tuesday's tomorrow. And anything you choose to say will get slaughtered. I'm the opposite of Arctic and I'm just hotter. The freeze-dried, refried beans in hot water. As above, so below. Yo, call me a doctor. On top, but I'm dropping back to the bottom so I can pull you down with me. You don't wanna tempt me. My mind at times can be hopeless and empty. Go against me, I hope you choke on a 10-speed. Bicycles, tricycles, lunar cycles intensely. Intensify what is in me like a my Kent speech. I've tried to be friendly, but your lies, they offend me. Sometimes it seems like my rhymes have no ending, so I'm ending this rhyme with lines you've been bending. And if level means curve, then my rhymes are all trending on Craig's little channel where all your friends be. So call me anything, any name that you wanna. At the end of the day, it's just crazy persona. Who knows, one day I just may make you daughter. My baby's mama, and start calling you new father. And law, that is. Craig. Gregory, I love you.
Do astronauts drink their own pee? Well, surprisingly, astronauts do actually do this.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your Tasya secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you, me dead. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Hey, Tommy, all dressed up, all grown up and doing the town. Look at this. Oh, come here.
Let me say hello. Hey, Billy, how are you?
You little freak, yeah. Hey, Tommy, if I was gonna break your balls, I'd tell you to go home and get your shine box. I used to call him Spit Shine Tommy.
No more shines, Billy.
What?
I said no more shines. Maybe you didn't hear about it. You've been away a long time. Didn't go up there and tell you. I don't shine shoes anymore. Sometimes you don't sound like you're kidding. You know, there's a lot of people around. Flat earthers. I don't shine shoes anymore. Ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying?
Cruising down the street in my Chevy Suburb. Just got a flat trying to level the curb. On my way to get some medical herb. I love eating edibles, it's like a dessert. It's like I deserve this herbal treat. Coloring with crayons that purple leaf. I got the Urkel Keeper so dirty cheap. Woke rappers on putting their words to sleep. I got verbs to eat, nouns to piss. Throw your hands in the air if you're down for this. Second rounds for free for these astronauts. After this I call them astronauts. Ladies, raise your glasses, let's have a toast. Another round of jokes, but nobody's laughing. When it comes to crunch time, I'm the only captain. Running circles all over these globers rapping. Even flat earth rappers can't hold me back. I came here to rap about the vacuum of space. Any globe toss that I have to debate. I'm halfway done with the food on this plate. Let me swallow these crepes before I laugh in your face. Lil Davey didn't want me on the debate, so at the last minute he had James call Nate. Don't give me wrong, Nate's a better debater. I'm not irate, Davey's just a baby. I'm not Belichick, but he's not Tom Brady. Shots out to James and Nate, but not Davey. Like McToon did with the kid in his basement. In a year from now, you'll be kicking the pavement when all your friends are listening to Flatter-day Saints. Bitch, you only had one shot and you decided to waste it. If I give you a run back next time you're debating, use your man voice. Or just let Nathan say something, cause by the way you were shaking like Michael J. Fox when he's masturbating. This goes way past hating, but I have to say it. Murdered you on this track and made the act look basic. Put your mask back on, yo, you gotta face it. When my mind is racing, these rhymes are automatic. You mean automatic? You don't want no static. Top Gun, flat rapper, just call me Maverick. Yo, I'm causing havoc when I'm out flat smacking. I think Jackie just picked it up from a napkin. Man, I'm just trying to return these dirty tampons. Not even Batman could stop me from getting my rap on. Speaking of Bats, Mom, let's talk about Craig. His handler, Simon Dan is the Fed. You're getting smarter every day if you started using your head. Pulling Stephen Hawking's covers till he's losing his legs. Irish Demon likes coffee while he's sitting in bed. Had a talk about with him, this is what he said. I like my women like I like my coffee, full of Irish semen and kinda sloppy. Yo, you couldn't copy me if you own the rights to the Xerox Corporation overnight. Next day shipping with Columbus, 1491, bitch, yo, it's in the numbers. I'm climbing to the top of this republic, for which it stands, yo, it gets repugnant. Got my pug fixed after she was pregnant. You think Cadbury eggs is the shape of the earth? Been getting mine raped straight from birth. It's a bitter pill to swallow and it tastes like dirt. I could make it hurt and then take the pain away. Alex Stein 99's making it rain today. Take my brain away and give me the Hannibal. Dismantle your channel, you could call me a vandal. Call an ambulance before you call me to battle. I'm flyer than a Seahawk in Seattle. Leave you up in Atlantis without a paddle. I can wow the crowd without any ammo, cause if I turn around to get my strap, one of these assholes will stab me in the back. The only thing that'll bring me back to life is getting flat smacked by my wife. You don't wanna grow up like Flatter-day Saints be. My mom broke the mold the day that she made me. Don't throw the bathwater away with the baby. Buildings blowing up, it's as plain as Daisy. Plain as Daisy, get it? I'm going crazy. Gas pressure vacuuming next to Kevin Spacey. Wearing a mask, preparing for a jab and a lady. Isn't it an act? When you're acting all crazy, I'll answer tomorrow if you ask me to Daisy. Who needs a ladle? We got a cradle of gravy. In a world with my girl down in LA, we live stream with Witsit and his lady. They were ripping up hypocrites like crazy. Set tripping on them crips. It's so brazy. I remember as a kid in the early 80s, spinning my globe wondering how they be living their lives upside down in Australia. But no one in my life could ever explain it. I don't give a heck if you respect what I say, sir. Went ahead with the pencil and left the eraser. Getting breastfed inside a deprivation chamber. The best head I ever got, you could measure with lasers. She blew a head gas and saved the treasure for later. Like cow tip and I like tar and feather and gators. I'll smell you later since I'm doing well here. Flat out of Compton, I'm the Prince of Bel Air. Got the EDD and I was like hell yeah. Got that Obama phone and that free healthcare. Fell down a stairwell into a well of stairs. Waving farewell to my lady's welfare. Bye bye baby, have a safe flight. Don't forget to write, you really oughta. Oh, and ladies, don't forget your water. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, this is my best rhyme. And I still don't know how to make this rhyme stop.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
I don't shine shoes anymore.
Simon Dan fails astronomy. So there's a video he's ripping on Marty Leeds for something Marty Leeds was saying. But that's not the point. The point is that Marty shows a video of the stars rotating, and Simon Dan sees it the opposite way. He can't see reality, and he says that it's a video of the Earth rotating. Dan, use your senses. You're in error, just like Enoch said you would be in error.
Is the Milky Way as it comes up on the horizon. So there's your Milky Way river, the river of the Milky Way. Argo Navis is sailing on that river, and that's flooding. It's the rising of the waters.
Now I know, Marty, as a flat earther, you haven't just shown an excellent example of Earth's rotation there, have you? Oh dear, it appears that you have. Nice.
And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. Oh no, Simon Dan, it appears that I've debunked you and shown that Enoch's prophecy has been coming true.
Oh dear, it appears that you have. Nice.
I want to thank you all for coming. Rodney King has this to say to all the people of Los Angeles and all the people of the cities of the United States so caught up in this horror and hate. The killing, the burning, the looting, the chaos must stop now. The time for healing is upon us. Rodney King has prepared a very brief statement. Rodney?
Yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck, Permanente. We ass backwards in this country we living backwards in. I'm doing acrobatics to keep up with acronyms, doing backflips. To all the fat is trimmed, I'm back. It's him, ain't no one as flat as him. Ain't no one attacking him. Rick, Rob Skiba, I ain't on either team. Ask Ron and Reba, he's the doggone reason why I'm high on ether. Went to an FE conference trying to find a speaker, like a crack house, trying to find a tweaker. My mind is either halfway gone by the time you listen to half this song. I drank the weed water and I cracked the bong. Your ass is gone. Nah, I'm barely coming, riding bareback on the prairie, humming, demon hunting at CERN, but they could barely summon the courage to even carve a scary pumpkin. Don't bump into me when I'm on a rampage. Stomach so hungry, I just ate this damn page. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. Yo, I just lost my pencil, now I'm off the mental. Gymnastics, you NASA fanboys into to get your mind to think the earth is a ball flat out. Since my birth I've been raw. Fa la 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 la. Yo, I'ma deck the halls with buds of chronic. Wreck these balls and these NASA rockets. 50 million a day, they better have fat pockets. All these hearts go out to flat earth fuck, if it's even true. But I ain't here to argue. So regardless of all the money NASA stole, me and Jaronism and Jake the asshole ate a bunch of shrooms and went inside the rabbit hole. Man, what the hell you talking about? I don't even know. Yo, I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente, yo. I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Fuck Permanente. I'm killing these raps like Michelle Fowler's husband. I'm filling up this gas like a vacuum suction, spilling all this crap till the facts don't function. Like Belinda's jab when it packs a punch in, filling up your blood with this nano substance. The only shot I'll ever get is from these ammo gun clips. Banana done split when I went up shit creek without a paddle in the Amazon River Phoenix as it was rising with Blue Origin with a crew inside it. If you don't know by now, please excuse my silence. 1,000 pictures ain't worth a few words I'm writing. My verbs are smitten to uncurve your vision. They call it sea level, cause the curve is missing. I thirst for wisdom while you slurp the pissin'. Sergeant acid cup that you got for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Ha ha, yo, I'm cracking up, check it. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, how you like your coffee milk? We like it breast, yo. I asked the guys on the ISS, yo, what part of a little boy do you like best, yo? We tap the chrome and we scrap the rest, yo. This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? This is the Rodney Skiba song, can't we all just get along, yo? I asked the guys at Kaiser Permanente, yo, how high's the skies? Permanente. This is the Rodney Skiba song. Can't we all just get along? Can't we all just get?
Can we all get along? Can we get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
out there this morning? It's been so quiet.
Here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth. Gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa! Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah.
Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why, or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
Anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right. There's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay,
By measuring it?
Those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through, some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What?
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 Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take
a moment. Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From like light on the earth.
Bud. You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
Maybe you're not understanding the definition of words.
not.
Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky. Because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding the question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, yeah.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's
Are
told.
you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, Yam?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said
Simple yes or no.
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman. I work with
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can a person
take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need.
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to evidence for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
And why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you
say? Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientists from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Ooh, what's wrong with your mic,
There you
man?
go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also
Good,
also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like, Mr. You have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun go
receive.
when the sun sets?
Too far away.
realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to like tell you that the Earth is round?
No, yeah. You just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it like, do they have like screens in airplane windows that are like?
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, a little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that. Basically, he was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's
okay.
like 8 times.
One of my relatives
the argument
flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was
dude.
borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically? This is in the models. You can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
Oh, why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
It's not even
the question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah,
3.
that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you,
Mr. Yam. 3%.
Question.
I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
Maybe
the
if you
Earth.
want me to hear,
Oh
then you
my
should
gosh!
tell this dude to. Don't mute
Okay,
me.
here's
you
what
guys
I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question,
bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute them. It's just because you want to
try
hear
not
what
to
they
be
have to say.
offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah. A simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison. Weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this
Yes.
this thing?
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is. Okay, you can work it out in a program. You can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave. All right. 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation. Okay. Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. M? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Did it.
Then why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. And if you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me how you...
Okay. 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct. But as far as 250 in comparison, mathematically, to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted, that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just... It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up, though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
you really think that it falls off the edge of the Earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one, but. Like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly?
Horizon?
At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because
you guys you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So, yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the Livestream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam,
It's
there's
not
a
accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is that there that or are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 10,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reafraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
No worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
Never mind.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. That is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, how is what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge, just out of curiosity? Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that right?
If isn't round, then there would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. And they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
It's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also
Who has the
adding
reins
on
there?
to
Anybody?
this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But like that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
You think that with using a telescope, right, you could determine the shape of something in the sky. I don't know if that's logical at all. I mean, I would have to say that in order to determine the shape, you need to see every perspective of the thing that you're looking at. So, for example, if I had something in my hand and you saw it at a distance, well, you couldn't tell me what shape it was, or you could give me a kind of an assumption. But the only way for you to give me an absolute answer is to go around and see every angle of the thing that I have in my hand and to verify that it is exactly the shape that you say it is. So there's a claim that people actually are coming to and saying, well, the things that we can see in the sky are a definite shape. Well, there's no way that you can actually know for sure that shape that you're actually thinking that you're looking at. There needs to be some form of verification for you to actually say, okay, I know that I could see every angle of that thing that I'm looking at, so I know it's this shape. So in order to claim a shape, you'd have to actually take every perspective of the thing that you're looking at. Logically, that would make sense. So I can't just tell you, look at the thing at a distance that I have in my hand and tell me what shape it is, and then you're going to go ahead and tell me what shape it is. Then the other side of what I'm holding could be a whole different other shape. So I could turn it around and it would be something else, or it could be just an image that I'm holding in my hand that looks like it's shape. So in order to claim shape, you need to actually verify the shape that you're looking at by seeing every perspective of it. There's a lot that we get with the CGI embellishments of the imagery that we're presented by NASA and so on. And that's what we have, right? We have these pictures and things that are given to us, and they show these rocky surfaces and so on and so forth. And of course, there's this narrative that goes along with the understanding that what you're looking up at the sky is actually a planet, but the verification is not there. There's no way that you can then therefore say that image that they've shown me is exactly what they're telling me. I can verify it because you can't. So in other words, you're trusting the information from another source and saying, because they have a way to verify this information and I don't, I will trust them. I will believe that this image is what they say it is. So by looking at something in the sky, once again, you're not able to determine a shape. There's no way that you could determine a shape from looking at something from a distance.
And just to add on to that real quick, a telescope is a monoscope, right? Where it's just one optic, right? As opposed to perceive depth, something in 3D almost, you would need stereoscopic optics just to perceive something along those lines.
Amen.
Do you believe in space?
I go with the biblical model, which says that there's our world is covered by a firmament covering, like a dome, covering our world with waters above. There may be some quote unquote space below, but the thing about space is it isn't empty. Even in the current regular normie science, it's filled with energy. You make a vacuum in a vacuum tube, you see energy popping out of the vacuum like there's something there. I think that space is probably ether, but that space with planets, no. It's not what you told us.
Okay, so
Do we believe what you told us? No, because
one at a
it's
time, please,
positive.
gentlemen.
Yeah, we
Go
just
ahead,
need the. There's like before we go on, just to explain Corvo, in terms of one flat earther answering one question like that, we do not all adhere to the same model. We all agree that that the globe model has failed because that's just a logical. That's just logic. There's no question about that. In terms of what our Earth really is, what this realm is, then that is quite different. So anyway, the point is, it'd be nice for someone else to give another one of the flatters to give the answer to that question about space in particular.
No, I completely agree. There is absolutely a lot of diversity within the flat Earth community in terms of diversity of understanding and interpretation and theories. So you're absolutely correct. So any flat earther who like to answer the question. So Mr. Short, Discord is short, has answered the question from a more of a Hebrew cosmology point of view. There's, I'm sure that there are other people who from the flat Earth community who have different perspectives.
Yeah, we have a couple
Corvo, I tried to post a link and the bot got me. I'm sorry.
Oh no! Okay. It's a new bot. I'm terribly sorry. I will fix that. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Question was, do you believe in space? No, we don't believe.
No, we don't.
Space.
I don't believe in space.
It doesn't even logically follow the second law of thermodynamics. We always see gas behave. In order for pressure exist, it has physical containment. So, due to energy transfer, the high pressure system would immediately seek equilibrium and go to the low pressure system. We would need a containment for the press on the containment.
Yeah.
What they told us space is can't even theoretically exist.
Yeah.
No, we don't believe in it.
I don't even believe in the universe, as they call it as well. I don't believe that there is a universe that is expanding. I don't believe in that.
Jedi, did you want to follow up with that?
Sorry, that didn't keep it on.
Wait, what do you believe is outside of Earth?
Jedi wanted to say something else about space.
I don't know what is outside of the Earth's dome. I do not know. All I can see is what's within us. Outside, I have no idea.
Jedi, you're not coming through, bud. You might want to leave and come back.
The seven heavens is what's outside. That's what we call space.
The sun, moon, and stars are within the firmament in the biblical cosmology, so it appears to be where we live with the air, evacuated ether, air below the firmament, sun, moon, and stars within the firmament, waters above, heavenly throne of God, or something like that, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what is out there beyond the dome. I do not know.
What's inside the Earth?
Sorry?
Hey, I asked you can only go 8 miles down. Don't know. On that question, bro.
Hang on a second.
Drugs cannot go beyond a certain point.
Yeah, the actual number of that is 7.5 miles deep. It took 20 years to dig that hole. It was done in Russia, 1972, and it's called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. That's what it's called. And it's in Russia, and it took 20 years to do that, and it's 7.5 miles deep. Those are the numbers.
Jedi, you got a mic check?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Siberia,
Don't
Siberia.
develop questions.
That is correct.
What,
They had
what
to
question
stop
are we talking about? So I've only just joined, guys. So hi everybody. I thought I'd pop in, say
Yeah,
hello.
well done, Jedi. Jedi, where'd you go?
Oh,
Where'd you go?
Jedi! Welcome, bro. It's just long
Yeah,
time.
evening,
Fucking
brother.
traffic.
We miss
Good
you.
to see you, Corvo. Yeah, good to see
Good to
you,
see you,
buddy.
brother.
Hope you are. Yeah. So what we're
Yeah.
talking about, space or how deep the
Yeah,
Earth
do you
goes?
believe in space, Jedi?
No, space doesn't exist. Witsit already said that. You can't have gas pressure
Oh
around a
no.
container.
If I may, it's since we have a lot of diversity within the flat Earth community, it's interesting to say from which angle you approach the different questions. Like we have obviously a religious angle, and we have a skeptical angle, and we have a scientific angle. Just begin from. I would like to hear start. I come from this type of angle, and this is why.
Okay.
We don't adhere to labels though, because we don't claim a definitive model, because all the information that you would have to assess isn't available. So we have an intellectually honest position, which is that we don't claim a definitive model. We only stick with an empirical approach.
But there are a couple. What was that? Sorry.
I was just going to say, Mr. Wizard, you can only speak for yourself because Mr. Discord defers to the Hebrew cosmology, and he has a definitive model.
And the reason for him knowing the falsification of the postulation of the globe Earth, right? Like just that is consistent with observation as well. Well, the actual discussion about the Earth, flat Earthers take the empirical approach, and they concede when things are not known, as opposed to believing things made up and acting like they're factual. Okay, so it's an empirical approach.
The main elements that emerge from most of the flat Earth models you see is North Pole, somewhere in the center, continents radiating out, surrounded by some sort of Antarctic ice wall. Most do ascribe to some sort of firmamental barrier covering the world. Those are the main elements you see. It's geocentric, unmoving, flat, level.
If anybody ever wants to mute the bot or whatever, stop it. It's no problem. I'm just playing this so there isn't dead air.
Up, Indio?
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much, man. I'm just listening to that. That's a couple years ago, isn't it?
Which one is it? Is it Chatter? Is it Ask Me Anything? The chess board.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, I got a bunch from saved. I'm actually gonna make another one today. They're the ones off the podcast. I have a bunch I want to do. I just have so many. There's so much good stuff that happens here.
I can't remember. That just brought back that conversation I was thinking about. I remember having that conversation. That was a really good answer that I gave that one guy. I was impressed with myself listening to myself. I was like, "Damn, I said that."
He's like, "Damn, I'm good."
I forgot all about it, dude. When I'm listening to it, I'm like, because you know how you're in the moment.
Yeah.
And just hearing it back, I was like, "That's pretty good." I'm wondering why nobody challenges me on that. But I guess he was just asking questions in that whole whatever it was, debate or discussion.
Yeah. So I get to go over. Put it this way. Usually, there's probably I don't know. If I listen to if I go through 10 episodes and they're 12 hours each. If I go through 10 of them, there'll probably be maybe 3 or 4 good conversations that I can actually put on the podcast. That's the way it usually is.
Yeah.
I started at episode 2933.
Ooh,
something so I just went episode by episode by episode. Every single episode for the last, I don't know, month and a half, has 3 or 4 awesome conversations on. I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, I'm gonna be making. There's just so many now. It's awesome.
Don't forget to put the one to Zanuck that happened a couple of days ago. That was really good.
Oh yeah, I gotta work my way up to that. I went back a month because I remember we had a couple good ones. I didn't know when they were. They were a month ago, so I just I'll go back a whole month and then start from there. And then I just skimmed through an episode, and then I start listening, and I'm like 30 minutes go by because I'm because I'm like interested in it. I'm like, damn, I'm supposed to be like just clipping this. I'm not supposed to be listening to it.
No, it was
Nathan
real-
Oakley,
uh,
Nathan
I think
Oakley arguing with Gem Panda was quite funny. The recording of Gem Panda.
yeah, we get on there a couple of times with him. We do a couple of go rounds, but it's not very fruitful. I mean, because he is who he is, screaming and whatnot on the mic.
I've been
Yeah,
talking for 20 minutes. Why are you censoring me?
Yeah.
That dude, man. He'll talk for 30 minutes straight, and then you try to get a word in edgewise, and he'll be like, why are you censoring me?
Demiurge and Oral have just been checked in by Twad. They seem quite keen to have a chat with someone.
Well, I was thinking too. I was like, the thing about this is going to be like legendary for future generations of people, man. Like, even if when we're gone, these recordings or the clips that you have, like, could just be passed down forward, like, so people can actually see where this began. So I think
Oh,
it's.
yeah. Yeah, and like the podcast episodes, I saved them they're on archive.org, and that stuff it's getting saved like forever. They're actually developing like some sort of what do they call it?
Well,
some sort of like storage method that like in 100 or 200 years they'll still be able to get the data off of it.
I got you, man. What I'm planning to do, because I'm invested in blockchain technology. I'm gonna probably get some of that stuff archived in the blockchain, so it'll never be gone.
Can you save it? I know IPFS you can save stuff on.
We got things like
Yeah, it's very expensive to save on the blockchain, but the IPFS, it's pretty easy.
It is possible, yeah. There's audio.
Oh, IPFS is slow as shit. That's the problem with that.
You can put audio and video NFTs, and save them. Like they're gonna remain on the blockchain. So that's another.
Most NFTs and such on the blockchain are actually IPFS URLs that are put on the blockchain that go to there. It's actually very expensive to put things on the blockchain. Like per
save data
per byte, it's like hundreds of dollars per byte. So like putting an actual image and stuff, people usually don't do that unless you could do it with like a 16-bit image.
Yeah, we got some really
there
smart.
You go.
Right?
We just invented a business for you, man.
There's some really people that I'm working with, so they were telling me all the things they can do. I'm just letting you know, man. That's going to be something in the future that's going to be possible. So don't worry, man. All this stuff will be archived.
Good. So are you guys well educated on flat Earth? Would you say you're knowledgeable about it?
This is the major leagues, buddy.
Yeah, if you're not,
yeah,
I'd like to say
you're in the major leagues right now.
Before you begin your conversation, make sure that you're ready to prepare to have a conversation in here. That's all I'm gonna say.
I am.
Okay.
Look, you might have experienced one thing like on YouTube or Twitter or one of those platforms.
This isn't that.
That ain't that. This ain't that.
Yeah, I will open by saying that I don't have a strong position. I'm very open-minded, and admittingly, I am not very well informed on the issues. So that's what I will open with. There's something very specific. I searched for it actually when I joined the server. Regarding the Earth-based Coriolis effect. The main thing that drew my attention to it had to do with firearms and artillery, adjusting for that. Apparently the rotation of the spherical Earth, apparently. When I searched for it in the server, I saw some people discussing it. Someone said that it's actually just an illusion, specifically the Earth-based Coriolis effect. My question is if it's like just an illusion. I don't know if that's the position you guys take either, by the way. Then how would it affect long-range stuff like artillery?
Yeah, so I don't know, Indio, if you want to get into that conversation, that's fine.
So they're not saying it's an illusion. There's another effect. It's called gyroscopic drift. You ever heard of this?
I have not, but
When
I'm
you fire a
googling it as you say it.
firearm, yeah. So when it's also sometimes called the Magnus effect. So a spinning object will has something called gyroscopic drift, where it will hook one way versus the other. It's because the rifling on the barrel makes the projectile spin,
Yeah.
and that spin makes it
So
hook a
this,
certain direction.
yeah.
But
That's
whether this so-called Coriolis effect exists, Earth-based Coriolis effect, that's never really been demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of lead a bit off of that. So,
well, I mean, it's something that's like a myth. It's anecdotal, right? So
Yeah.
if you like actually look, so say you like went on Google Scholar and went and tried to look for systematic, rigorous quantification of the Coriolis effect, right? And tried to get like a research paper, you're gonna find nothing. It's just something people say. It's like sometimes you'll see it. So like in the U.S. Marines Artillery Firing Manual, you'll see it mentioned, right? You'll see, yes, you have to account for Coriolis, and it'll define Coriolis at the bottom. But then when you look at the actual firing table and the calculation, it's not in there. Just think about how hard it is to actually calculate this. You have to know your latitude. You have to know where you're pointing relative to true north, right? Got to know your azimuth.
Yeah.
You need to know your latitude. And then you need to calculate for, wind, humidity, gyroscopic drift, Coriolis effect, and then know exactly which way you're positioned, and you need to know the time of flight for the projectile. So nobody calculates this, right? Because the round itself is not precise enough, right? So the margin of error for the round. So I'll give you a perfect example. The Mark 7 shell is on the USS Iowa. They're the battleships with the gigantic guns. They can shoot a projectile that weighs 4 tons, 30,000 meters, which is 30 kilometers. So they tested these guns for how precise they were. They did it off the island of Crete. I can give you citations for all this shit if you want. So they did it off the island of Crete, or maybe it was Cyprus. It was either Crete or Cyprus in the Mediterranean. So they tested the precision of these rounds. They have a spread, right, an uncertainty. If I aim them at a spot, they can land anywhere within 250 yards of this location. That's how precise as they are. Well, the correction, right, from curvature and Coriolis is 90 meters, is 90 yards, right? So the correction that they would have to do is irrelevant because the uncertainty is 2 times the size of the correction they would have to do. You understand what I'm saying?
I see. Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's like, and then there's like, oh, the Paris gun. It was in France. It was a huge artillery piece from World War One. They had to correct for Coriolis, and then when you go look for it, right? Because I looked for the shit. Okay, so the Paris gun says it on Wikipedia. Then you click their citation, and then the citation is just some other anecdote from somebody else citing somebody else, and there's nothing. There's nothing hard on it. There's no hard data that says it's just like a myth that's been passed on over and over and over.
I think your explanation was great. And,
well, the point is that there's a lot of claims with the globe Earth. Well, there's a lot of claims with the globe Earth that nobody can actually demonstrate, and the Coriolis effect is one of them. It's like, where's the actual demonstration that this exists? Where's the systematic, quantification of whatever it is? And there's this other thing that, don't you think? And if you think about it from a rational standpoint, you ask yourself: was the Coriolis effect discovered or invented?
Right. It was
right.
obviously
Were they
invented.
firing cannon and they were like, "Oh shit! Why do we keep missing?"
No,
this is Coriolis effect. We had to concentrate. We had to think about the spin of the Earth, and we didn't even think of that. So
it's
now we're going
probably
to compensate.
it's probably just an implication that they made from their model. Yeah,
exactly. It's invented.
Yeah. I think the gyroscopic drift is a good explanation.
Yeah, I mean,
I might want to try to test that someday. Actually, it's very It's very interesting.
Yeah, he addressed the
I don't
point.
know if like.
Demiurge, can you hear me? Yeah. So
Sorry. Yeah, my mic is delayed.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm coming through.
I
Hello?
heard you. I hear you fine.
I
Miggy.
can.
All right.
I can hear you.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, he addressed your point, but it's built on top of the underlying presumption that the Earth is a globe. So, it's great that these questions, like, you have looked at them because you're looking at it from a standpoint like, how does this work on a flat Earth kind of a perspective. But there's always the bigger elephant in the room, which is that you're standing on the presumption that the Earth is already a globe for that to be taking place. So I'm always about going back to the very beginning, right? The foundation. Because if we're already questioning how things are working on a flat Earth, then you don't really understand, because your presumption is that the Earth is of a globe nature. You understand? So everything that you look into will be like just the information challenging the presupposition. It's never going to be like, do I know if the Earth is a globe or not? It's going to be always like, well, how does Coriolis work? Well, how does anything else that I think that would happen on the globe work on a flat Earth? Like, that's going to be the way you look at it. It's kind of working backwards, where the very beginning should be, do I know that the ground that I'm standing on has measured curvature? I mean, I don't want to like end all your questioning, whatever, but if you start there, the challenge begins. Because at that point, when you start moving forward into like figuring that out, then everything else will either make sense or will not make sense. Like any other question that you challenge. So, anyway, I mean, I don't want to get too far into it because I think India was finishing his point.
Well,
But
yeah. Well, I'm gonna build on your point. So basically, think about it like this: what Miggy is saying is that, say we observed something, right? Say we did observe some deflection when we fired rounds. Could we use that to prove the shape of the Earth?
Of course not.
Exactly. So these are like derivative arguments. If you presuppose the Earth is a globe and there's some effect, yeah, you can say this is how this would fit on a globe. But likewise, we could come up with some silly story about how it would work on a flat Earth. Without the underlying proof of the in this case, rotation of the Earth, right? Has that ever been measured? Who measured it? That type of thing. Oh, the Earth's a ball? Okay, who measured that? Without that underlying foundation, you're just building upon a presupposition. Making a derivative argument.
I agree. Was it derivative?
So is that
question?
Did I bracket your comment correctly?
yeah, no, this is the crux of the argument, because when I take a look at like how people question, I look at the psychology of why they're questioning it, and it all has to stem from them trying to challenge an ideology that goes against their belief system. Because I can tell you that with full assurance that you just believe the Earth is a globe. You might retort and say,
no.
I know that's exactly that's exactly what we always. But I understand that, right? I know where that's coming from. Because we have, let's say, on your end, you would say consensus, right? There's all these, dude. Everybody alive believes it's a globe. Why do you guys believe that it's flat? We got
I'm
pictures.
sorry, but like it's not how I think.
Okay, tell me. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
As I've said, I don't believe the Earth is a globe. I told you when I was joining that I don't know. The only reason why I would be predisposed to speaking in the way in which that it is presumed to be a globe is because the vast majority of material and things I've been told refer to that. So
basically, exactly what I was saying.
It's not so much as in I believe that though.
Right, but
I'm completely open to either side when I'm convinced, but I'm not convinced of either yet.
Demiurge, if it wasn't something that you know, it's a belief, sir. Do you understand? Like, so if you're coming from a standpoint of whatever,
I don't know though.
I know, but
I don't believe either. I don't believe it's a globe. I don't believe it's flat. I don't know.
Right. So because you don't know, and that's where this indoctrination comes in. They tell you things, and whether it sounds like it makes sense or not, like, is irrelevant. It needs to be proven, validated. You understand? So when you come across anything that anybody tells you, hey man, this is how it is, and you're like, how do you know that? And your mind starts to question, the validity of whatever that you're questioning. So in order for that, whatever the teachers have told you about the planets and all this stuff, for that to make sense and become reality, it has to be observable, measurable, like repeatable, falsifiable, empirical evidence, right? So you need to be able to test the thing that they're telling you. And if there's no way that you can do that, then you just got to put it in the basket of belief. Like there's nothing that you can do. And maybe that's probably why you're drawing this mindset, right? Or where this is coming from. But for the majority of the times, we're told things and it sounds like it makes sense because we can't verify things. And they show us pictures from space and we're just like, oh, okay, that's great, But
Yeah. my the intent of my question was really, I guess, to see the depth of your guys' individual models, to see if it had an explanation for that. Now, the question was essentially rebutted or destroyed in two ways, right? One was challenging its credibility to begin with. Has this been observed? Has it been calculated? Do they really take that into account? Right. That's one way that it was dismantled. And then the second way was offering an alternative explanation, which was the gyroscopic drift. I liked both of those refutations. And yeah, it showed me what I was looking for, which is I wanted to see how much you guys have developed your
arguments,
arguments or models, whatever. Yeah. That's really what I was looking for. I'm not like trying to disprove. Wasn't trying to disprove anything with that. So
yeah, I agree. And maybe that carries weight in some intellectual circles where people can actually face that one particular instance. But then, of course, you're dealing with a much larger picture here. When it concerns, like, let's just take, for example, if you were just challenging anybody else, Joe Blow off the street, who thinks the Earth is a globe. Well, he would retort back to you, like, yeah, dude, but the Earth's a globe. Like, he would not see your point. So it's interesting, that you do gather information, but I always go back to like what's most important, because if we don't get that part out of the way, then we can't have the other conversations to keep a mind open to receive. So that's why the thing that I always go back to is making sure that people understand this. There's real psychology to this, man, because other than like you have a normal conversation with anybody else, everybody has like this prideful mindset of thinking they know everything. So even if they don't know everything, let's just say, but they believe because everybody else believes, then they're gonna you'll have a hard time talking to them about just this one thing. And it could be something to deal with, just what you were saying, the Coriolis effect. And you'll he's spot on in what he told you, but when you go and tell anybody else that, they're gonna be like, okay, but that's just what you're saying because you think the Earth's flat. They're not. You'll never get past that barrier, and so I'm kind of giving you a way into that mindset.
Keep it simple, stupid. You follow the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Just bring it all back to first principles. And
Can I ask a stupid question?
like I said, these are derivative arguments. And the thing about the globe Earth, like any phenomenon they observe, right, for the last couple hundred years, they try to shoehorn into the globe. And yeah, they got lots of stories. Give me 700 years and I can make any phenomenon observed fit into any shape you desire. Pretzel, pineapple, diamond, pick a shape. I can shoehorn and use mathematics to make that phenomenon seem to work on that in that particular environment.
Exactly.
So we try to take it back to first principles, okay? Okay, what?
So
Like, if you
can I?
strip anything,
Can I?
everything away, you strip it all away. Okay, I'm a newborn baby. I just entered the world, and I view the world. How does it appear to my senses? Oh, flat and motionless. Then along comes somebody and they say, "Hey," and you're like, "Hey, look, the Earth looks flat and motionless." And they're like, "Nah, no, it isn't. It's spinning, but it's spinning too slow for you to feel, and it's actually curved, but it's just too big for you to see." And yeah, I promise. I mean, that's really what you're at. So, what's the offer of proof that those things are true? Because maybe they're true. Maybe the Earth is just too big to see. Maybe it's actually spinning and I can't feel it. What's the evidence for that? Then we ask people in the past, in the present, at any time, has anybody measured the curvature of the Earth? And invariably they'll like, I don't know, or no, or I think so, or something like that. Has anybody measured the rotation of the Earth? Same thing. I don't know. Maybe. Could have. And it's always this.
That's what they're usually
Yeah.
saying.
So is there any argument which is just irrefutable proof? Like for a dumbass like me, I'm pretty dumb, right? So I don't know calculus properly. I don't know all that shit.
Yes.
So like
Yes, there is.
So as far as I can tell, my cursory research, the thing which makes the most sense to me, which I think so far I think is irrefutable, is the whole dip that you would see if the Earth had curvature, right? So the dip which would make it impossible to see those laser experiments from like 26 miles away, etc. Is there any actual like theoretical refutation for that? Like, is it even possible that could
Yeah,
be?
are you talking about have they come up with something to circumvent that test? Is that what you're saying? Like to say that the Earth's a globe? See, like have they done it? Is that what you're asking? Have they done something?
Pretty much, but because to my retard mind, it seems like that's irrefutable. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So Indio, if you want to, they've attempted to do.
Like the typical rebuttal to any measurement of the surface of the Earth using like electromagnetic radiation, light, radio waves, microwave, whatever, they'll say, "Oh, light bends around the curve of the Earth. There's refraction, so light bends around the curve."
But how do they prove that? Is there any proof for that? Because
Okay,
that's
so
like
it's actually what you call an ad hoc hypothesis. The reasoning is this. The Earth's a globe. If you see too far, there must be refraction because the Earth's a globe. That's literally the reasoning. It's the reasoning is circular logic. It has to be refraction because the Earth's a globe. But there's no experimental evidence for it, right? There's like, if you actually go into say the scholarly literature and like, okay, there's refraction. They'll say things like, well, light bends down towards the denser medium, whatever. Yeah, so generally that's true in application of Snell's law, right? But if you look, okay, so this is a model of how light works. If you go look in the literature, so the thing about physics models is that they have to be able to make predictions about reality, right? So models get tested against reality. That's how you know the model's accurate. But when they go out and they try to like test for this refraction, it doesn't match any model that they can come up with. Period. And I can give you citations of all this shit where they say it, not me. It isn't me saying it. It's the scholarly peer-reviewed literature that says none of our models work. And this is because the application of this is in geodetic surveying, radio communication, microwave connected internet, things like that. None of their models work to predict like how much the light would bend or anything like that. But that's
okay. But what?
But hold on. So their claim is unfalsifiable in a way because you can't. It's unfalsifiable, but if you go look at what has actually been tested for them to actually quantify this, all the evidence is against the claim that there's refraction. All the actual measurement, experimental evidence is against that claim.
But I don't get like why it would be. I mean, maybe I'm really stupid, but I don't understand why it would be refracting if it's like because it's the same moisture levels roughly across the entire place.
No, because
like,
there's a pressure gradient, right? There's a pressure gradient. So there's something called the U.S. Standard Atmosphere, right? It's a model of the pressure gradient for the atmosphere. It's a pressure and temperature gradient. So we all know when we go up higher, the pressure decreases, right?
Okay.
So as a general rule, this isn't always true. The denser the medium is, the higher the refractive index of the medium. So if you have a gradient, so light refracts based upon a change in refractive index. It's not the absolute value. Like, oh, the index of refraction is 1.4, so it bends at this much. No, it's when light goes from index of refraction of 1.2 to 1.4, then it'll bend. So think of this, there's a pressure gradient. So there's a continuous change in the refractive index going up. So their claim is that because there's a continuous change in the medium, light is continuously going to bend down.
Okay, but
right?
could they not then, if that is their claim, then they don't need the distance in order to actually prove that, right? They could make a smaller model with and just artificially simulate this pressure gradient and at the rate at which it would be changing across.
I know they don't have that. I've asked them for that 100 times. Show light bending down in air at all.
That has to be the case because they're not invoking the huge distances that they're usually like invoking right here with this. Because,
well, I'll just tell you typically what happens. You say, okay, light bends down and light. So you say light's bending down around the curve. Okay, show us that. Show us light bending down in air ever. And typically, what they'll show us is you can take sugar water and you put it in an aquarium, and if you shine a laser through it, the light will bend. But that's not air, right? That's a laser in air going through the sidewall of a glass aquarium going into sugar water, right? Which is actually what's called a dichiral molecule, which is going to bend the light anyway. But because there's because when you put sugar in water, it'll make a gradient of sugar in the water, as long as you don't stir it, right? Yeah. It'll make a gradient in the water. So this is their demonstration is, because it'll happen in sugar water, it must happen in the air. So it's not even an equivalent experiment. I'm just saying this is the argument we'll typically encounter.
But couldn't they simulate like what they're saying is happening with like a decrease in altitude, the slight bending of altitude? Couldn't they simulate that? It shouldn't be like
we deal with just like they're just not honest for lack of a better term. But all that shit's academic because there's actually experiments which actually disprove it. And I'll tell you, like, you ever seen a prism?
Yeah.
So a prism, you shine white light through it and it becomes a rainbow.
Yeah.
So there's something. Refraction is based upon wavelengths. So lower wavelengths refract at a different amount than higher wavelengths. So light is composed of like all the wavelengths of the visible spectrum. So when you stick them in a prism, because it's triangular, each wavelength takes a different path, and then it comes out. It's a bunch of different colors. This happens in any lens. So if you can Google this, right? So if you buy a camera, there's something called chromatic aberration. So if the lens is not manufactured correctly, right, you'll actually get something. You'll get these little rainbows around things you take pictures of. It's called chromatic aberration. So what they're saying is that the atmosphere is this big, huge lens that we're looking through, and it's bending things up from around the curvature of the Earth because of refraction. Well, the way a lens works is refraction. And you have this, like I said, this effect called chromatic aberration. If there was refraction happening all the time, anytime you looked out at distance, you made a long distance observation of 100 miles, you would see the light like a rainbow. It would spread out. Now, this might seem... I know this is like seems complicated, but it's actually not. Anytime there's refraction, the wavelengths will separate. Period. End of story. It's called the dispersion relationship. It has to happen. It's not optional. This is how you can test if there's refraction. And the way this is actually something new I kind of discovered. I was looking at surveying equipment because in surveying, depending on the weather conditions, it really messes up the measurements. So they have something called a theodolite. It's a telescope, and they measure angles to tell how far away things are, how high they are, all that stuff. So they survey roads, buildings, all that. So someone was coming up with a device that they can measure refraction by. They would take two different frequencies of light, put it on a pole, and then they would measure how far they're separated when they observe them, and then they could measure exactly how much refraction is in the air. So it made me think, well, this should be happening all the time. Okay? And this is the reason, and if you go look at the historical record, we have two types of telescopes. We have reflector telescopes, and we have something called refractor telescopes. Refractor telescopes have a lens. Reflector telescopes have a mirror. And the reason the mirror telescopes were invented is because refractor telescopes, the thicker you make the lens, the more you have this chromatic aberration thing, right? So the largest reflector telescope is in California, and it's something like, I think it's like a foot in diameter. Well, the largest reflector telescope is 10 meters in diameter. Okay, so how big the lens is determines like how much you can see, because of something called the diffraction limit. So you want a very wide lens to collect the most amount of light. So there's a limitation on how much they can make like a glass refractor lens versus a reflector lens, and it's because of this effect, this dispersion.
So have they ever?
If they're saying the Earth is, if they're saying we're looking through a giant lens, if we see mountains 200 miles away, we're looking through a lens that's 200 miles thick.
So
that's
have
what
they
they're
ever,
saying.
have they ever been able to use like a gaseous medium to like refract light, just like in the air, just suspended in the air to bend light? Ever?
No. No.
I know. My questions are getting stupider as you.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's something they say, and they'll argue with you till the cows come home because it's fatal to the globe Earth. It's fatal. They have to argue it. They have no choice. Look, we have observations of. Pick a distance. We have visual observations. Okay, let's put it this way. The longest in 1918, they were sending radio waves 10,000 miles from the UK to Australia. In 1918, this was before satellites. This was at the beginning of radio. There's no repeaters. The only way, right, because you got the entire Earth in the way. The Earth is only, they claim it has a circumference of 25,000 miles. So if it's 25,000 miles, North Pole to South Pole distance is what? 12,500 miles. They sent a radio wave 10,000 miles. So it's almost completely around the Earth to the other side. How'd they do that?
You need line of sight.
You need line of sight. The only thing they have to say, oh, it curved around the Earth. Oh, we have long distance observations. Shitloads of them. Of the longest I know of is 308 miles. Okay? Seeing across water, 308 miles. It's like from someplace in Spain to the island of Corsica, there's a lighthouse. It's 308 miles. That lighthouse is supposed to be something like, I think it's, if I remember right, it's 40,000 feet under the horizon. That's not a trivial amount. So they the only thing they can say is light is bending around the curve, because it's either that or concede the Earth is flat. And some people are just never going to concede that. It's just the way it is. So they argue this refraction thing because they have to.
Yeah,
they
but that's
have no choice.
Yeah, that's already damning if they've never been able to bend light like in any sort of gaseous medium.
Well, we asked them. We do have demonstrations of light bending up in air, but we don't have any of it bending down.
Is it at all also in the formula 7/R? So
yeah.
I mean,
So they've standardized this. They come up with this thing called 7/6R. So what they do is they say, oh, there's this standard refraction. Everything is being bent up all the time. So what they do is they mathematically enlarge the radius of the Earth and then do calculations from that. So you multiply the radius times 7/6. So basically you're making the Earth appear, right, visually. They're saying visually it appears 1/6 bigger than it actually is.
Good morning, guys.
Why would light curve up? No, that's a rabbit hole. Why would light ever curve up?
Well, light would go up because of like what do you call it? Temperature inversion.
So temperature can
A
cause
temperature
refraction.
inversion where the temperature is like instead of it going from warm to cold, there's a layer that goes, so it'll go from cold to hot. So the water will be, so say you have water that's like incredibly warm, right? So right above the water, there's warm air and then there's cold air. So you'll have this layer of cold air. So if you take a laser and it hits this layer, it's gonna bend up drastically. And we have observations of this. I think there's like 3 that I know of, but none bending down, none, not even one. Believe me, if they had it, they would show it because we've been asking for it for years.
So bending up because of the cold there.
Yeah, it'll hit. Yeah, because it only happens like in an extreme weather condition. It doesn't like normally happen.
Okay.
It would happen like in a strange place, right? Like where you have, for instance, Lake Pontchartrain. So Lake Pontchartrain it's in Louisiana. The water it's a big lake, and the water is very shallow. It's only 13 feet deep. Okay. But because it's in Louisiana, the water gets warm. So the difference between the air temperature and the water temperature, they're very close to each other, but they flip every day, like 2 times a day. So what you'll have is like 70-degree water and 72-degree air, right? And then like 6 hours later, you'll have 72-degree water and 70-degree air. So this different, the gradient flips, and when it flips, the light will bend in a different direction, according to them.
What is the mechanism?
What typically happens, you just get a layer. You get like they call it a duct. So like a layer of air of one temperature gets trapped in between 2 other layers. So say you have a layer of air right next to the surface of the ground that's say 70 degrees. Then you'll have a layer like 3 feet off the ground that's like 1 foot thick, that's 72 degrees, and then you'll have a layer above that that's the first temperature, 70 degrees again. So when light goes through this, it'll bend because refraction is most closely connected to the temperature in air, at least in regular air.
I'm confused now. I was
I'm just saying the air is dynamic. It doesn't stay in one state. You know that, right? Weather, weather exists, right?
Of course. I'm just wondering because I thought like refraction was specifically to do with like the materiality, not to do with temperature. Now my ignorance is getting further exposed.
Yeah. No, like I don't want to get like crazy technical. Okay, so let me put it this way. When they say denser air, it's often misconstrued. When they say denser, it actually means optical density. So when light passes through a medium, those atoms and molecules get polarized, right? So light is an electromagnetic wave. Yeah. And it has a it oscillates up and down. So when it passes through a medium, the atoms and molecules, they get polarized, right? So there's like a little stretching of the molecule. So like that, the electron will go up a little bit, and the proton will go down a little bit. And when it stretches, it changes the speed at which the light passes through the medium. And this is what refraction is. Refraction is a change in the speed of light in the medium.
Okay, change of speed.
So it's the speed of the speed of light in vacuum is 299,000 meters per second, right? That's the speed of light in vacuum. But the speed of light in a medium is different. So in air, it's almost that. It's like a tiny bit slower. When I say tiny bit, it's like in the 4th decimal place or something. And like, so what happens is light's traveling at one speed. It'll hit the boundary of a medium, and it'll slow down. And when it slows down, it deflects. Right? So, like I said, it's the change in the refractive index of the medium.
So why did the change in speed make it change direction?
Look, why does it change direction? Nobody knows. Like, really, nobody knows the exact mechanism. There's like 5 different models for it, and each are used to like for certain engineering purposes. Let's put it that way. So if you want to make a lens, you'll use one model. If you want to do like quantum physics, you'll use like a wave model. If you like, it depends on like your application. None of them are exactly right.
Like a wave particle duality.
Yeah, it's like that. The light matter interaction. It's a light and matter interaction, and like they don't know exactly how it works, but they have models that can predict the behavior to a degree. Like I said, depending on the application.
So could but observably, okay. So taking about the theory, observably, if you created like a chamber where you had like some of this air stacked upon itself artificially, you would be able to like in a small controlled environment observe this bending.
Theoretically.
But has it been shown at all ever?
No. I listen. The attempts I've seen, like I said, sugar water. People have tried to super cool the air, but they end up doing something like using dry ice. So dry ice is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide has a way higher refractive index than air. It's almost the same as water. So they'll use that and say, look, light's bending down, but not taking account it's carbon dioxide, right? So there's no demonstration of somebody just simply taking air, cooling it off, shining like a laser through it, and showing light bend.
Was there an astrophysicist that came in here, Indio, that one time, or I forgot what field he was in, but he said that light going across the surface of the Earth, like let's say over water,
was a cosmologist.
Yeah, was it a cosmologist that it goes over like a skipping stone, like when you skip stone over water, like how it bounces up and goes up and then back down again.
Yeah,
and they keep doing that until it reaches like whatever target you're gonna hit. Therefore, a laser going across the surface of the water, let's say on a test, would do the very same thing and reach its target, even if there is Earth curvature, because it's skipping stone, like a.
Yeah, we had a PhD in cosmology here. Well, we had a PhD in cosmology here. We showed him a 25-mile laser measurement that was done, and the best thing he could come up with is that light skipped like a stone across the water around the curvature of the Earth. It's totally ridiculous because it's very hard for some people. I don't know what to say. It's just very hard for some people because the evidence, the laser tests are so, not only are they definitive, right? So you have what the globe predicts, and then you have what was actually measured, and the difference is a difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So, for instance, the 25-mile laser test, when they shot the laser 25 miles, the laser was supposed to be, you want meters or feet? So 127 meters off the surface, 25 miles away. That's what the globe model predicts. What they measured off the height they measured of the laser was 1.5 meters off the surface. That's a huge difference, right? That's a 2 order of magnitude difference. 120 meters versus 1.5 meters. Right? So when presented with this, they can't say, "Oh, it's a measurement error." Oh, that the precise enough, because huge difference in the result versus the prediction. So they have to come up with these crazy things. Lasers, light skipping like stones across water. They say all sorts of stuff. And because the only other choice is the Earth is flat, and they can't do that.
Yeah, they have to explain. So they're just explanations without evidence, and that's what we're left with for the day.
Would it work if the Earth was just way bigger than what they say?
No.
Well, hold on, Greg. Yeah, it could work, but then all the other stuff is wrong.
Yeah, you'd have the problem with the radius, man. Like that's like if you don't have
that
the
means
radius,
no one ever went to space, no one went to the moon.
I'm really agnostic. I'm not agnostic is the wrong word. I lean towards flat Earth because of other reasons, because I've seen other deceptions which are more in my area, so I'm pretty much leaning towards its fate. But like I'm just trying to be rigorous.
Arul, I'd say this, man. Pace yourself. There's no real hurry, but and also take in the information and test everything. Here's one thing we will tell everybody that comes in here: don't believe what everybody's saying in here. Go and test it. Make sure you verify the things we're saying, because ultimately you have to live with the truth that you stand by, right? So it's up to you. So we can give you the information, go test it and verify, or you know what, challenge the status quo. Go out there and talk to the professors or whoever, and challenge them the same way, and see what they can tell you. But most of the times, you're going to get the explanations. You're not going to get the demonstrations, and that's what Intel is kind of telling you guys. We're getting explanations. We're not getting demonstrations. This is vital, right?
Speaking of, can we play a clip that'll like demonstrate what you just said? A flat Earth boxer when he's talking to this cosmologist, asking him about gravity and gas pressure and the vacuum of space, and it's interesting how he responds.
Yeah, do you have the clip?
Give me 2 seconds. No,
Yeah,
give
so
me like
Also, just like
yeah, while you look for that, I just want to tell this guy, don't believe. Part of the propaganda is this is too difficult for you to figure out for yourself. You're not smart enough. You're too dumb. Leave it to the physicists. Leave it to the astronomers. You can't figure it out. It's too complicated. The shape of the Earth, they're claiming it's a sphere. This is like a 9th grade geometry problem. This is not hard.
I don't need calculus, right? Is what you're saying. Because as long as I don't need calculus,
Like simple fucking algebra. Like literally, it's just algebra. It's not complicated. To listen. To take their model and make a prediction is just simple algebra. You calculate the distance of the horizon, right? And there's plenty of curve calculators out there. They're almost all of them are made by globe earthers, so they're not made by flat earthers. They're made by globe earthers. Punch in your height, you punch in the how far you're trying to make an observation, and it's going to spit out a prediction. How much of this you should see? What's the distance to the horizon? The distance to the horizon almost never. What I can confidently say never matches what is spit out ever. But they say the horizon is the physical edge of a ball that ships disappear behind.
do they really believe that? Because they even like anyone who knows perspective knows that can't be true, because you have like and even like you also have, because the reflection on the water, you have the pseudo horizon, the true perspective horizon. Like everyone, why would they?
There are observations where it appears boats are cut off, but we can actually demonstrate this on flat surfaces. So I'll give you a YouTube channel. There's a girl, her name is Sky Free. She's taken like RC boats, little miniaturized boats, like a 600-foot lake. She'll take a camera, she'll stick it like 2 inches above the water, and she'll sail this miniature boat away from her and the lake. And the boat slowly, just like you see in the few videos that exist, you'll see the boat disappear bottom first and eventually be not visible. Now here's the problem. The lake is only 600 feet long, but the globe Earth model predicts that from that height, the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how can the boat disappear at a horizon it's not even supposed to be at yet?
Oh, so this is a Sky Free is her name? Is it YouTube channel?
Sky Free, yeah.
All right, I'll look at that.
There's like 20 or 30 of them on there.
No, actually, I saw a cool video of someone who was like doing that with an actual boat, but they kept zooming in, and it was very consistent. Very consistent.
Yeah, weather conditions can make things look weird. I mean, we've all seen mirages. It's like I've personally watched a boat go from 6 miles. That boat is supposed to be 420 feet under the horizon. Listen, you can go to a website called marinetraffic.com, and it'll tell you the positions of boats in lakes and in the ocean. So if you're ever going to go do a test yourself, you can actually make an observation of a boat and actually get its distance. Right? Because a lot of people make observations of boats and they just kind of go, well, it doesn't look like it disappears. It does look like it. But you can actually get the distance to these boats and make an actual accurate prediction of whether you should see it or not.
No, I mean, I understand because I understand perspective, like just visual perspective from like being.
Yeah. And plus we got this thing called the Black Swan, and like, so we have observations where the horizon is undisputably further than 10 miles away, but the globe Earth predicts the horizon is 1 mile away, right? So, and if you do the math, that would only work on a ball that's radius is like 350,000 miles with a 1.6 million mile circumference.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
So we've gotten to the point where this thing called the black swan, we've got the globe earthers to admit that the horizon is not physical. That is an optical effect, and that's all, perspective. Now they admit it because they have no choice.
Yeah, that has to be the case because like the whole tops of the buildings thing does that's simply in perspectively
Of course
because
it has to be the case.
yeah, because
Of course it does.
visually the ground, visually speaking, in perspective, the ground rises up, so the ground deforms first, and then
Yeah, Robert. You know what happens at that point, though, right? That they agree that it's not physical. What happens at that exact moment that they agree that it's not physical? You wave bye bye to the ball, because if it's not the leading edge of the sphere, then you don't have a physical destination where you can measure the horizon. It's not physical. It's
yeah.
not the curvature.
So where are you supposed to see the curvature horizon according to their map? At what distance?
Well, it depends on your height. So from 1 foot, it's 1.22 the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's a simple calculation you can do. That's the horizon distance. 1.22 the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 10 feet, the square root of 10 feet times 1.22.
1.2 to the square root of my height.
Yep. Times the square root of the height. That's a super simple formula to figure out the horizon distance. So the black swan that I was bringing up, they made an observation. There's several of these. There's not just one. The observation is from 1 foot. So that predicts the horizon is 1.2 miles away. Well, they took pictures of oil rigs, and they know the distance to the oil rigs. One is 6 miles, one is 9 miles, but you can clearly see the horizon beyond the furthest oil rig. So now you know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. But the globe Earth predicts it's 1 mile, right? So there's a problem. So this particular observation got them to admit the horizon is simply optical. It's an apparent horizon. It's not a physical location that you can stick a flag in.
Hey, before I forget, there's a guy that's going off of TikTok right now. He doesn't know anything, but it's kind of funny because he's got a globe CGI background, and he's kind of in there preaching to the crowd that the Earth isn't flat and whatnot. Because we got pictures from NASA. So if you want to laugh, I put the link in the live stream voice text for anybody that wants to go there, and invite him in here because he sounds super proud, like really
proud. Oh, it's live?
Yeah, it's live right now.
I don't have TikTok. Shit.
But apparently the people that he's looked into or talked to have not been in here. So I was shooting the link to the Discord so you can click on it and come in here. But I doubt that he's going to do that because he's on a rant. So I guess he's just trying to get views or whatever. But if he was to ever set foot in here, he'd be completely embarrassed. And maybe he needs to, because I think pride it's the worst thing you can have for anybody that actually knows, something that stands for truth. If you stand for truth, and I mean, if you're saying, hey, you know what, if it's true, then it's true. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's the thing, that people with the idea that the Earth is a globe are very prideful. They don't want to relinquish their pride. So
yeah, I mean,
another question. Sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a more general question. So I know I'm not trying to cross any TOS or anything here, but why are you? What in your opinion is the reason why their Discord and these other servers are allowing flat Earth to be discussed, but not other topics? Like why are they shutting down those? I'm not going to refer to them by name because it's against your TOS.
I mean, they've shut down a lot of flat Earth servers. The main problem with flat Earth servers is subversive behavior. So people try to infiltrate, then do something stupid and get the server deleted. That's typically what happens.
I'm saying, like, why are they cracking down on the other issues? More imminent issues, without talking about them specifically. Like,
oh yeah, like the Fauci, ouchie, and like
stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't know, because they want to. I don't know. I don't know what drives these people. I mean, they do censor Flat Earth on YouTube, and they shadow ban it on Twitter.
It
And I'm
depends.
sure we're shadow banned. Like, there's no doubt that this server's shadow banned.
So because you know that there are other areas which are blatant lies, just to this, like not even like not fudgings, not
Yeah,
like
a rule. Just depends what it depends what group you're talking about. For the people who've just learned this information and went to school, they're really just deceived. But then I put them in two categories. You have the deceived, and then you have the deceivers. The deceivers are the intellects who can research this information for themselves and figure this out. But they want to continue to perpetuate this lie because, of course, if you go against the status quo, you get blackballed, you get removed off of certain positions of power wherever you work at. Depends if you work like at a university or something, you'll get removed. You can't speak of things that go outside of their construct, which is what they have in their ideologies, and so you can't stray from that. And so they dictate to you what you need to teach your curriculum and everything that needs to be set forward. So we're taught whatever those guys are putting forward to our kids and to everyone else. So if we don't challenge that, no one will, man. Because the guys are surely the ones that are in this, what we call like those lofty of intellects. Those guys, they're the deceivers. They continue to perpetuate this information to our families and everybody. So they don't care. They're in it.
I know.
They want to profit
for me because I agree. No, not just profit. I mean, I wouldn't say it's just profit, but it's just more frustrating for me because there's another area where I know which is completely fake, just like this. But like this seems to be, at least. But I can't speak about it anywhere. I'm banned from talking about it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Why don't they allow you to? Why wouldn't somebody of a inquisitive mindset be like, you know what? I welcome a challenge, because that's how we grow, isn't it? Like to challenge the question, to have somebody like really confront you on something that you think is correct, and then maybe it might not be. But if you don't have that pushback, you'll never grow. You'll never be able to. You'll just be having this biased understanding. But see, that's the thing, though, with those guys. They don't want pushback, and if they do receive it, you're outed. You're a black sheep. You're somebody that doesn't belong. And that's the thing. We're not the norm. When you come in here, you can hear things that go against the status quo, and people often at times get offended by it, and they want to stand up and say, "Oh, like that, you guys are weird." No, I don't think so. I think we're free thinkers. We're critical thinkers. We're able to think for ourselves, and we don't accept what they just tell us. We want to validate it, So, and that's not. Is that wrong? I mean, you got to think about it. Like the whole world is just accepting whatever information comes in. They turn on their normie news, they watch whatever's on the media, and they're like, "Oh, that's great. We found another planet." And they never challenge the ideas that are put forward to them, nor in what they see in media or in education or anything. I mean, basically, they're just parrots. And that's the thing. You want to break out of that system. You want to show somebody you can think whatever you want to think and challenge them. That's what's wrong with that. That becomes what, dangerous? How? You know what I mean? A rule like how are you dangerous to that specific group that you're trying to talk to? Just maybe a different opinion, but it's hostile, isn't it? You get a visceral reaction. You get people looking at you like you're a monster, and you're like, dude, I just have a different idea of what like. Why isn't that? Why? That's I don't know.
Like I understand why the people who are pushing the agenda, or like whatever you want to call it, are averse to it. But like the average person who doesn't have any financial nor political affiliation, those people, when they get triggered, it's
yeah.
I don't know why they do it. I even know why they do it, but it's still funny that they do because they don't have any real reason.
Arul, you got to be a little compassionate for those guys, because though they are staunch in their position, they have been deceived by the same tricks of the trade that we have been. Well, we were into the same thing, so they were deceived by the same thing. So those guys, they don't have a dog in the fight. They just their pride is the only thing they got. So it's more psychological than it is intellectual. They don't have something that they're going to present to you. Because at the end of the day, they say, hey, you know what? I'm not a scientist. That guy's a scientist. But they'll have a debate with you up until the point where they can't say anything anymore. And then that's where, you start to realize, man, look, everybody that I talk to will always defer. Well, I don't know it. The scientist does, and Then you're like, all right, bring on the scientist, bring on the guy who knows. I want to talk to that guy. And once that guy comes,
Speaking of, it's in the chat.
yeah, once that guy comes in here, it's like, he got nothing to say. we're back to square one. And you're like, okay, so you deferred me to the guy. The guy's here now. He says his best guess is this. So now where are we at? Because nobody knows. Anyway,
Fair enough, man.
but yeah, you got the deceived and you got the deceivers. Sometimes the deceived seems to be like deceivers because they want to perpetuate it too. But you got to remember, they don't know. They'll start deferring, and then that's your kind of signal to like, oh yeah, you don't really know too much. So you gotta be a bit more compassionate, I guess, with those guys. I mean, even though they're coming at you a bit, they might provoke a reaction. However, because if they start calling you an idiot or something, then it's gonna be like, oh yeah, all right, well, whatever, maybe throw some insults back at them, but yeah, it's a difficult process, and the people who are in here, they have a passion for the truth. That's what I do know. The guys have been in here doing it day in and day out. Have been here for years. There's a passion for the truth. They want to talk to people and kind of bring them to the understanding that, hey, have you guys looked into this? I mean, because you're just accepting what they're telling you without any verification whatsoever. That's bad. That's bad in any way, man. I mean, how do you want to proceed forward in life on a lie? So.
Yeah, for anyone who wants to know the truth about another area, I would suggest you look up terrain theory. That's all I'll say.
Look up what?
Terrain theory.
That it's your accent's coming in. Anybody understand what he's saying?
Terrain theory. Terrain theory.
You want to type it out, brother.
Terrain theory, as opposed to with germs versus terrain theory.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, this is a lot of people might come in here and think it's just another server, or these people in here have heard almost every argument the globe has to offer under the sun, just about. There's not really anything that surprises us, basically, and I could tell you from the start of a conversation how it's going to end up, and from my standpoint, because I've been in a lot of them. The gentleman who was in here before, I don't think he's in here anymore, Demiurge or whatever. Yeah, and he was like, I understood the line of questions that were coming right behind the one he was telling me, because I've already heard that the mind reacts in a specific way when it's confronted with the element of truth. So there's only one way it tries to reason, and it seems to most of the times go back to like the motive, right? But why would somebody or a consensus groups of why would they do that this big of a lie? Why would everybody be on it? Or is everyone in? There's all these things that with motive they try to reason, and we understand.
That's normal. In a way, that's natural, right? Because you need to in some sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, the mind needs to have that feeling of okay, well, I'm not the only one, right? Like, that's crazy. If I am crazy, because it's like everybody else is in on it too, so we'd all have to be crazy, kind of thing. But it's more of like, because it's never been rivaled, and you're in a, and you can see it. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're in those. Are you in any circle, like educational circles, or where you can these people that are putting out these curriculums? They don't make these things up. They're given them, and they have to then teach whatever's handed to them, and it goes by a board, and the board decides, and so on. But it's never because they want to educate people of the knowledge they've learned from going to school and all that. It's only something they're instructed to do. So you know what I mean? Like, there's no critical thinking involved. Leave that at the door. You're just going to learn a lesson. That's all you do. And then from there, you proceed forward with that information, calling it truth, and then supplanting it in someone else's mind. So you never have the freedom to think. It's only boxed into like, well, we discovered that. We know that this is this. So that when it gets challenged, people are like, nah, man, you're just you reject reality. Yeah, but it becomes apparent, man, that we're in a very controlled society. The controlled information is controlled. So this is why we push forward, man. All of us in here, we push forward because we know that people don't have that option in their circles, and this is a great way for somebody to be challenged. Because I don't think we're in the convincing business. We're not here to convince anyone of anything. You do that for yourself. You can go and convince yourself, but we're going to give you the information, and we're going to make sure that everything you think about is challenged for sure.
I mean, you really have to get to a place where you don't care either way to be convinced of anything. And then you can be actually convinced of that. If someone is not in a place where they can have no dog in the fight, where they can somehow mentally like get them to a place where they don't give a shit one way or the other.
Yeah, and here's the thing, not to put it that way, but I would tell people, you know what, if you want to stay blissfully ignorant to what we're saying, that's fine. I don't care if you leave today and just think that the earth is a globe for the rest of your life. That does not bother me. I have a great sleep at night. I don't think about globers. Oh man, what are they? And how many people can I convince today? I don't care. What I'm going to do, though, however, is tell everybody what the truth is about. Now, whether they reject that or accept it, that's not up on me. I'm just going to challenge it every single day. I'll wake up and challenge it and be like, okay, so think about it like this, and then present. But I mean, if you take a look at that, because then it's so much on your shoulders when you start putting that burden on you that you have to convince that guy to think differently because he's not going to stop thinking. And at some point when in a conversation, a rule, you're going to have to realize, I mean, this guy, he's relentless. He doesn't want to,
There's no facts that I would bring up in some. Because I know, because there's another area I talk about. Again, I'm just not saying the name, but it's a complete refutation, even the basic premise, right? So, but it's just too radical a claim that like no matter what I say, no matter how obvious I lay it bare, there's just no. I've done this thousands of times really at this point. So then nobody actually I won't say nobody, about two people.
Yeah,
out of like
in a
change their mind.
Yeah, in a conversation, a rule, you got to remember there's certain aspects where people can disagree with you and they can say the words, I agree to disagree. If it's not founded in any empirical evidence, it's something that you can present to them that is irrefutable, which at that point, when they're presented with evidence that's irrefutable, it becomes it's not a point where you can agree or disagree. It's not, I agree to disagree with you. You can't do that. You're simply wrong. That's just the way.
True.
You're simply wrong, and there's no way around it. And you're going to have to accept that jagged pill because you're not going to get away from this and say, oh, I agree to disagree. That's great. And in certain instances where you like chocolate and I like vanilla or whatever, and I'm telling you chocolate's better, you can agree to disagree with me all day long. That's fine. If you like vanilla, whatever. But when it's something that's empirically proven, then I'm sorry, you're just completely wrong, and you're going to have to sleep. Whether you saying I agree to disagree will not change that fact. It will not, because it will be a fact and it will be something absolute. So, that's something that's difficult. People don't like to deal with that. So their out is I agree to disagree. And that's when you're wrong, that's not a way out. You can't say that, and this is why I'm saying a rule. That's
Excuse me. I'll interject real quick. Chocolate is obviously objectively better. Thanks. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, no, I'm talking with a rule here. Yeah, no, I'm just we're talking with, and there was another chap that was in here. But yeah, they were basically, well, not a rule, but the other guy was just like, is this a regular flat earth forum? And India was like, nah, man, you're in the major leagues here, buddy. Like, this isn't like, this ain't no, you're not gonna, people don't get away with things in here. The spin stops here, right here. And so
facts.
We want to present things to people so they can have a better understanding at how because like I was saying before, I argue from a standpoint of like it's more psychological versus it being more intellectual. But you can actually argue both sides, intellectual and psychological. Both can, in this forum, you could challenge both, and we can stand for both. But like I say, I'm more on the psychological part of it because I think it's a deep rooted, it's something that was implanted that needs to be understood. That it is something that you just believe. It's a deep rooted belief, man. And the sooner you understand that, the better you are at assessing what reality is. Because if you're just under the impression that the world around you is made up of a belief, then you're in the wrong business. You can't never decipher whether what truth is or not. Like to you, it's all relative. Relativism.
So do you think there are any beliefs you still hold which are akin to flat Earth in their falseness? Outside of flat Earth specifically. Anything else do you think that you have in your worldview which you probably provisionally believe is true, but it could be as false as flat Earth?
As false as flat Earth?
Yeah, so as blatant fake as not as false as flat Earth, as false as the globe itself.
As false as the globe? If I would happily be challenged on anything other than flat Earth in the areas that I believe in, but they wouldn't be founded on anything that I could empirically provide as evidence, except for certain things that I can present to you. There is, however, I would be able to stand up for certain, and I'm not going to mention what they are, but certain areas of what my understanding is, and I could present some things to you, but we'd have to get into those discussions. But according to the flat Earth, it's no question. But see, one thing leads to the other, because the other thing that I'm talking about is tied into the evidence of the case for the shape of the Earth. So it's just one thing is connected to the other, and I could connect everything to you. But like I want to get back to because the Earth being what they're claiming it is of the utmost importance to you and me, because it destroys our lack of understanding reality if we can't comprehend what reality is. All right, so
there can't be evolution in some sense if it's a flat Earth, right? A contained Earth, right?
Yeah, no, that's there's a few things that go out the door when we understand our reality, right? That's one of them. I mean, that the Big Bang theory is another. There's a whole bunch of things. There's a whole host of things that I would say are void. Once we understand the nature of our reality, just a ton of things. I mean, there's a laundry list. You could probably name a few other things, right? But we want to make sure that on everything that we talk about, we have to back it up with evidence, because we can't say something, therefore not back it up just because we are acknowledging that the Earth is not a globe. You know what I'm saying? I can't. Okay, I'm going to give you an instance, right? Flat Earth in the beginning of the movement, which was like 2014, 2015, something like when it really started to take off. There was a lot of putting in information like the azimuthal equidistant projection maps, the Gleason's map, that sort of thing. Well, we're looking at a top-down version of the Earth, and everybody's putting those images out, and everybody's looking at these images, and these images are being passed around even and circulated even in the flat Earth today. And a lot of people are like, "Hey, man, we're not saying this is what flat Earth is, but we're giving you a concept." But at the same time, someone who doesn't know about the conversation comes into it with like a globe mindset, would look at those images and be like, so this is what you guys saying is look what the flat Earth is, and and then that they would then start to poke at it, but like, flights don't work on this map, and then you'd be standing for it because it was your concept. You're like, yeah, it totally works, man, check it out. And then here you go arguing for something that you can't verify. So I'm giving you an instance of what I mean, Arul. So this is one thing that if you don't have the verification of, you can't stand by. And so what happens is a flat Earth gets pulled into a conversation because of all the imagery that has been pushed around in this circle, pun intended. But yeah, you start pushing this information out, and you have no verification of it, and so you're defending a position from the point of ignorance because you don't know. So I would then go to the flat earther and say, okay, you're presenting this image, Gleason's map. That's great. Now tell me how you verified this is what the Earth looks like from a top-down version of that specific vantage point. Go. And there's going to be crickets, man, because there's no one who can say, yeah, I was there, I saw this, or I can verify that. There's none of that. So we need to be true to ourselves and true to what we speak for and stand for. And so I'm always back to the point where it's like, well, we grow, we learn, we start to figure out like how we can assess the conversation to make sure that we're not speaking incorrectly, or at least to the point where if somebody was going to challenge me, I have a rebuttal to say, hey man, like this is we can't use this. But if I don't have anything, why am I going to bring it into the conversation? And then that's one instance of role that even people in the flat earth can get these misconceptions of like, or speaking, because sometimes they use things like as concepts, to get the visuals and that for the idea of what we're saying. Well, we don't need that. We don't need to give these images. For what? What are we doing? What's the purpose behind that? And because all we're gonna do is get to, and if somebody does come to the realization and they like, hey man, I was brought into the flat earth by the Gleasons, and that's how I know the earth is flat. And like that's okay, but you can't use this because if it was to be challenged, there would be no way somebody would be able to defend that. It's a straw man. It's a straw man that the globe earther will be able to say, hey, flights don't work here, and you know what I mean? Like it's back to that. So I hope you see that that's what I mean, Arul. It's like in the conversation, we have to be sure that we are able to stand for the whatever we're proposing. So and that's kind of like just the information for you to get in a conversation with somebody. Don't bring things up that ice walls, the sun going around the top of the earth like a spiral motion out to the Tropic of Cancer and back to the Tropic of Capricorn, because all these things, when challenged, can be looked at as in, Howard, did you verify this? Is this exactly what you're saying? Because when I observe the earth, this is not what I see. Do you understand? I don't know. Am I making sense, Arul? Like,
yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say that the same thing applies to the container because it's gas pressure. So it's only in this place, this is the only place I know of where we actually refer to the container exists gas pressure just simply as a container, or to be use even better term, technically, a physical barrier. Because, we haven't even verified it to be solid, technically.
Right. But there needs
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead, Orion.
Well, I was just going to say, beyond that, the difference between people here saying that way and most other flat earthers speaking about that container in their way is most of them just simply assume it's a dome and just go along with this theory that it's a dome shape, and they just always refer to it as the dome or whatever. I'm just like, just call it a container or physical barrier. It's validated to be made of one thing or another thing, or one shape or another shape, one dimension or another dimension, one size or another size. But we have no reason to think that the Earth is infinite, because at least so far, no one's been able to physically demonstrate infinity. So there's no reason to think that it exists. And so the Earth is more than likely finite, but we do not know how big it is. We do not know where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground.
Yeah, if you stick to what can be demonstrated and proven, you're on the right path. People veer off the path when they go into these ideas that I think that this is our best guess. And when we get into that topic, it's anything goes. Because if you're saying this is what you think, let me tell you what I think, and I challenge what you say. And who's right at that point? And being a listener to that conversation, how are you going to discern who's right and who's wrong? What sounds better? Is that the standard of measurement? If that's the case, then, everything sounds good. I mean, it all fits, right? That works. This works. They're all theories. But that's not the case. There's this whole thing. I don't know if you guys have heard this. There's this whole other group that's like, the flat earth and the globe earth are both theories. I've heard this. It's been trending, I think. they're saying that they're both theories, and then that's got to stop, because why would they even say that? Because I think there's this thing where we're hearing a lot of flat earthers saying things that they can't. We don't know, but it's just an idea. We don't know, but it's just an idea. And so now that this guy over here is listening, he's like, well, if they're just saying the same thing Globe Earth is saying, then they're just both theories. So I'm just gonna, say they're both theories, and that's wrong. So getting into the discussion will reveal that too. I don't know if you guys might have heard that some people are saying that, they're both theories. Or at least I've heard it anyway. Anyways, good morning to everybody.
Morning. But isn't that why they say that they're both theories, because there's no model for the flat earth? Oh, we can't come to a conclusion of a model.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what they're implying, right? The implication is that because there's nothing presented, then I would then just toss it in the basket of theory. Well, you don't. Okay, go ahead. Give me your model. And that's how they're proposing it to us, and we're like, well, we don't have a model. Okay, then it's in a basket of theories. Just like I said, and they're wrong, because it's not something that you theorize. It's something you observe and measure. So you can test this. It's not something that you can't test, where it's like an idea, like you have that the Earth could be. It's not a suggestive. It's absolute. It has to be
They're trying to project their problems onto us. That's what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't observe and measure, so they have to come up with a theory and a model about phenomenon, because they can't actually measure the curvature of the Earth. Oh, look, I have this theory, this model of phenomenon, and it can only work on a globe, therefore the Earth's the globe.
Yep. That's how it works, guys. I mean, it's
That's funny, though. When we're talking about flat Earth, we're actually talking about Earth, right? We're not talking about a model. We don't need a model because we don't live on a model. And that's not what we're talking about. But they're talking about a model all day. This quote unquote globe model.
Well, it's like
that's what they're talking about all day.
It's like they want a map, a map.
Straight reification fallacy. Because the map is not where we live, right? So why are we talking about the map? That's ridiculous. But that's what people have been conditioned to think. So that's the first thing they ask. Oh, where's your model? Why? Because you were given a model when you were 3.
Yeah,
and you believe that. You grew up.
Navigates the Earth on top of it. Nobody navigates the Earth with a globe, right? They don't like jump in the cockpit with a globe and like, oh, let's navigate the Earth. They also don't navigate with a map, right? You might maybe a road map, but that only tells you what road to get on. It's not like no one even says it's like, yeah, this is a depiction of the Earth. No, it's just a road map.
What's that pilot's name? Indio, the one that the freaking
Wolfie.
Doesn't he use globe?
Yeah.
Oh God, that guy will go to no lengths to like. I swear, man. Every other pilot in the entire world does not use a globe, and he's the only one that navigates with a globe.
What kind of directions do you guys like?
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, what kind of directions do you like? Do you like directions from a street or landmarks? Like, oh, you take a left from here, or you take a left from this place, or he's like, oh, take the I-40, take the street of Jackson, then you make a left on Adam Street, and then it's on the right corner. Or you just say, oh, it's on this landmark, past these trees, and you pass the bridge. That type of directions. Because sometimes people rely on the map instead of landmarks. Because sometimes it is easier on landmarks, but it's because what you see.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is, well, personally, I guess I would rather use a map. Just the way I think. I guess it would be personal preference. But the map, the road map, they used to make something called a road atlas that had every state's roads in it. Those aren't like accurate depictions of the world. That's not the purpose of the map. It doesn't even claim to be that. Maps are made for a specific purpose. So there's road maps, weather maps, there's topographical maps, there's all sorts of maps. They're all made for specific purposes. Nobody navigates the entire world. Like if I want to go from New York City to Australia, I'm not going to use any map at all.
What about a compass?
Yeah, you'll use a compass. Yeah, we can navigate by the stars. That's how we navigate. The stars have a certain relationship to the Earth. We know if we follow a certain path through the stars, we'll get to where we want to go.
Except for Wolfie, who uses a globe.
Except for Wolfie.
You know, not for nothing. Years ago, I can't remember who had the interview, but I remember an interview with a pilot who was a flat earther, and he actually said, because like most of the interview was him saying how he was never ever taught how to fly around the ball. Everything is assumed to be flat and stationary. And he said at one point he actually did grab a globe and took a flight somewhere. So he had a globe on the aircraft, and him and the co-pilot, he said, what I remember is that he was laughing so hard at how off the globe was compared to the actual maps and what he was using to actually navigate.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
so
I'm sure,
it's
man.
so funny.
Antonio Subarats took two globes, and like you can measure distances on a globe by taking like a piece of string, right? So what he did was he took like Australia, looked up the distance, supposed to be like 3,600 miles across. So then he went and looked for like another place that was supposed to be that far. So he took the piece of string, put it across Australia. So now he's got that reference, that scale. And he was just like, nothing worked. Like no distance lined up to the scale of Australia.
Even their
Well,
own
the
model.
reality was definitely wrong in that point.
Yeah, I mean, their globe isn't even self-consistent within itself. Like, it's not even consistent within itself. So the idea that where's the flat Earth map? Where's the globe Earth globe? Nobody navigates with a globe. Nobody navigates with a map. We use the stars.
Except for Wolfie.
And we did that before the idea of a globe was everyone ever thought of it. So there's a group of people in the South Pacific called the Carolingian Islanders. They've been known to navigate 600 kilometers, right? You can't see the North Star, and they didn't even know what a compass was. So how did they navigate? Thinking the Earth was flat. So what they did was they imagined that there was like a road in the sky, and they would sail under the stars that represented this road, right? They would sail under this road. They just imagined when there was in the sky, they would sail under it, and boom, they'd get to where they wanted to go.
That's really impressive, man. I don't care how you slice it. It's really impressive.
Yeah, they could hit. According to what I read, there's a published paper on it, and like they could, because they used to, they're natives, so they would collect like turtle eggs and they would eat them, right? And they use them for all sorts of things. But some of like the turtles, they go to like these rock islands in the Pacific, and these islands are tiny. They're only like a couple 100 feet across, and nothing around them forever. They could hit these islands, dude, just by using this method of this so-called sky road. They're like, oh, there's a little rock island 100 feet across out there, 200 miles into the Pacific, and they could sail right to it.
You know what's impressive about that is that the stars, as they are in the sky, aren't stationary. They're actually moving across the sky. So as they're moving as well, they're seeing something in the sky moving, and they're still navigating it correctly. Isn't that crazy? Like the whole.
Yeah, I mean, it took Europeans like 200 years to get it out of them how they did it, because they wouldn't tell anybody. Because it's Bong kind of explained it to me too. People back then, like when you did something, like your whole family did it, it was almost like a profession that was passed down. So the knowledge was like kept within your family. So they wouldn't give it to anybody. They wouldn't tell anybody how they did it. So these people, they had their navigators. So these people would go on every trip and tell like everybody else where to go.
That's intense, man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually post a link to it in live stream. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, more people say that we're smarter than we were back then, and I always disagree with that all the time. And they say that humans used to live only like 40 years old, and I was like, man, why do we got old people then? If that's the case, they
Yeah,
wouldn't be old people, man. They'd be all dead by.
technology is making us dumber. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
ever been to the store, right? And they have to make change.
You could say more comfortable.
Well, I mean, they can't, like, the people that work at the grocery store can't even make change because, like, 90% of the transactions are electronic. So if they get cash and they have to make change, they're like mind boggled.
Well, they
Like,
can't
I
remember
found out 64 cents. Oh my god!
they can't remember the codes of the fruit, so they have to go stare at the fruit image to get the code.
It literally the screens tell them like the number of dimes and nickels now.
Crazy.
And think of phone numbers, right?
Wow.
Even now,
Are you serious?
yeah, serious. Think about phone numbers because everyone has them stored in their phone. Nobody can remember phone numbers anymore. I used to remember everybody's phone number in my head.
And like you said, the road map. Sometimes the maps now, it's all in the phone.
Yeah, did you guys see the link that I put up to that Glober that's on TikTok right now, talking a big game? I was scrolling through TikTok as I do, following the big old freaking black hole of TikTok, and I saw this guy, and I'm like, what the hell? And he's just ranting on about his globe belief. You know, they do that, and it's pretty funny. You guys want to check it out? It's in the live stream.
Miggy, you were talking about one time about they were arguing about the shape of the Earth, and I think you came up like you guys not arguing about the shape of the Earth. You guys arguing about the phenomenons that happen in the Earth, and the globe model kind of explains the answers for those phenomenons that happens in these Earths. It's not actually the the shape of the Earth. Explain them. Like what is the moon? What is the sun? What are these northern lights? You have a sense of assumptions, but they want those answers because the globe model gave them those answers.
For sure, yeah, for sure. They're given these answers. They're all they are explanations, really. But then when you tie them back to like how they were verified, there's nothing that can be derived as like empirical evidence. So how are you going to support an understanding of something, how it's what's taking place on here, if the underlying presupposition is that the Earth is of a globe nature, and that it because of what it is, it's also depicting on what is happening on the surface. You understand me? So
Yeah.
everything always to them, the explanations that they've received ties back to the fact that it's resting on that presupposition that the Earth is a globe. So it doesn't matter what they're telling. Well, how do you explain this and how do you explain? Well, okay, when the Earth moving or spinning on its axis, it's all because it's a globe doing that, and so you want to defeat that first. That's the first thing you want to take away from them, because if they don't have that, they don't have Coriolis, they don't have gravity, they don't have the thing that they need to presuppose all these other things. So it takes that away from them, and you have to, because it doesn't get the mind open if you don't. You're gonna be arguing against their confirmation bias. They're gonna always be thinking the Earth's a globe. Okay, that's fine. You're telling me that it's not gravity and it's buoyancy and density, but yeah, I'm not gonna agree with that because it's a globe still. Like it's, and I find it a lot harder when we're doing that, trying to convince them, and that I think it's easier to have them go to the place where they're like, woof, man, I don't have an answer. Like maybe the scientist knows. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you said that. Because the moment you did that, you conceded everything of your whole entire cosmology. It's gone. poof, finito. You just evaporated it in that one instance of saying that you don't know and you defer to a scientist. Because now you have a belief, sir. That's what you got. You're hanging on to a belief that you can't verify. And so everything that's built on top of that is all smoke and mirrors. Everything. So you can't provide evidence for any of the things that you said because it has to be happening on a ball. That's fact. And they can't get away from that. It's the lockdown argument. It's the one hit wonder punch. It's the take them out in an instant. The Saitama one punch thing. Like it's not just like I'm looking at it like, and I like anime, so like Saitama.
Damn.
Check it out, man. Saitama did that one punch right. At one point, he became so strong it was boring. It was just like, dude, this is not gonna be fun for like. And the Globe Earther standing there with all his little cronies in the background, like, yeah, man, get him. And you're like, dude, this isn't gonna be fun, man. You're not gonna like this. This is gonna be entirely destroying your worldview. And I'm gonna do it in one hit. And you're just gonna stand there with your jaw open, like you don't have an explanation for it, man. That's all it's gonna be. I don't have to go any farther than me telling you provide evidence for the Earth curvature. And not only that, go ahead and give me the information of how it began. Who's the one that propagated this information in the first place? Who started that lie? Because it's all it is. Where did it begin? Because if you don't even have that information, I'm not going to accept what you're going to show me right now because you're going to tell me a story of what you think the Earth is. I don't care to hear. I want to know who's the guy who told us in the first place. Because according to everybody's understanding, 1,000 years ago, they told us that the Earth is a globe. So apparently they had the information back then, and they're telling you now, and you thinking that it is, you're going to go out and look into the horizon and tell me that ships are going over the curve. So no, I don't want to hear your story. I want to know where it originated from. And if it sounds good that you have evidence to back up the case, we're going to hear your story. Never happened, though. So why do we need to talk about your fantasy idea of Coriolis and whatever? I don't care to hear. So, and that's the thing, when you boil it down to that one single moment where they realize, and they're going to be like, they have no rebuttal. They're going to tell you that you're out of your mind and insults come out and whatever. At that point, you won. It's easy. It's like the thing about flat Earth and what we're presenting is a challenging of the information that we've received, and it's showing them they got nothing. They're only going to stand by this, like they're standing back behind their computers, typing furiously on their keyboards. Man, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a freaking idiot. Whatever, dude. After you're done with your little rant and your little getting in your feelings, I need you to tell me how you measured the curvature of the Earth and where it begun. Go ahead and go get that information, bring it here, and let's talk about it. If you got demonstrable evidence, then we're going to talk about it. But if you don't, then go find it. Why are you in here? This is a serious forum. We're in here to talk about what's real, not what you believe. Anyways, end rant.
Yo, Miggy.
Yeah, what's up?
You know that one anime called Hunter x Hunter?
Say the anime again.
Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah. I haven't.
You know, at the end, so the main character, he meets his dad, and his dad shows him the rest of the world. Like, he shows him more continents, other creatures and stuff. I feel like Japan is teaching us, like ever since they got nuked, they turned their whole life around. So, like, I feel like they're teaching us through anime that there's another world. You know, the other anime called Attack on Titans, The Wall, and like beyond the wall, there's more land and resources and other.
Yeah, I'm gonna blow you.
Yeah, I think they're.
Because like listen, man, like I know I hear what you're saying. Like I've seen a lot of like little plugs that like getting to for people to think that there's some other things, but even like the idea it is a bit biblical, but like there were giants in the past that size that there were on Attack of Titan. So it's kind of like to me, and I don't even get into that. That's not has anything to do with I know empirically. So, but I'm just going based on like biblical reference. But yeah, there was titans of that size back in the day. Anyways, biblically, I'm not speaking of it. I'm coming at you with a different angle, but the anime has like an undertone of things that people disagree with. Like you couldn't say these things outright. There's a lot of anime that backs up like that. Even Hitler's a good guy kind of thing. Like he had great ideals and such. Like a lot of anime has these undertones. But if you were to say that in the mainstream, you get roasted, dude, because you'd be like, what the hell? You know, like, so anyway. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, anime does do that at times.
So I have a question. Can someone like explain the variables not accounted in the Candifish experiment?
Yeah, it's easy. The Earth's not a globe. but no, I know what you specifically. I'll have somebody point that out to you. But like, listen, man, like, yeah. So as I was saying before, and maybe you came at the tail end of what I was saying. Basically, if you don't have the demonstrable evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of Earth curve measurement, and you're able to provide evidence that you know from said person or persons a long time ago that they proved that it was a globe, then you really have no argument to then justify a quote unquote experiment called Cavendish. But go ahead. I'm pretty sure somebody can enlighten you on the specifics of Cavendish. I'll just kind of sit back.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things I tell these people that try to prove gravity is one of the variables is electromagnetism, and like how that one guy didn't account for this variable, but then they say like that electromagnetism is too weak to even affect the experiment. So like, is that true? Hello?
No, I think Cavendish is bogus to begin with, man. Like they're trying to compare. Let's say you're trying to compare something like Lord of the Rings to like going out and doing a measurement on the Earth. So I'm at a loss for like how you can prove something that doesn't exist to something that does. That's what I'm telling you. So they're trying to
But like,
provide you evidence of something that does not exist,
does
and using things that exist to provide evidence of something that does not exist doesn't make any sense. So the way they're going about how they're providing this with the torsion bar and using that whole thing is just beyond. It's stupid, really, to indulge it, because you can say like, okay, so what are you're building this whole contraption to say that there's gravity pulling things downward bias, whatever you want to call it, and we see things actually doing the opposite of that at times, right? Don't you see water evaporating, things rise? Isn't that going contrary to the downward force? There's a lot of things, man. Helium balloons going up. I mean, you can keep going on and on.
but they say it's down. They talk about this downward acceleration, upward
Yeah.
acceleration.
All of that is really a red herring or a distraction away from the fact that it's actually a dichotomy, and they try to make it not a dichotomy. So what they're trying to say is something that is, actually not what people talk about today, which has to do with relativity. But they'll try to say, well, obviously, we still have to say that the Earth is here and everything else is spheres because of gravity. Well, they're trying to say that mass attracts mass. So there would be an inward attraction versus, expansion. Expansion, we see that all the time. We don't see any thing going in the way of attracting each other or inward whatever you would call that. It's just obvious. It's the exact opposite of what they claim, and then they try to say, well, down is something that we should be talking about.
Yep, and they're trying to use this quote unquote experiment to provide evidence for that substance which does not exist. And if there's any play or movement in that particular device, that they created, then they attribute it to that being the fact that it's gravity, obviously. And it's according to their model, it's the weakest of the forces, right? But the thing is, if that's the case, then how would you verify that it is what you're saying it is if it's something else? It could be something else. It's ridiculous. This whole premise is completely false.
If the sun is really that big in their model, like how would the Earth? Is it gravity? Is that how they explain that?
What do you mean, the sun being big and pulling it's to the center of itself?
Well, see, you can just use observation to, because I mean, there's no reason to be like, if this, it's not, because we have high altitude footage and you can see um sunspots like on the water. Like, so that's not something that's so massive and so far away that all of the rays are hitting Earth um at the same angle. So I don't know.
If you're taking a standpoint of trying to debate them on these concepts, life. If you're going to debate them on these
Yeah.
concepts, then all you're going to be doing is it's really like Elijah said it before. It's all just a distraction. It's smoke and mirrors, bro. Like
So
there's no
there's no point of asking them for proof of
right,
gravity.
but yeah, there's no point because what it is they're going to keep keeping you on that whole mindset of like how it does work.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
and you'll never get to the point of like, why are you saying you're even using this whole thing in the first place if we haven't established the foundation? Like that to me has to be the question that you have to make sure they fully understand. They haven't provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, but they're saying because the Earth is a globe, this this device works because it'll show you that gravity is a real thing. Gravity exists because the ball itself is pulling everything into itself. So that's why this contraption works. And then you're going to be arguing, well, like doesn't work, and you're talking about something. Really, I mean, it's honestly a waste of your time to engage into that discussion
So
because you're
so
even on
so I,
an. Go ahead.
so
Go
I
ahead.
first asked them to prove the curvature of the Earth. I don't go into nothing else. And if
No,
they bring out gravity, I like
yeah,
that doesn't.
yeah. So the one, like I was talking about, the one punch that knocks it out for anyone, right? It's as simple as this, right? If you have them, okay, so that's fine. You think the Earth is a globe, that's great. Now we're going to ask a couple of questions, but you need to provide the evidence for this. That's all you're going to ask them, and just say, okay, who started this? Who started this idea that the Earth is a globe? Like, who made it up? Somebody obviously knows that the Earth was a globe, because you know this as well, right? Even history says that we've known for years and years that the Earth, and so we got this information from somewhere. Where did it come from? Who gave us this information that established that the Earth is a globe? And then not only did they establish it, it's been taught throughout the years up until this point where you're here talking to me about it. So before you give me any demonstrations that you think the Earth is a globe with ships going over the curve or whatever, I need you to first tell me how it was established. Now, here's the issue. If they say they don't know how it started, then whatever experiment, test, whatever they claim they're going to show you is void, not valid. And do you know why? Life?
Uh, because they don't know how it started.
Exactly. So how, if I didn't know even know how Earth was even established to be a globe, and I'm going to get into an argument with you about how it is, doesn't that invalidate me to tell you,
Oh
like,
yeah.
how am I supposed to talk to you about the Earth being a globe if I don't even know where the idea came from or how it originated? How do I even know it's a globe
What
if
if I say it doesn't matter?
yeah, exactly. But then you have to remind them that if it doesn't matter how it was established, then why do they even think about that it's a globe in the first place? Who told them that it was a globe? That their teacher? Where did their teacher learn it from? Oh, another teacher that taught that teacher, and then you keep going all the back. You regress all the way back to the point of origin. Where did it start? We're back to the foundation, right? Who's the one that said it? So it's of utmost importance that we establish how it begun.
Okay.
Now, they might tell you a few things, right? Well, Eratosthenes, they'll give you a few little nuggets sometimes to go off of. And you're like, okay, so this was established by Eratosthenes. How did he do it? And you get walked through that whole little spiel they might go into of like sticks and shadows and whatever. But even that doesn't provide evidence of the curvature of the Earth. That's not evidence of anything, seeing a shadow on the ground. If I have a shadow on the ground, right, and then I have another stick in another area, and it's casting a shadow on the ground, and the shadows on the ground are maybe different in some respects, right? depending on where the light source is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that dictate the shape of the ground that you're standing on?
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Okay. So Eratosthenes out the window. What else you got? So that's at that point. You see, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. There's really nothing they have to provide as in the way of evidence. You can really just end it and say, okay, what else you got? And at that point, because Eratosthenes, I'm telling you, man, is probably the only lifeline they have. Now, if they pull a
Is he a fictional character?
well, it's not as a reliable source. It's like, as India would put it, it's like tertiary information. So we've only heard about it for like maybe a third source. It's not primary source. We don't
Oh.
so that relates all the way back to it. So yeah, it's questionable, right? But even the thing that has to be noted here is the test that they're using to verify the curvature of the Earth. It's not a test to verify it or an experiment, as they would call it an experiment, but it's not. But it's something that they can't provide the curvature of the Earth verification. So okay, so what you have here, right? Because they took you all the way back to where it begun, but you just destroyed it by then showing them that it's not evidence of anything. So now life, what are they left with? Nothing, right?
Yeah.
And so now they're still trying to scramble, trying to figure out, but you think the Earth is flat, and you're like, dude, hold on a second. Before we get off into whatever other questions and stuff you want to talk about, what's important right now is that you realize the fact that you haven't given me evidence for the curvature of the Earth. What does that mean? That means that without curvature, you don't have radius, you don't have circumference, you don't have the diameter. And what does that mean? Well, we don't know the distance to the sun because everything relates to the radius of the Earth. I need to know the size of the ball to know how far away this thing is that the people in NASA are telling me. Now, so if we can't ever get to the fact that they don't admit that its radius is definitely important, the size of the ball, then we're not going to get to the point where they want to talk about Cavendish and get to the point they want to talk about Coriolis and all this other good stuff that they want to have in their bag of tricks, because they can't get you on anything if they can provide the demonstrated evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's a knockdown punch, life. One hit wonder. It's just going to take them out right away, straight away. And what they're going to be left with is a bunch of like either insults to you and your person, or they're going to be so frustrated that that you don't want to go to another topic, that they might disengage the conversation. At that point, you already know it's game over. What you're going to start to realize, life, is that because they can't provide this evidence, you're going to keep going to person, intellect to intellect, and they will not be able to provide that information to you. It will never be where somebody's demonstrating to you the curvature of the Earth. It's a lockdown punch that will just take every glober out, every single one. Like, I'm serious. Like, go. It doesn't matter if you go into another forum.
Well, what if they say like the space pictures and all that?
Okay, so yeah, that's fine. They can show you things, and then you're gonna go back to them, right, with the same argument. Okay, in order for space to exist and for the astronauts to get out there, they needed the radius of the Earth to calculate the trajectory of the rockets going out, because what the rockets do, according to NASA, is go around the Earth like, and then go exit to wherever they're going to, low Earth orbit. The rockets don't go straight up into space. They don't do that. They go parabolic. They go with the radius and the curvature of the Earth. So, with the one thing that they can't demonstrate, you've entirely destroyed their cosmology, life. Their entire cosmology. They don't.
So they need the radius for everything.
For everything. For everything. Everything. I'm telling you, it's the thing that they can't demonstrate. So, radius is ultimately the key factor here. And like I said,
no radius, no orbital mechanics, no satellites, no nothing.
No satellites, no nothing. Everything falls apart. It's like the capstone for the globe Earth, the Achilles heel, if you will.
It's their nightmare.
Okay, but I have a question. Like these people that just normal people that do their job, that think that space is real, and say that they've gone to space or seen space and do missions in orbiting the Earth. Like, how are
Oh.
these guys believing in something that doesn't really exist?
Because they've never been challenged, life. You're the only one probably that's going to bring this to their mind. And probably if once they're done with you and they get rid of you somehow by calling you insults or whatever, they're going to keep believing this idea. So it's a deep rooted belief that we all grew up with. It's not founded in anything that's empirical. This is the honest truth that you have to remember. Everything that they're going to tell you about pictures, videos, places where they work has no bearing as to what the reality of what they're the reality that they're living in and what's being presented to them. What's being presented to them is fantasy. It's fiction. It cannot be founded in anything we can demonstrate. Because if it was able to be demonstrated,
Yeah,
then
but how?
we
Why can't?
wouldn't exist. None of us would. There's no. How can I put it? We don't in here in this forum. We're not standing like, oh, dude, we're flat earthers and we're awesome. Like, it's like this is the truth. The earth is flat. Like, unless somebody can demonstrate that there's curvature, you basically got nothing. And we're standing on a flat earth. So if they cannot provide that evidence, it doesn't matter where they take you. Like, well, dude, I work at NASA, man. What do you think I've been doing all day? Sitting in an office chair, probably staring at a computer and punching some keys to input some formulas. But are you actually going out and verifying yourself that the earth has curvature? Absolutely not. So away with the idea that sorry that you think you've been thinking that the earth is a globe, but since you can't provide me the evidence that the earth has curvature, we cannot proceed forward into a fantasy where you want to tell me how things work on a globe that you're presuming exists. You know? It's really that simple, but it's not complicated. I think what happens is in this particular arena, people want to overcomplicate the simplicity of this. It's as easy as telling them, show me, demonstrate to me that the earth has this curvature that you speak of. And not only that, okay? You're going to have to tell me where this originated from. So you always take them back. Okay. And there's not a good answer for that, I'm telling you. So this is really an open and shut case, because at that point, anything after they can't present you the information will just be a belief that they're going to tell you. So you'll be hearing a story of how something works on a globe. That's it. So it's that easy, but it is.
So I don't have to prove to them anything but ask them the curvature. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And get them to realize that you're not going to budge. Don't budge. Don't be like, dude, just give me curvature and I can tell you how gravity works. Why won't you talk about gravity? You'll be like, dude, because you didn't demonstrate that the curvature of the earth exists. Well, why am I going to talk about your fantasy gravity? Like this, why am I going to indulge you on that? I'm not going to give you something just because you want it to exist. That's how you got in the mess in the first place, thinking that the earth is a globe. What a weird thing, right? To just want something to be existing. That's the mind trying to reason with itself, because it wants globe Earth to be such a reality that you do just forget it that the curvature is there and let's talk about Coriolis. I don't care. You're living on a fantasy, man. Like this whole idea.
Okay.
Great.
I say that the Earth is flat, right? So if they say that that's a claim and tell me to prove it, is it a claim or an observation? Because I observed the Earth.
Yeah, it can be two. It could be an observation and a measurable finding as well. So you see the Earth and the way it displays itself to you, as there is no measurable curvature. So by observing first, right, you go wherever you can. Let's say take a long stretch of a land, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's land or water, whatever you want to measure on, and you get the distance, a certain distance where you can verify the metrics of the Earth. The metrics would dictate that the Earth is of a particular set size of radius and diameter. So you use the metrics and you get an Earth curve calculator, because there's a whole bunch online, and you figure out the distance from point A to point B. And then you say, okay, over this distance, we should see this much curvature, let's say. You can test this out, right? So you're going to verify the Earth's curvature or non-curvature for this test.
Or,
And so, go
sorry.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, or he just goes to his into his kitchen, gets a little bottle of a plastic bottle and puts in some tap water and move the bottle around and you always see it seeks level. Don't fill it completely up so you can look at how water has the ability to seek its own level. And there you have proof that you can't live on a spinning globe because water won't bend.
Yeah, we'll stick to, and I understand like that's what logical people how we would do it, but this takes a little bit more bread and butter, man, because these guys
Right.
want a little bit more to chew on. So what we're doing here is actually going out into the world so they can actually see for themselves, because this test has to be falsifiable, right? Repeatable, testable. You have to be able to do this and then somebody else how to do it. And then over, a set distance, let's say, there's a specific amount of curvature on the Earth that should present itself. And so when it does not, because it won't, when it does not present itself, right, then you will then challenge them that there was no curvature present in this verification. So not only do I see the world as it not being a curve, a globe, I don't measure any curvature. So if you don't have any measurable curvature, if the Earth is not curving anywhere, then what else is it? There's only two things it can be: curved or flat. It's bending somewhere or it's not bending anywhere. Right? But it has to be bending at the set dimensions that they claim. So they can't say, well, it's a bigger ball. No. You're not going to get away with saying it's a bigger ball, because if it was bigger, then it throws everything else off. The distance to the planets, the size of how long it takes them to go around this Earth, and everything's just, it doesn't work. According to them. It needs to be a set size in order for everything to continue to function.
If they say
What's interesting,
if they say it's big now, confirms like NASA was lying. Still,
right?
Yeah, what's interesting is that like we used to talk about, like, the arguments used to always be about observations. Literally. Like when we would come together and we would debate, it would be on observations before we realized, well, the horizon is not measuring to be where it's calculated to be based on the dimensions of the globe. Remember that? We used to always talk about, oh, look at this observation. Sound leaves bridge, this observation. Look. Until we realized, okay, well, let's talk about observation. How come the horizon is not ever geometrically where it's supposed to be if we were on a sphere with the radius that you guys claim? Now, no one wants to talk. Who comes in here with observations anymore and Earth curve calculators like they used to?
Look, man, like we've gotten to a point right now. Like I said, life. We've become so strong that it's boring now. Like it's not that it's boring. Like, oh man, this bores me. But listening to a glober trying to explain how he wants his fairy tale globe to be a reality, it becomes so exhaustingly boring. Like I am tired. Okay, so we're just gonna simplify this with one hit. I don't want to drag you through the mud. I want you to demonstrate to me Earth curvature right now and how this began, or who started this whole mess, as to why we know this is a globe. Go ahead and do it and demonstrate once you do tell me how this begun, because obviously you have all the answers, right? You know the Earth's a curve, it's a ball floating around. All right, first of all, you got to demonstrate this Earth's curvature. Once you do, well, we might have a conversation about other things, but I'm not going to talk about why you think it's a globe, going out and looking at the horizon, seeing boats going over, and then thinking it's a globe, and you can measure. I don't want to hear any of that. You're going to have to tell me where it begun, because obviously if you know that somehow someone told your teacher, I don't care, then demonstrate to me. I need evidence right now. And so like I said, they're gonna scattergun you. They're gonna want to get you off the topic. Don't let them do that. Hold their feet to the fire, because there's some explaining to do, right? You got to tell me. They got to demonstrate. No demonstration, you're done. You're toast.
You know how we kind of don't talk about like boats going over the horizon? We go to the Black Swan, but if you put it in this context, like you can pretty much again expose through their words the lies. So if we say, well, we see boats and then they appear to disappear, but then we zoom in on them, and then Glover say, yeah, but at some point it definitely does disappear. Well, typically when we're talking about these kinds of observations, it's because someone's at the beach. So based on their elevation, it could be anywhere from 6 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. If they have to use an optical device to zoom into a boat that's going to then begin to disappear at some point, we're talking about a horizon that's already way too far. Boom. But we just never attached that second portion to that argument back then.
Yeah, no, 2022 to 2023 and on forward, man. I'm going to extinguish the freaking flame that Glowbird has lit. Somebody's still got a little spark there. I want to snuff it out. It'll be completely eradicated by the time we're done with it. Like I'm seriously, it's just gonna be that one question. If we can't get moved from there, I'm gonna go off to the next. Next, who's next? This guy doesn't have anything for me. Go next guy. I'm done. These guys don't have. We're arguing a fantasy globe Earth idea that they have.
It's a religion. The whole thing is a religion. But anyways,
Yeah.
why can't we just all unite and go beyond the ice wall?
Yay, dude! Wait, it has been a while since somebody's got an activist mindset. But listen, people will start to think that that's the next logical step. It's not.
Why?
It's not the next logical step.
Why?
What do you what? Okay, so what are we gonna? What are we going to accomplish? Let's we get a boat of flat earthers. We all go down there. We're in Antarctica. We're over there. What are we going to accomplish? What is the purpose of our mission?
Proving that there's something
What?
beyond Antarctica.
What happens when you go for 1,000 miles and you can't provide evidence for that? What happens then? And you run out of supplies, and
We don't know that until we explore because no one
right. But
really knows.
let's just say, because you're taking all the variables in hand, right? Obviously, you've already thought this through. Like that's the thing. Activism is one thing, but you have to you gotta be smart at how you do this, man. You can't just go in there.
Tell me what's wrong with that.
Say you look, I'm gonna tell you. Say you run out of supplies, like you said, like because again, we don't know, right? Because we're talking about exploration purely. That's cool, but realize that we don't know the ways of the old world because we're indoctrinated, which means you haven't realized that actually, when I'm driving in a rural area, there are a lot of times that I don't get signals to anything, right? Well, yeah, the Earth's not a globe, so there aren't satellites everywhere. So since we're traveling on the real Earth, where you have to have power sources and transmitters and things like this, to actually get a connection going. When you're out there, you're not talking to anyone. You're not getting any information. It's just you, the Earth, and the sky.
But
So you're
listen,
not. So you go far enough, and you can't get a message to anyone, and all of the things that you might have found out dies with you.
no. Well, listen, in this group, there's probably people that have different expertise, so we can all work together and find a way to, hit this exploration successfully. So, like, it's not just one person like me with like less,
Yeah, I get what you're saying, life, but
Talking about Antarctica again.
The reason, yeah, go ahead and do. You go ahead.
Yeah. What's the point? What's the point of going to Antarctica?
because we can't go to Antarctica.
Okay, but I don't understand. Like this thing with Antarctica. Go there, don't go there. Circumnavigate it, fly across it, stand on your head in the middle of it. Doesn't prove anything.
I think
My
it
point is, it
proves
doesn't prove the shape of the
it.
Earth, the existence or non-existence of a continent named Antarctica. Wouldn't prove anything. Wouldn't prove the Earth is flat. Wouldn't prove the Earth is round. Wouldn't prove anything.
Other than you be in a hostile environment where death could be a reality. I mean,
I think he's concerned. Look. Here's the thing: it is a natural mental progression to if it is a plane, then what are we doing? All just believing all that we know when someone. I mean, we've already explored what we have explored on the Earth. Therefore, humans are capable to continue exploring and continue building. Who's gonna begin the voyage?
Who's gonna go
Where's
beyond space right here?
where's the limitation if there's a limitation? Like if we're talking about the Earth is flat and these people are tripping, okay, well, when are we gonna actually get moving and see if it's really true that we can't physically or are incapable of exploring? Because again, we're indoctrinated with the idea that we've explored the Earth. We don't know if we've been just put in different
Indoctrination.
sections. People never leave. Like there are people here that I've been to the Bronx and spoken to, barbers who have never been to Brooklyn, only 13 miles away. Never. So is humans are strange. I don't know.
Yeah, and this the mental disease here is the idea that you can go outside the Earth and look back at it, and it's some object sitting there. Like this Antarctica thing. Oh, it's just a derivative of where's the edge, which is a derivative of Earth's a disk in space.
No,
Right?
it's
That we can
not.
astral project ourselves outside of the Earth and look back at it and see what it is. That's not possible.
That's a speculation. There could be other things like there's more. Could be anything.
Well, I
We
mean,
haven't went there. We have to trust whatever they say what's going on there. How do we know we can't truly survive there?
You don't, but I mean, there's lots of stuff to explore. Why there?
Because we haven't really explored there. That's the place we really can't go. They
There's
have a
people
whole
in the
treaty.
Amazon rainforest that have never seen any.
Yeah, but there's no treaty.
But it's not even about. It's not even about
That's not.
there. Wait, listen. Okay, people, get this group think, and right now there is Antarctica, but actually, what he means is
Well,
wherever
what
the
I'm saying,
limit
there's
is,
lots of
why can't we go
unexplored
beyond
things.
there?
Tons
I
of them.
know, but he doesn't want to explore within the limits that we already like. It's here somewhere in the circle, and it's like probably go underground and find oh shit, hollow earth or some other shit. He's trying to figure out okay, where are the limits and
Where's the
how
boundary?
come we can't go beyond there? Like he's not thinking of is falling off in space or anything. He's like, if it's nothing like they claim, then there's this area of blankness in my mind. And as explorers, as humans, like, why can't, since we know it's bullshit, finally at some point go, okay, fine, great. It's not what they claim. Therefore,
because there's
what's
always
beyond that limit?
limits. There's no that has to be a reality that everybody lives with, whether you agree with it or not. That's not up for debate. There's always limits. There's limits. There's
a
limits
limit to Antarctica, independent of any treaty. Right?
Yeah,
it's very far away from any civilized land. You got to go across extremely difficult water, right? With 30 foot high swells that are regularly that high. They're not there's some waves that are 40 feet. Imagine sailing and every wave is 40 feet high for hours. Right? This is all known shit. And then you get to the coast, and then you get to that environment. The reason people don't go to Antarctica would be difficult with no treaty.
Yeah, hostile environment. That's what I was saying in the beginning. It's a hostile environment. That
It's a hostile environment.
Forget about the fact that the treaty even exists, right? The environment itself will kill you.
You're underestimating the
How do you know
hostility
that?
of this environment.
How do you know that? Have you seen those 40 feet waves?
Actually, I have. Yeah,
You've been there?
there's video on YouTube of people in the Southern Ocean sailing.
That could be CGI.
Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Let's not be hypocrites here. It could
No,
be fake.
it's ridiculous.
Well, it could be fake. Therefore, like, can we see a video?
We have
Like, let's
technology.
be real. No,
Listen,
wait,
we
wait,
have-
wait,
CGI in
wait,
the
wait, wait,
ocean.
wait. No, can we see it though? Because people will say CGI space. Really, we know that the ocean exists, but I mean, if there's video, can I at least look at it? That would be
Oh yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Hold
40
on,
foot
hold on.
swell.
Yeah, I'll give you a video, dude. A dude
have to
sailing in the
prove
Southern
it's not
Ocean,
fake.
dude. It's nuts.
You
Can,
have to
can,
prove it's
can
not fake.
anybody help me learn how to think in apple numbered smell colors?
Nah, not in the slightest. No, I am fully
Life, how about
not.
you? Life, could you help me learn how to think in apple numbered smell colors?
Hello?
Yeah. A question for you, Life.
Wait, what did you ask me? I forgot.
Can you help me learn how to think in apple numbered smell colors?
Apple numbers, smell colors. Prove
Yeah.
apple number smell colors exist, bro.
Yeah, what limit?
I don't know.
Okay, what unlimited?
Oh no. Well, gospel. Wait. No. The limit that's placed by authority. Why can't we just confirm or go there or
Yeah, why
beyond?
can't we?
Yeah,
Like
why can't you
like
help
we're
me?
not talking. We're not talking about getting to a actual conclusion. Like this is just like hypothetical. Like I
Okay.
understand where he's coming from.
Well, that's even a stupider question. Why can't you just walk into Fort Knox?
Well,
Like,
no.
But that's not a
If
continent,
all
bro.
things
That's not
considered,
land.
wait. All things considered, I understand. Yeah, there's the treaty and there's the military, so that's
go
why
to the North
not.
Korean
So that
DMZ.
so that's why not technically, but
Yeah.
hypothetically, if this were uh, a mentally healthy world, and the majority of people knew that all of this was BS, and the powers that be would have to be, I don't know, they've been to some kind of consciousness awareness of their bullshit, so they've like gone, okay, well, that we're gonna explore something, blah blah blah. Why isn't it hypothetically possible, since this has been a man-made limit, that we can see what else is out there the same way we have maps
But it's not
and
a man,
other things now?
Elijah. That's the problem here too. There's two things coming confronted with. It's
Why,
man.
why is something
Yeah, but
hypothetical a
hang on,
problem? I don't get it.
because it's man-made and it's also nature. So it's both of them.
We can conquer.
Well,
We
one
can
thing,
conquer.
one thing is on paper and their accounts of military force, and another thing is pretty much unverifiable. Other than the fact that, well, yeah, it looks like things
Farther
are
south.
treacherous. We can't use a compass, so how would we actually accomplish going in a straight line further out, how would we actually navigate all these other questions? Is like,
I
yeah,
know
but
there's a lot of
it's a natural. It's almost like you're stopping,
listen.
trying to
It's easy as this.
hold on, Mickey, chill. Trying to say something. It's almost like you're convincing him to stop thinking about why there was a physical limit and why we can't or couldn't have explored, and what could we potentially have found
Are you done?
in that blank area.
What about
Yeah,
Admiral
what's
Byrd?
wrong?
Right.
It's a question.
So
What's wrong with it? Like, why is
reason,
that?
reasonable human beings, when we're talking to each other, are going to actually consider, or they're going to weigh the cost factor. So you're not just going to go guns blazing to anything, right? You're going to weigh out the cost factor for everything, right? I would just imagine, if you are a reasonable
But
human
this
being,
is kind of like
What's
not
it based
addressing
on?
what I'm asking you.
right? So what I'm
But it's
saying is,
not addressing what I'm asking you. It's just saying the point that I already know that you've made already. But you're not addressing what I just said.
I'm saying this is the response that everybody gives people when they.
I know that. That's what I just told you. I know that's a response that I've heard you just say because it's a response that people give. Still, you haven't tried to respond to what I've said.
So the other option is go there. Oh, go there then. If that's what you.
I said hypothetically, why is it wrong to think about? That's all I said.
Hypothetically, what's wrong with it? It's impractical and not worth doing because.
How is it impractical?
Because have you ever seen Taboo? Hold on a second. You ever watch Taboo Conspiracy's video on what needs to be done to go there? Have you done that?
Hold on, I'll post it.
After you get done watching that video, then you can come back and tell us about going to Antarctica.
I have a question. So the reason why the cons of not going to Antarctica is because the waves and all these.
No,
what is it?
That's not the only thing. Watch that video and then
Point
come
is,
back.
there are many things. It's not just like there's one thing you can point your finger at.
We can come up with something to survive.
There's over a dozen huge hurdles. Okay, I'll tell you right off the top of my head what I know. Just as far as permission from the Antarctic Treaty. Now, the Antarctic Treaty is enforced by each signatory country with domestic laws. Treaties apply to nations, but those nations enforce the laws on their population. So in the United States, there is an act. To go to Antarctica without permission is a $10,000 fine and up to 10 years imprisonment. To go there, you need an environmental assessment from the EPA to know what the hell you're going to do there, right? You need permission from the State Department, right? You need a permit from the National Science Foundation's Antarctic or Polar Program. Okay, so right off the bat, you need insurance. You need an emergency evacuation plan. We're just getting started. This is just the beginning. You've already spent $500,000, and you haven't even gone anywhere yet.
India, I know the hazards of going to Antarctica, but
I didn't even talk about the hazards yet.
No,
This is just the
I know
premise, so
didn't
you don't
talk
go to
about it.
jail.
I know. I
missed one. The other one is every signatory country must inform every other signatory country and give them a chance to object. They need to tell them, every single person, that they're allowing to go down there. So if you decide to go down there, they have to tell France, England, the USSR, North Korea, all the countries. They give them a list. Your name's going to be on the list, and they can object to you going there. So we haven't even left yet. We spent $500,000, right, to go prove fucking nothing.
How do you know there's nothing though?
No, to go prove nothing.
How do you know you can't prove nothing?
How you can prove? The existence or non-existence of an island in the middle of some water does not prove the shape of the Earth.
I know it doesn't, but
then what are we doing it for?
Resources and continents.
Listen, Christopher Columbus, if you want to go do it, go get $1 million, take up a GoFundMe, and go do it. Like, nobody's stopping you.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
What's wrong with?
I don't want nothing to do with it. I have better things to do with my time. Like
you
go hang out in fucking Ukraine or something.
You just stay stuck in this space, man.
What about space?
I told you it wasn't about an actual conversation. If you were gonna entertain it at all, I mean, the conversation is going as far as it could go. Practically, we just couldn't go. So if you want to think about what's beyond, you can think about that all day long.
No,
people aren't really interested in talking about it. Because it's like everything after the fact that we literally just can't do it. And talking about what we could do if that wasn't the case is nobody wants to do that.
I think it's just a sense like, Jeff Bezos going to that space. Why can't that money or energy go toward Antarctica? If that same thought process goes.
What do you mean? They got a whole enterprise going on here to deceive you. Why the fuck would they want to do the thing that they've been distracting you from
to hide the dome.
What are you talking
beyond
about?
Antarctica? What is
Who
this,
said anything?
What if
Never
people
mind.
that claim the dome,
The-
like how can we verify the dome, like beyond Antarctica?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, Antarctica is like an ice wall around this.
I
plane we
still
live in,
don't
right?
know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the stationary plane we live in, all these continents inside.
Yeah, I
inside-
know I live on a plane that's not moving, but what are you talking about? About domes
I'm
and
talking
ice
about.
ice
I'm
balls?
talking about people like me that want to verify. If
No,
there's-
what are you talking about a dome or an ice wall? What are you talking about that?
I was just explaining. You just asked me the same question 2 times. But hold on. I was talking about if a person comes and claims that there's a dome with no evidence beyond Antarctica, why can't we just go verify it?
How you gonna do that? We just explained
By
that you're not
uniting.
doing it.
By
I have a better
uniting.
question. Why
Well,
can't
how many
why
friends
can't
do you
they just
have?
release-
Hey, I wasn't done. By uniting and using our resources and our intelligence as a whole, whoever has the experience and the resources. And
Why don't
tools-
you go start getting an academy together, or why don't you go start gathering a group of friends that can do
So
this?
there's nothing wrong with that. Y'all agree there's nothing wrong with that.
If you want to go do that, I mean,
no
go do
if, there's
that.
no if,
There's
no-
nothing. There's
no if,
nothing wrong with people going to the store and getting sweets.
that.
Like what?
Do you
If
know
that's
what-
what they want to do.
No, this is on a different level. This is a different scale of what's
Dude,
out
you
there.
need to stop, man. We categorically told you what was wrong, the limits and stuff, and you just want to blow past it and keep pushing this idea and being in here and stirring things up. You're either going to be talking about providing evidence for the Earth being a globe, or you're going to talk your nonsensical argument that you want to spun everybody around and continue to babble on without any verification of what we're saying. So,
Miggy, what's contained in this
I
plane
don't
we
want
live on? Tell me what's contained in
to
this
sit on
plane we
mute.
live
Ask some questions
on.
pertaining
I have
to.
a question. What's containing this plane we live on?
All right. So nothing logical, right? You just want to go on a bunch of ideas that you have in your mind?
No. Beyond in the sky, if the
What's
space is not
beyond the
real,
sky?
if
This is
space
what the
is not real, what's holding us on Earth? Like what's containing everything?
Container?
Is it a dome? What is it, man?
How I can know that?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, where does this dome even start?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
gas pressure. It's gas pressure.
What's the point to your question? Go ahead, state your point. What are you trying to say?
Okay. He said
Just
it.
go straight up and say it.
What's containing this gas pressure?
What? Can you
What's
repeat?
out there? I'm just saying, what's out there?
What's out there? How
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can know
Beyond-
that?
beyond-
How
beyond
I
the
can
sky.
know? How I can know that?
By exploring and that's how you go.
How I can explore that?
By going out there and exploring.
Okay, let's do it Monday. Let's do it Monday or Thursday when you are
Alright,
free.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Okay, what we need? Guys, we need a
Oh,
car or boat.
No, we need to build.
Scooter.
We
You
need
definitely
to
need
get-
a scooter.
We need to get some
No, wait.
engineers.
We need engineers. Okay, great. I will bring my 7 engineers. Do you have your 12 engineers? And Thursday we will gather together and let's do it for Saturday. Everything, and let's go.
Yeah, but we need some more people because they'll kill us if we go up there like
Okay, let's take 100 people. Do you know anybody?
No. We need some more people. We need like around like.
No,
4
this
million
guy's been
Let's
talking
find
nonsense.
people.
Hang on, so this guy's been talking nonsense. So listen, is there any demonstrable evidence for the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know. So that's the point that we're trying to get people to understand. The nature of their reality in which they can discover, they can know for absolute certain, is not a globe.
What if we're living in a rhombus?
So anything other than that, any endeavor that you want to have to go verify ice walls or go past any Antarctica or do whatever you want to do, hey, you know what? Go and do it. Go do it. Because obviously we're telling you the physical constraints of why you can't do things, but to you in your mind, you're like, you know what?
Who told you these physical restraints? Who told you that?
What?
Who told you what? You're just been told
Bro,
categorically that you can't do things.
Okay, but who told
But
you these physical
no, you
constraints?
want to
Have you
get people.
explored there?
Listen, life. You want to talk over me? You want to talk about these ideas that you have of like hypothetically. Let's see if it. I don't care about that. We're talking about our reality and how we're living life today. And today, we can't go do these things because there's physical constraints that we can't get there. So it's not like some kind of little mind game that you're trying to play here. It's easy. Unless you're able to do it, then you can't do it. If you can do it, then go and do it. That's simple, right? If you can do it, go and do it. If you can't do it, then obviously there's a reason why, right? Why can't you go do it right now? Life? Tell me the reason why you can't go do it right now. What's stopping you?
Something.
Go ahead.
Something.
What?
I just want to know.
No.
why-
Answer
I
my
told
question.
you. I agree with you. The physical constraints. I agree with you there.
All right, then.
Okay. I
Then
wanted
why-
to ask the whole
Why are we
purpose of this
continuing?
all.
Why are we continuing to
because-
indulge you?
Because I want to learn why these physical constraints are here. So why do they exist? What's the purpose behind these
Well,
physical constraints?
tell me why the physical constraints exist as to why you can't get there.
It made no sense, bro. What did you
Yeah.
just ask
Why
me?
can't you go there?
The physical constraints. I'm saying, why do these physical constraints exist?
Well, why do they exist, Life? Because you're the one that's under them, aren't you?
The same question
Yeah,
for you.
I'm talking about the
Life,
ones.
Life,
I'm
can I
talking.
ask you the same
I'm
question?
talking about
Can
the
I
ones
ask you the same
Indigo
question to
mentioned
you?
about the government and the treaty. I'm talking about those physical constraints.
Yeah, the same question for you. Why?
Those I'm talking about. Why can't any person who's reasonable go to those places you're talking about, even yourself? You haven't answered my question. You haven't told me why you can't go yet. Still waiting.
Okay,
Why
okay.
can't you go, Life?
The reason why we can't go is
No. We nothing. You, Life. You as a
why
person.
I can't go.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just a normal civilian.
And keep
that
going.
Can't travel without these measures they put on us to explore, even not, to go there even. So that's why I can't go there.
Who can?
And Indigo gave you all the points that you needed. And
Yeah,
you didn't even
I
use
know
one of those.
Indigo
Oh,
gave me those points.
yeah,
but
Indigo is.
I
Yeah,
understand
he gave you all
that.
those points.
I understand those points, but other points don't make sense. We can go. We can fight this. What's it called? The waves. We can conquer that. What else do y'all got with nature? I'm not talking about these treaties and shit like that. I'm talking about nature.
Man, let's say that I have a ship in UK. Let's go to France. Can we go? Can we do that?
Yeah, we could go to France with.
Yeah, with the risk that
Why do
be
you need a
killed.
boat for France though? You could just take an airplane to France.
Let's take aeroplane. Does we need some permission to fly over, or we can go?
You know, if
easy?
you want to explore inside of a water, you need some equipment, right?
Are you saying that it's enough aeroplane? We can take aeroplane for UK and fly over the France without
No.
telling
Just like
anybody?
you can explore inside the sea, you need some equipment. If you want to explore inside the sea with no equipment, you need a submarine. I'm saying, why can't we do something like that with our technology?
I'm telling you now. Let's take all equipment to going to France from UK. Let's take aeroplane and let's go. Can we do that?
Yeah, it's possible to go to France.
Yeah, it's possible, but are we risking our life? Maybe.
Risking how?
Does we need permission to go to France?
I mean, that's not necessary. We could go to anywhere in France with just.
You are saying that anybody can take the plane and go to from UK in any time in France?
I'm not saying anybody can. There's measures for that. But I'm talking about why can't we just conquer, and why is there measures for a treaty to not explore the whole Antarctica, but only a piece of Antarctica? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Why can't we go to the rest of the parts?
Because you need permission for everything to go anywhere.
Yeah, we need permission, right? But it's possible.
Yeah, and sometimes you need to put something on the face.
Why can't we
go without that,
why can't we? What's wrong with us breaking the permissions, huh?
Nothing. You finish in the jail and that's it. And then
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If we all unite, I think we could break them permissions and not go to jail.
Really? Why you didn't unite? Why you
let's
didn't?
all unite and go to
Why you didn't?
Antarctica
Listen
conversation?
this question. Why you
Is that
didn't?
what we're doing?
Why you didn't unite 1991 when was war in my country to stop all that killing?
Well, I just feel like the way I just feel like the way everyone's
Why?
responding, you may as well not respond at all, because basically what you're telling him, because he's saying we're imprisoned. Why can't why is this a world where we're just going to be like, oh, okay, well,
I'm
we're in
telling them.
prison? Isn't there a world where we can break free, break through, and go beyond? But you guys don't want to
Sit here and
entertain
talk
that
about it.
conversation.
So
So let's move on instead of telling him what you are telling him.
All right, they want to
Let's,
become
for
voluntary
example, life we
slaves
are
as
doing
well.
that. Life we are doing that. We are not going to
Hey,
Antarctica,
but what
but we
else
are
are you
showing.
doing besides going to
Yeah,
Antarctica?
we
What
are
else are you doing?
showing people there is no globe in reality. We
That
are
is
doing
not
that.
working. I'm
And
telling
and
you, that
nobody
shit is
here
not
is
working.
going to listen, starting with Sasha.
Listen,
Start it
out
back
of
up.
10 people I meet every day, there is not one person that believes in flight. That shit is not working, my guy. We have to do something bigger. That's what I'm saying. Like going to Antarctica and beyond the places they go by doing
Yeah,
wait,
you
similar.
can't do
to
that.
do what? To
You
prove
can
the
do
What's
it.
globe?
not working?
You can't do
Hold on.
that.
To prove the globe?
But no, to prove
To
that
prove what?
Antarctica
Is
is
he
is
still
like a
on
big
Antarctica? I
circle.
just got back. What the hell?
I keep telling everybody to
Trying to
stop
understand.
entertaining him by giving him answers that he's asking why, if there's this military force, then why can't we conquer that with like a
Shit,
couple
didn't
of
we just give him? Okay,
yeah,
have him.
yeah, we did. That's why I said stop talking about it, and everybody keeps on wanting to argue with him.
Okay, life. Did somebody
Yeah,
give him that taboo conspiracy video?
I haven't gotten it.
Think you did.
Where is it?
Did somebody? Can somebody track? I thought somebody was tracking that down.
What are we proving in Antarctica again?
Oh, here we go.
I'm
Listen,
just curious.
I'm just saying, what else can we do besides tell people the
Thanks,
Earth is
chocolate.
not a globe?
I
'Cause
was just trying to
I
see.
want to. This is like the biggest deception I learned. I mean, it's really all we could do
That's
is
fucked
talk to
up, right?
people. It's all we can
Yeah.
do, just talk. That's it.
Well, maybe if things change to a point where more people start questioning their reality and it gets to that point where a lot of people want to do that, sure. But until then, all the things you just listed, like the military, how we're going to conquer that. Well, do you have a military on call right now that you can use to conquer that military? You got that?
Oh, but we could figure it out. So
We figure it out. So when you figure it out, let us know. And I mean, what do you want us to do after that?
You're also going to
You know what I
need
mean?
a
And we're
multi-trillion
gonna talk
dollar
about
budget.
Antarctica all day. Like,
no,
sure, I'm sure
I
everybody in
think
here would love to know what's going on in Antarctica, but sitting here and trying to figure out how we get in there isn't gonna do anything.
yeah, I
Like
get
we
that.
said, like I said before.
I get that. I get that,
Well,
man.
okay, so I mean, continuing to ask about Antarctica, what are we gonna do, and when are we gonna rise up? And I mean, look, that's part of what
I
we're
mean,
doing,
how
right? We're
much of us?
talking to other people
I
and
know,
trying
but
to
there's a
spread
lot.
this out, right? So
So
when you
there's
said before what you're doing ain't working, my guy, that's what I'm trying to figure. What do you say that we're doing that's not working?
Just talking about like proving to people that the Earth is not a globe. It's not
well,
working.
they're not gonna look. Here's the thing.
I mean, just look. Millions are being.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Guess what? They're not gonna go if they think the Earth is a globe. They're gonna laugh at you and go, "Go ahead and go get $1 trillion or whatever it takes, and you go do that, buddy." I'm gonna go
They
turn
ask.
on CNN. Yeah,
Well, when they say where's
So
the
you're
edge?
asking us what we're doing. Well, we're trying to unplug people so that eventually people see how absurd this thing really is, and maybe then something will happen. Who knows? But the bottom line is, we can't even get people to understand that the horizon is not geometric.
All right.
So
I've got another one
That's
for.
super.
Hold on, life. Why don't you swim to the bottom of a volcano? Like, the lava.
We actually can.
Yeah, tell me about that.
They have some volcanic resistant material out here.
Here, hold on. Okay, I hear you. That sounds fantastic. I've seen some cartoons too. So with that idea, is lava opaque, transparent, or translucent? Which one of those characteristics does lava have?
I think all of them.
Huh?
All of them?
No, you
No,
don't know anything
opaque.
about lava apparently.
Is it opaque then?
Oh my
Yes,
god.
it's absolutely opaque, 100% opaque.
Yeah.
Not even you would have to.
Not a photon
It would have to be.
goes through it.
It would have to be thinner than paper for it to not be 100% opaque.
Yeah.
Even paper thickness of lava is opaque. So anyway, with that being said, let's say you got your fancy superhero vessel that you can go swimming in the lava, because you never know, there could be really fantastical like places and things at the bottom of a volcano after you. But why not? Why not? Once you get there, to the place that you think might be there, the lava is also there, presumably, because it's a liquid and it seeks level and all of that. So you would assume that it would fill the vessel or fill the container that it's within, that you're traveling within. So like, why don't we explore, volcanoes?
Why don't we just play that video, Taboo Conspiracy, that's in here right now? Can somebody play that in here?
Please, God, please. Second video request of the day.
Yeah.
Can we play it?
Yeah, it's here. Can we play it in here? And it's only 30 minutes. And you guys been in here for like 8 hours anyway. So just play it for 30 minutes and then we can move on. Because he's going to destroy life's little dreamland fantasy. Quick.
Yeah, explorer mindset.
He's going to go through systematically, step by step, and you're going to see that it's impossible for anyone to do anything about it.
Okay, I'm going to start it.
But how is the military there?
He said we could stop all wars. Come on.
So I'm going to start it in 3, 2, 1.
Action.
Oh, wrong command. Sorry. Sorry. Anticlimax. My bad.
Can somebody share screen and play it in here? Is that possible?
Yeah, we would have to switch
You guys robot.
Yeah. 1 second. I think the bot is. There was a queue, so let me try it one more time.
Indio, not Indio, but Helio. Sorry, Indio was having problems with it last night.
Why is it not played?
Yep, he was having issues with it.
Welcome, everyone.
Are we still having that problem?
It was.
There we
This
go.
video is in
It was
response
muted.
to the many globe propagandists who demand that I show a picture of the edge of the flat Earth. For the dozens of these ball-loving zealots with multiple sock puppet accounts who repeat this mantra daily, your demand is ridiculous. But you probably already knew that, right? And that's why you probably keep demanding it. It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System. That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words, Antarctica is likely the shoreline to all of the world's oceans. Like a ring magnet, north constitutes the center of our flat Earth map, and south is every direction away from the northern center. And before I get a dozen comments claiming that such a magnet is impossible, here's a ring magnet shown here. Notice that south is in every direction away from the center north magnetic pole. This is where the 60th south parallel is on a Mercator map. This is the 60th south parallel on a potential flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map. It seems that Antarctica constitutes the circular shore of the known world. So, demanding that I take a picture of a possible edge of the Earth, if any, requires me to not only travel below the 60th south parallel, represented by the circle, but also to cross the entire breadth of Antarctica. According to official numbers, Antarctica has a diameter of roughly 3,400 miles, and so that means our trek will include a long boat ride for hundreds of miles below the 60th south parallel, plus a minimum 6,800-mile round-trip hike across Antarctica. That's assuming the official model is correct. Maybe we could fly to one of the ceremonial pole areas, but that would still leave at least a 3,400-mile hike. In addition, we wouldn't know for sure whether the plane trip itself was interfering with our results, since the pilot would have to follow a designated path outlined by the Antarctic Treaty System, and who truly knows what direction that is until we get there. In order to be fully confident, we would really need to stick to the ground and have control over our own pathway, where we can control our direct southerly route opposite of the northern magnetic pole. Now, whether Antarctica is a smaller continent next to the outer rim, or whether Antarctica is indeed the shoreline of the known world, I don't know the answer. Flat Earthers don't have a government budget to spend $1 billion to hire hundreds of cartographers and fleets of boats and planes to map the entire world. But even if Flat Earthers had the money, we would still run into the Antarctic problem, which is the point of this video. So, what is the Antarctic problem? It is the fact that independent travel is not allowed below the 60th south parallel in any reasonable manner to make any determination as to whether Antarctica is the shoreline boundary circumscribing the known world, or whether Antarctica is simply a continent a little north of the true but unnamed southerly shoreline of the Earth's oceans. For all we know, Antarctica may be an infinite plain that is uninhabitable at further distances. Again, we don't know. But, as I will describe in this video, I suspect that Antarctica is the shoreline circumscribing the known world due to the unbelievable restrictions placed on travel there. Excluding a couple of questionable claims, the total lack of north-south circumnavigation only proves the same. But if I'm not allowed by our governments to independently travel below the 60th south parallel and then to traverse Antarctica over 6,800 miles, then I cannot take a picture of a theoretical edge, dome, or those other lands beyond the South Pole, whatever the case may be. But you probably don't quite grasp how much area is really being blocked off under the Antarctic Treaty System. Let's look at it from the alleged 60th north parallel, because this will give you an idea of the tremendous area blocked off to independent exploration. This is the area of the 60th north parallels. As you can see, the 60th north parallel includes all of northern Canada, Alaska, much of Russia, including St. Petersburg and other major cities, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Greenland. It is huge. Now, why in the world is this much area blocked off at the south? Do you really think it's because of penguins?
You see, first there was just one, now there's thousands of them.
Are they trying to tell us something?
So what's the problem?
Well, among other things, we are messing with their food chain.
And we have got to do something about it.
We suggest a ban on all marine harvesting.
Do you think the child propaganda from Happy Feet is true? The Antarctic Treaty was executed in 1959 and has been in place ever since. Think about it. No country had any real alleged concerns about the environment at that time. One of the more interesting facts is that the Soviet Union also ratified the treaty, and did so from the beginning on December 1st, 1959. Do you really think the Soviets were truly concerned about the penguins and the fragile Antarctic environment? In other words, America, the USSR, and the rest of the major countries of the world remain partners in generally closing Antarctica throughout most of the so-called fake space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, the fake moon landings, most of the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the Six-Day War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which at that time Russia continued as a signatory in 1992. That's some peculiar cooperation transcending international conflicts, don't you think? Do you really think that the vast resources and strategic military benefits of Antarctica were multilaterally put aside because of penguins? Even North Korea has been a signatory since 1987. For some strange reason, the Antarctic Treaty has remained sacrosanct for nearly 60 years, regardless of worldwide conflicts. For the reasonable, objective person, alarm bells should be going off right now. As I was preparing this video, I found something else that's interesting. Out of all the flags of all the countries across the Earth, can you guess which one only shows a map of the country as the emblem of the country? You guessed it. Only one. Antarctica. Yeah, the one country they want you to know the shape of. That doesn't reek of programming, does it? Let me make this clear from the beginning. Travel to Antarctica is more difficult than travel to a military base. Sure, the military base may have a visitor shop near the entrance, but if you go beyond that visitor shop or another designated travel area without clearance, you're going to get arrested, or something worse. I'm sure I already have a few globe shills ready to pounce, armed with various inanities to counter my statement, but let's ignore the global spin. This video is about evidence and facts and the reasonable assumptions based thereon. So let's decide to take a theoretical trip across Antarctica to find the edge, if any. I'm not talking about going to the visitor center along the edge of Antarctica, or an overly expensive cruise to a small ice shelf along the edge with a small excursion, or a flight to one of the multiple ceremonial poles, and then straight back again. Yeah, that's not strange at all. I must reiterate, because I will get a dozen comments telling me to take a cruise or that someone's best friend went to Antarctica. I am not talking about a trip to one of the few designated tourist locations of Antarctica. I'm talking about a real trek, pointed directly south across the entire 3,400-mile breadth of Antarctica and back again to determine whether Antarctica circumscribes the known world and to possibly determine whether there's an edge, a dome, or whatever, and then take a picture of it. I'm talking about repeating the trek of Admiral Byrd and discovering that area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being on the other side of the South Pole, full of minerals and such just waiting to be explored.
But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Okay, let's get started with our theoretical trip. So what is required to trek across the entire breadth of Antarctica? Now, I'm in the United States, and so we're going to examine it from the position of a slave of the U.S. But the rules are going to be the same for all 53 signatory countries of the Antarctic Treaty, and everyone else, since these countries all enforce the same provisions. To begin with, we need to understand that anything below the 60th south parallel is referred to as the Antarctic Treaty Area. What does that mean? That means I'm generally not allowed within hundreds of miles of Antarctica, from approximately 400 to 900 miles, without obtaining a permit to do so. Now, the U.S. government has recorded that some sailors have seen the mountain ranges of Antarctica at 300 miles distance while sailing. Of course, 300 miles should be impossible on the globe with a curvature drop of 11.4 miles, but the 60th parallel is between 400 and 900 miles away from the shoreline of Antarctica. Even under a flat Earth, that's a lot of lower atmosphere to see through, also referred to as atmospheric extinction factor, and a lot of angular size reduction. Despite the claims of the ignorant globe zealots, you can't see through that much lower atmosphere. In other words, I can't even see Antarctica from the ocean without first obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department, or whatever department that controls that in your country. Taking a trip to the 60th South Parallel isn't going to accomplish anything, and so we're stuck with getting a government permit. So let's go through the steps to obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department. This is the handbook of the Antarctic Treaty System. These are the rules that govern all signatories to the treaty. We'll be citing to it regularly as it lays down the rules that govern the Antarctic Treaty beyond the fluff of the treaty language itself. Most importantly, we're going to look at the rules governing non-governmental activities located here, and some of the rules regarding the protection of the environment located here. Now, as a U.S. slave, this is the first form you'll have to submit to get approved to travel to Antarctica. The form itself seems rather innocuous until you understand exactly what is involved in the application process. In summary, Antarctica is treated as a giant natural reserve. Like a military base, all activities and pathways in Antarctica must be approved. This is unlike any other area in the world, except maybe a place like North Korea. So, when I say that no independent travel is allowed below the 60th South Parallel, I'm stating an admitted fact well recorded as international law. The protocol states, as a matter of principle, that all activities are to be planned and conducted on the basis of information sufficient to evaluate their possible impact on the Antarctic environment and its associated ecosystems, and on the value of Antarctica for the conduct of scientific research. Organizers should be aware that the environmental protocol requires that activities shall be modified, suspended, or cancelled if they result or threaten to result in impacts upon the Antarctic environment or dependent or associated ecosystems. If you visit Russia, with a Russian visa, for example, are you limited to one particular neighborhood and certain pathways? For those who visit America as a tourist, are you restricted to New York City? Or are you generally allowed to travel around America? No one is just allowed to travel around Antarctica. All of your activities, vehicles, and pathways must be approved, but it gets much worse. Now, how many genuine people watching this video think that the purpose of seeing the edge, the dome, or the extended plain beyond Antarctica would be approved by the U.S. State Department and the other myriad of agencies? Are you ready to litigate the matter when some State Department official arbitrarily says something like, "I think your expedition is frivolous and would be too damaging to the environment, especially in the light of the frivolity of the expedition"? I don't think a court will overturn that decision, especially when treaty law supersedes any rights you may think you have. So, we're going to have to come up with some fake expedition that will somehow get approved. Let's say we're a tree-hugging Luciferian geologist conducting a comprehensive analysis of the global carbon footprint on Antarctica and its flora and fauna. I think that sounds plausible, and so we could hypothetically fake our way in with respect to our purpose, but it will be tricky. Okay, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. This is all theoretical. That brings us to the next point. Entire swaths of land are entirely off limits to all travel. These are called specially protected areas. It's pretty much guaranteed that no one is going to get a permit to go through a specially protected area. If my math is right, that's 1,373 square miles that are allegedly specially protected areas. You can see the maps on the websites, but I don't have time to plot all of them. Now, I agree that's not huge in comparison to the total alleged area of Antarctica. But I believe there's a distinct possibility that those swaths of land could be coordinated in such a way as to prevent me from going through Antarctica easily. So, right from the beginning, my route may be extra hard, especially if mountain pathways are blocked and the areas are much larger than claimed due to likely globe distance shenanigans. But let's go ahead and assume we can navigate around those prohibited, specially protected areas. Next, no motorized equipment is allowed at all for non-governmental personnel. Page 308 states, "Do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife either at sea or on land." That seems kind of hard and very subjective, doesn't it? Antarctica itself is supposed to have a diameter of 3,400 miles. That means no motorized equipment for at least a 6,800 mile round trip? That sounds pretty damn impossible, right? Especially if Antarctica is much bigger than what is claimed. What about sled dogs? Surely they'll be allowed. What's that? Sled dogs aren't even allowed? Okay, so our trip is now limited to a very long hike in insanely harsh conditions over an extreme rise of elevation. On a side note, Antarctica has the highest average elevation of any alleged continent, but I'm sure that's just coincidence, right? But getting back to our insane trip, we not only have to walk at least 6,800 miles, mostly depending on when we need to turn around, we must also tread extremely lightly, as walking on plants in Antarctica is prohibited. I can't damage plants or frighten wildlife on a 6,800 mile journey in a wilderness. I wonder if the Lewis and Clark expedition was limited by such requirements. Good luck traversing 6,800 miles on foot without damaging plants or frightening wildlife with no motorized equipment. I'm not saying that we couldn't figure out a way to get around these big issues, or maybe we could just, theoretically ignore the issues once we get there. But again, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. I'm saying that these are listed enforcement rules under the Antarctic Treaty System. And so think of how easy it would be for one of the many international bureaucrats reviewing our application to deny a permit to trek across Antarctica based on this one plausible excuse. Sorry, you're going to end up walking on plants and scaring birds at least one time during your 6,800 mile journey, and the Antarctic Treaty System prohibits such activities. Application denied. For argument's sake, let's just assume we're going to figure out a way to get around that. Don't ask me how. The next issue is, how are we going to carry all that food and fuel for heat? And don't think that the Antarctic Treaty System isn't concerned with how we store our fuel. The United States itself is roughly 2,500 miles across. So imagine the difficulty of hauling food, climbing at extremely high and unknown elevations, and carrying all of your extremely warm gear and supplies across the United States from coast to coast and back again, all on foot with no food stops on the way. And don't forget, we're going to have to haul our poop as well. You are going to have to drag your poop with you on your 6,800 mile Antarctic hike. But it gets worse. Your poop is regulated by a different pseudo-government agency, the National Science Foundation. Here's where you can learn about what permit is required if you wanted to dispose of your poop on your 6,800 mile journey if you don't want to carry it. Could you imagine for your next trip to France and the custom agent saying, "Welcome to France. By the way, no vehicles are allowed, no animals are allowed, do not walk on any plants, and here's a bag for your poop. Be sure to bring it back full." If you don't want to carry your poop, you're going to have to get a permit from the National Science Foundation. Enjoy your stay. But here's another and potentially bigger problem. What if there is no edge when you get there, but the conditions only get worse? How many years of supplies can one carry by a handheld sled and some skis? What if Antarctica goes beyond 3,400 miles? What then? When do you turn your back, and how do you prove it? Because the globe shows are just going to call you a liar anyways. Any sane person right now would have to admit that our little trip is impossible, but we have a lot of paid-for apologists for our slave masters who will still somehow claim that I'm lying when I say that independent travel in Antarctica is prohibited. But we're not done. Going back to our form DS4131, in addition to disclosure to other parties to the treaty, the information provided may be shared with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to ensure compliance with 40 CFR Part 8 Environmental Impact Assessment of Non-Governmental Activities in Antarctica, as well as with other relevant U.S. agencies. This brings us to one of the most important issues facing us. What is an environmental impact assessment? No country, even North Korea, would ever require an environmental assessment before traveling across their country. It's insane. Here's the definition of an environmental impacts assessment in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. Environmental impact assessment means The environmental review process required by the provisions of this part and by Annex 1 of the protocol and includes preparation by the operator and U.S. government review of an environmental document and public access to and circulation of environmental documents to other parties and the Committee on Environmental Protection as required by Annex 1 of the protocol. Well, let's see what the Committee for Environmental Protection says. Article 8 of the protocol requires the parties to conduct environmental impact assessments for their Antarctic activities and provides 3 levels of assessment according to the potential impacts of each activity. The procedures for environmental impact assessment are detailed in Annex 1 of the protocol. If a proposed activity is determined in a preliminary stage of assessment to have less than a minor or transitory impact, it may proceed. If an activity is determined as likely to have a minor or transitory impact, then an initial environmental evaluation must be prepared. If an initial environmental evaluation indicates the potential for more than a minor or transitory impact, or if such impact is otherwise determined to be likely, a comprehensive environmental evaluation must be prepared. Draft CEEs are made publicly available and considered by the CEP, which then advises the ATCM, and that's a Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. Comments provided by other parties in the ATCM must be addressed in a final CEE, which is used as a basis for making decision about whether and how the activity is conducted. Same law as here. It is the comprehensive environmental evaluation that's going to kill our expedition. Here's the regulation, and this applies to all signatories, including North Korea. Any operator who plans a non-governmental expedition that would require a CEE must submit a draft of the CEE by December 1st of the preceding year. Within 15 days of receipt of the draft CEE, EPA will send it to the Department of State, which will circulate it to all parties to the protocol, and forward it to the Committee for Environmental Protection established by the protocol, and publish notice of receipt of the CEE and request for comments on the CEE in the Federal Register, and will provide copies to any person upon request. The EPA will accept public comments on the CEE for a period of 90 days following notice in the Federal Register. The EPA, in consultation with other interested federal agencies, will evaluate the CEE to determine if the CEE meets the requirements under Article 8, Annex 1 to the protocol and the provisions of this part, and will transmit its comments to the operator within 120 days following publication in the Federal Register of the notice of availability of the CEE. So now, I'm sure most of you probably just went brain dead when I read that, so let me explain it. First, our CEE, that's our Comprehensive Environmental Evaluation, must pass the EPA's initial review. Not an easy task. Next, the Department of State, along with its Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs Bureau of Oceans, Environment, and Science, must review it. Next, it will be sent to all parties. That's 100 countries, by the way. Next, your assessment must be approved by an international bureaucracy called the Committee for Environmental Protection. After their highly unlikely approval, the EPA will then publish it in the United States Federal Register. Now, why would they do that? Because any supposed private tree-hugging group can now sue to stop you from going there. Once that is done, assuming you haven't been sued, then the EPA, along with all of the other interested federal agency, whatever the hell that means, evaluates it again. Do you realize the amount of legal work this would entail? Do you realize how easy it would be for any one of hundreds of entities or thousands of bureaucrats to halt your expedition? Again, this applies to all countries. One person in the comments of my last Antarctic video claimed that it wasn't necessary in the United Kingdom. Well, he lied. The Environmental or Madrid Protocol is part of the Antarctic Treaty System and applies to all countries. Here is the requirement on the UK application if you're interested. As explained above, for every person in the United States who wants to get a permit to travel across Antarctica has to first submit the environmental impact assessment to the EPA. You know, the freedom-loving EPA.
Beware! Time is short! EPA! 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 Believe me! Believe me! Thanks for listening. Lost them, sir. Well, then you find them, and you get them back in the dome. And to make sure nobody else gets out, I want roving death squads around the perimeter 24/7.
Do you know what the environmental impact statement costs? This is very similar. A typical environmental impact statement costs from $250,000 to $2 million. And those are a lot easier than this comprehensive environmental analysis required under the Antarctic Treaty. For us, the biggest problem is you would have to incur the expense of the environmental impact assessment before you know if you're denied, due to whatever arbitrary claim a bureaucrat can think of. Do you see how difficult this environmental assessment will be? How would one know the environmental impact on an area which you've never been to, and very little information would be available? With a normal environmental assessment, you'd be able to send an engineering firm to the location to make the assessment with attorneys who would draft the statement. In this case, you can't send an engineering firm all the way to Antarctica, and so you have to hire Antarctic experts who have been to the same places you're planning on walking through. Now, how many of those do you think there are? I say that we can safely assume the price of getting an environmental impacts assessment approved by the EPA and the international agency would cost millions, assuming no supposed private group sues you once it's published in the Federal Register. Do you have more than $2 million to spend for an environmental impact assessment? And then, what if the EPA or the Committee for Environmental Protection or one of the other agencies says no? Maybe that not enough information was provided. Are you ready to spend another $2 million to fight that in court? But you still have to have your purpose approved. Do you see the problem there? You would likely spend millions on getting the environmental impact statement, only later to have some official at the International Committee for Environmental Protection reject your purpose in Antarctica. You would truly gamble millions in this silly endeavor. To learn more about the environmental assessment procedures with the Committee for Environmental Protection, you can research it here. See also, let's get to the final issue we're going to run into. 7 countries claim territorial rights to various parts of Antarctica. Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom all maintain territorial claims in Antarctica. I did find it interesting that the USSR never claimed territorial rights to Antarctica. Yet. I'm willing to bet that my trip across Antarctica is going to need other permits from other countries based only on territorial claims. Getting more permits or visas from other countries who have alleged territory in Antarctica? Yeah, that shouldn't add too much to our already strained budget. Now, just for the propagandist who's going to claim that's not true, I quote, "The Antarctic Treaty puts aside the potential for conflict over sovereignty for providing that nothing that occurs while the treaty is enforced will enhance or diminish territorial claims." Meaning, the territorial claims trump. So, the next dumb shill who demands that you take a picture of the edge or that anyone can go to Antarctica and see for themselves that it's a continent, be sure to point out what a damn idiot they are, and then share this video because everything in here is fact that anyone can look up, and I'll try to have all the links in the description. Of course, the lying minions from the Ministry of Truth will spin and call you names, but at least the rest of the world will see the liars for who they truly are. This is Taboo Conspiracy, signing off.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Oh, that ending was nice.
Yeah.
Did you get the point, Life?
Yeah, but why can't we break the treaty?
Oh, you must be trolling for real, like, you're not serious.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Like, if we get everybody to understand that they can't prove the curvature of the earth and we don't really know what's out there and they've been lying to us, why can't we break the treaty? And open up. I know it's closed, but let's open it up.
How do Man, when everybody, when you say everybody, then we'll be done. You know, it's done.
How do you want to explain everybody, which majority of everybody is people wearing diapers in their face because they think it's protecting them of the air? How do you explain these people that the earth is flat? How? Dude, you can't even explain those people that plastic in your face doesn't
It's fake.
is fake, you know, doesn't work at all. So how do you explain him something very, very, very in-depth like flat earth?
I mean, you don't need everybody.
Impossible.
You don't need everybody.
Yeah, but mostly everybody is dumped down. You dude, look at my generation. They just cycling through TikTok posts while the brain is melting out of their nose.
And you have no idea who you're going against with.
Yeah.
The U.S. Navy airship carriers, yeah, battle cruisers, all the submarines, yeah, with all those stealth technology airplanes and F-22 Raptors and you name it. You
People
name
these days,
any powerful weapon that you
I
know
think
today,
I think
they
I
have it.
think I think video was enough after 2 hours of before and then video.
Yeah.
Now it's oh my god.
yeah, but you need to understand, hey, life. You need to understand. People are so busy today, taking pictures of themselves, uploading them on their fake profiles, watching through stupid other fake profiles of their so-called friends. They have like literally, and then they have their super sports and bread and circus that they need to attend to, and then they need to talk. It's just it's a world built for people who do not think. Okay, that's actually the summary. If you if you do not think, you're gonna love this world because it's full of things that keep you in that circle of being entertained. Okay, entertained. And you can't entertain the entertained people with things like truth, like a flat earth, actually the very thing that they're living on. You can't entertain these people because they're already entertained. It's like a virus in their brain. They're so buzzy with it.
Why can't we compete with this entertainment?
Because people are dumb. You need to literally
Are you just
start
gonna
making...
keep asking why?
Yes.
Like, did you really just end that? Listen to that video with why can't we just break the treaty? Are you serious?
It's not possible,
bro.
Have you ever been to prison life?
It almost seems like you're a little bit trolly right now because I don't understand how you can listen to that and then just ask us, well, why don't we just break the treaty? Well, if it was that simple, I think we would have done it already, right?
It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
No, it's not. Because they can't even review the treaty to change it.
He said it'll take about 5 people, so he's definitely trolling.
Bro, I'm not. I said 5%. The whole humanity.
Let's stay with this Antarctica crap.
I mean, I feel like if you just go to Antarctica, it pretty much seals the deal.
That's great if you feel that way, man. Keep feeling that way.
As long as he takes QE in his boat, he'd be right.
Yeah, keep feeling that way. And, if you want to go down there, man. Go to Walmart, get sleeping bags, get a couple of sandwiches. Go ahead down.
Doesn't just work with one person. It has to be.
All right, well, take your friends with you. Go convince them the way you're trying to do in here.
They're not flat earthers.
No.
Well, then go make them flat earthers.
I can't make them flat earthers. No one can.
You got a problem then, right? You got nobody that's going to converse with you.
It's not a
doesn't understand the
problem.
implications of the whole thing.
Do you know what will be the first thing which you have to figure it out?
Like to go to Antarctica?
Yeah.
No,
Your number one requirement.
We don't go to Antarctica first. We gotta break the treaty first.
Yeah, to do that, do you know what you need?
I need thinkers.
Huh?
I need thinkers.
No.
What?
To be able to break that treaty the first time, yeah, you will need stealth technology.
We have
anti-radar.
It's underground.
You don't have it.
I've seen it. Like there's tunnels underground in the U.S.
Don't feed them in.
I know it exists, but you don't have it.
Yeah, don't feed them in.
Yeah, I know. The video kind of explained everything.
Yeah, he has all the information there presented.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know Antarctica's closed, but let's open it back up.
Live.
Yeah.
Live. That's great. Can you open server 24/7 Antarctica and we will speak about that?
It's like closing a shop. It's like closing a shop.
No, man. Listen to me. Open the channel. You can YouTube channel. open and say 24/7 preparing Antarctica going, and then people will come and they will discuss how to go there. Okay.
And live. Not
Did
to
you hear
mention,
me, man? You need to. Make your channel. People will come. They will discuss with you, and then you will find the similar people, and then maybe you will go also. Who knows?
Yeah.
And not to
Open
mention,
up the channel, and I will join your channel.
hey,
I will not.
Guys,
Yes.
there are even worse people than dumb people. You know that there are also these kind of people that you preach to about flat Earth. So, I mean, it's almost preaching. You show them evidence over evidence for weeks, and the only thing they're still gonna do is bombard you with questions or just gonna troll you between the lines, so to say. So I think that's even the worst thing of people.
I get that because
They
I used to be like that.
Okay.
So I understand that.
You are right now.
You're doing that right now.
I became a flat earther last month, so I'm trying to get rid of this habit.
You're exactly demonstrating what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're not a flat earther.
I am a flat earther. I believe that it's flat. I can't prove
Yeah,
the
that's
curve.
not a belief. It's not a belief. Number one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I know it's not. I know it's not a belief, but how do we really
you
know
can't
the
go
Earth?
back and take.
How do we know? How do we know the Earth is not really a rhombus?
There you go.
Inside the
There
rhombus?
you go. That's exactly what I mean. That's the worst of people.
We
That's
haven't
why-
explored the Earth. We can't, bro. Like there's a circle around this Earth, right? We haven't went beyond this circle.
You know,
We're
live.
exploring.
Yeah, you tell us. You know. Go ahead. What else do you know?
There's continents and resources beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, sure.
And we can verify this
by
all of us collectively understanding and being thinkers and not workers anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's done it. Nope.
Yeah, that's how it works, bro.
It doesn't work. You're ridiculous, dude.
Ridiculous.
No, it doesn't work right now in this system, but we can make
No,
it.
listen, Life, you're trying to say to these people here on this server to try to do something that no human has been able to accomplish as far as we're aware in all of human history. Physically, the fuel involved. First thing you need is permission, brah.
Sonny, you're encouraging him.
It's like explaining to people that we can fly. Like, come on, y'all, we can go break this treaty and verify what's beyond Antarctica. But besides what they tell us, because I know nobody believes in the Antarctica they teach us.
Just storm Area 51. You can all do it.
I don't know why it taken this long. I've had enough.
Yeah.
Right. So you're on mute for cause. For fuck's sake, people.
Yeah.
Just change topic, please. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
He just wants to make us look bad in a way.
This topic is going nowhere, just like the trip to Antarctica.
Yeah, it's a broken record.
You're wondering why you got muted?
Oh, man.
You got bigger problems than whether the Earth's flat or spherical, friend.
Yeah.
Again, how can you tell people, literally, like that's a question for everyone, how can you even tell people who think that cheese just grows in a supermarket, how can you tell these kind of people that the earth is flat? Like literally, there are people literally out there that go into the supermarket and don't even know that milk comes from cows. They just think that, I don't know, it just appears in the supermarket.
Yeah, the chocolate milk comes from the brown ones, though.
Yeah.
And cows just produce magic
They have
milk.
They have that magic tap where it flows milk.
The magic tap.
And the worst thing is, the most dumb people, when they're faced with someone who actually is smart and who's capable of explaining them something, they start mocking you. They start making fun of you and calling you names and try to get the attention of everyone else around them to justify making fun of you, you know? And I mean, that's even the worst, you know? Dumb people who think that they're smart, even though they're very dumb. But I'll be honest, man, at some point, I mean, for me, it's now, I think, 11 or 12 years of, you know, talking about 9/11 and how, like, the whole world is just a stage. It was a journey, and it really, to this point, it really, it had a lot of ups and downs, but now I really, there's nothing I care about when people try to mock me. I'm just gonna, at some point, just gonna, you know, close the door and go, and not gonna waste my energy anymore. That's also something I needed to learn the hard way, you know. At some point, you just need to shut up and leave, because it's, some people are just too dumb, really, too dumb to have a genuine conversation.
You see, this information begins to be very, very hard to access. So I think it should be time that we ask money for to join this server. So who wants to join the server has to pay a fee.
I mean,
because this information should not be free now in these times.
The funny thing is, you don't need to go onto this Discord to know to know what the Earth is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they ask Google, it's not gonna tell them.
Unbelievable. They probably asked Google, is it okay to go outside now?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I, you know,
Hey, somebody put that last comment that he
air.
made in the Golden Globies.
What, Miggy?
The last comment that he made, that Life made, put Golden Globies.
Okay, hold on.
What's Golden Globies?
It's a server.
It's a server where all the ridiculous comments go that belly laughers. Look at it's just he's like, I want to know what's beyond Antarctica because nobody knows. I know we can't go in this system, but break out of the system, we can.
Oh man.
Damn.
Yeah, you're gonna be the one, bro, that breaks out of the system. Okay.
Yeah. If this guy ever gets in prison, next hour he's gonna be escaping.
You just need to think about even the irony that most everyone in the Western civilization, especially, have a phone with an internet connection, which is more than enough to research certain topics, and still the only thing most of the people use their phone for is making stupid, repetitive pictures.
Why am I hearing double of everything?
Yeah.
And me? And food.
What the hell is going on in here?
I don't know.
There is an echo. Yeah.
Yeah, I also hear the
I
echo,
hear
but
two people speaking at the same time. It's really.
I don't hear it.
I'm sorry. Anyone else have that problem?
And I hear myself coming up about 10 seconds later. How weird is that?
Are you watching the YouTube live stream? Or?
Might have the live stream on, Sonny.
Yep. Guess who the culprit was? It was me. I'm like hearing things from my own machine. How strange.
Oh, you sound different now.
I hear voices.
Yeah. So, how was the trip to Antarctica, guys?
All right. Yeah, so we're not going to do that. Got a question.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I did my math right. During the winter solstice, I live at the 48.9 latitude north latitude. I didn't say that right. 48.9 latitude north. Is that how you say that? During the winter solstice, according to what I understand to be the case, I should have an approximate 17-degree from the horizon position of the sun on the winter solstice. Did I do something wrong with my math?
Yeah, they
Because the way
calculate.
here's what I'm doing mathematically. 48.9 Tropic of whichever it was, the one that's in the south, 23.4. So I'm basically just if I'm at 48.9 from zero, and then the GP is allegedly at 23.4 south, then I would just add that number to the 48.9, and then I could take that whole number, subtract that from 90, and that would be allegedly where my position of the sun should be roundabout. Is there anything that I'm missing in that? And with that being said, if I'm allegedly at the 48.9 latitude and I see the sun at noontime on the winter solstice, December or whatever, 21, 22, whatever day it winds up being on, then what would they? I know that there's always explanations. Long story short, I wasn't really super capable of seeing the position of the sun this last December because I'm pretty sure the skies were just crazy gray, as they typically are during winter. But let's say I get a blue sky day, which does happen. 17 degrees is pretty low, right? Pretty low, guys. 17 degrees. I just don't remember on noon or whatever on December 21st. I don't ever remember any time during winter the position being that low. But I guess that checks out. Morvis, you answered in the chat. I'm just basing it on alleged GP, like the ground position. I see you lighting up there, Hank.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, okay.
Is that bothering you? I go on mute if you want me to.
No, it's okay. I saw it lighting up. I didn't know if you were saying something.
Mic check, everyone. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, nice one. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to you guys. Hope everyone's doing well.
Yep.
I tell you, yeah. I was on that Jose GG, Daily Boom server yesterday, and Gem Pandas the day before that. I've been pushing that video, the flattening the curve. And the thing that I noticed in their behavior pattern is that they were asking for credentials, or what's the word I'm looking for there? Verification of their credentials. How do we know they are who they say they are? That kind of stupidness. They haven't decided to watch the video yet. Right? I posted it to them, and then I said, you need to watch this video because these professionals are telling you
That's a tactic, bro.
that. Can you say that again?
That's a tactic. Instead of addressing the information, they always want to focus on the person it came from. They did that to me the last time I was in there.
Yeah. Right? That's their behavior pattern. How can we trust these people? And then why do you trust them? I said to them, well, I have no reason to distrust them. They haven't done anything that would ring my alarm bells. These are supposed to be the submariners, the sailors on the aircraft carriers, jet fighter pilots. Now, these individuals protect your sorry asses, I said, 24/7, 365 days of the year. This is them. This is the one that they supposedly protect the supposed free world. Okay, and then you have aircraft pilots who have their schools who are teaching people how to fly, and they said that the equipments that they have on there, they have, if subjected to curvature or to the spin of the earth, wouldn't work. That's what they've said. These are the people. These are the professionals. So these are the ones that are telling you. They're telling you the earth is not a globe. They couldn't do their job and protect your sorry asses if the earth was a globe and it was spinning, they've said. So I said, so why don't you look at the video first? And if you are concerned about the credentials of the individuals, you can contact them so they can tell you to your face. You know what I mean? Have you got a timestamp? Have you got a timestamp of what you're saying and all this and that? I said, you know me already. I've told you I will never give you a timestamp. Why? Because I want you to watch the video like I did. That's how I learned. That's how I know the earth is not flat, for example. I didn't need these professionals to tell me. I knew before these professionals came up. I can call these professionals Johnny's come latelys, really, because I've been at this for like 7 years. And then plus my experience before that in the military, that I was blinded a little bit, but I've got experience, I've said. So I don't really need them. But, I trust them because they are trustworthy people. then they haven't done anything. That I cannot accuse people of being untrustworthy in my life as soon as I meet them. I mean, that's not right, is it? You've got to trust people first, and then they misuse your trust. Then you learn not to trust them. You don't mistrust people immediately, do you? Do you? Is that how you live your lives, people? So, yeah, I'm going to trust them, and they've left their credentials, their names. You can contact them and interview them one-to-one if you want. Why don't you do that? But why don't you watch the video? And that's for time stamping. No, this is how you learn. You watch the 2-hour video like I did, and you learn about things. Yeah, that's how you. I'm not going to give you a timestamp. I'm never going to do that. I've told you that before. And I've told you as well, yes, I will always cherry pick the best information to present my case. I will always do that. You know that already. You've known me a long time. I'm not lying here. I'm not hiding. I'm telling you to your face. Now get a move on. Get a move on and watch the video. The professionals are telling you. And, they just kicking up a stink it was anyway. Kicking up a stink. If you can imagine when you put your hand in a beehive and that, you know how that frenzy. The frenzy of the beehive, yeah. It was one of those. Loved it. Loved it.
I
Panicking
wonder,
they were.
do they ask for verification for credentials for people who asserted the globe, or does that just work one way? I'm curious.
Exactly. That question was asked. Definitely. And then it went, of course they didn't answer that question. It was asked, but they didn't answer it because they knew that
Well, of
their
course not.
position was ridiculous.
Yeah, of course not. See, you're making the mistake of thinking you're talking to people who want to learn. Why do you think they're going to watch a 2-hour video? They don't want to learn anything from you or any of us. They just want to have
that's fine.
confirmation bias in their belief. That's it. It doesn't matter what information that is in the video. They don't care about that. Oh shit, this information is bad for us. Let's ask about the verification of their credentials. Instead of saying, hold on, this information is kind of fucked up. Or it's kind of interesting. Either way, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about something else. Yeah, that's how it goes. All they got left are tactics now.
Yeah.
That's literally
That's it. Yeah. So I expose their lack of integrity whilst they're, because it's going out onto YouTube live and that, and I'm addressing their listeners, and I say, you see, listeners, we bring them the information because they want to know. I thought they wanted to know the truth, whether the shape is the Earth is a globe or it's a flat plane. That's why this server exists. Now you would think that they would jump to that. Jump to that video and immediately watch it when in their time, of course. I always say at their leisure. But you look at them, they don't even want to do that. Look at it. They want to check out who the people are who made the video. Huh. My word. Yes, panicking. Why do you panic? I say, why are you guys panicking? It's just a video. Professionals speaking to you. PhDs, some of them have got degrees. They even show you the books that they studied to learn their field in. And they've since downloaded recent ones, just in case the ones that they learnt from was out of date or there'd been some revision or whatever. They downloaded the latest versions of their textbooks. They show you on the video the books that they downloaded. And then they reviewed everything. And indeed, the Earth is indeed flat because they were shocked that they could miss such a thing. Huh. It's lovely. I said, this video it's a present for me. I'm going to flatten your heads with it. You have to learn flatten the curves. Yeah, really had a good time with it. Jose, I know he didn't watch that video. He DM'd me after his show. And I mean, when I say after his show, like 5 minutes, less than, and said, I've watched that video and yeah, it's full of shit, blah, 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 blah.
He said it was global propaganda, basically.
There you go.
I'm sorry,
Flatty
propaganda. Flatty propaganda.
It was great to hear your voice in there, Lemon. Like I said, I could listen to you all day. the way, you know, the speed at which you deliver the truth with precision is therapy, and I could listen all day. I love it. And even those in the chat room, right? Even, you know, you got some fans then, they were saying you were taking on 5 with them and that, and I thought, yeah, man, tell the truth, will ya?
Thank you. My inspiration is Kent Hovind, who was debating 3 atheists to 1 back in his debate days before he got taken down for some sort of tax offense to take him out of the debate circuit. Yeah, sometimes you just got to hold your own with the truth as much as possible.
Yes, when they're slinging rocks and arrows and stones and stuff, yeah, you just push that out with the flat of truth, and then just spray them with the truth, man. They were burning like it was like holy water to a vampire, you know, when they start to dissolve. Yeah, you
The
could hear
power
the
of
hissing
flat
and the
compels you.
yeah, it was funny. And then you had that Lubo from China. I mean, boy, what a character he was, you know. everything he spoke from was from assumptions, CGI, color coding, and stuff like this for his world. And then when I asked him, can you hang on, because he was going on for ages, a good hour or so, you know, trying to present his shit. I said, look, can you present us with one of your pictures of your curvature from when you had a picnic or when you're at the ocean or somewhere where you've got your personal shot of curvature in your shot, you know, whilst you're having a lovely time with your family or whatever. What does he do? Brings a mountain range, right? And it's from Google Earth first off. I said, no, I don't want to see Google Earth. Where's your picture? Then he brings his picture up and it's like totally foggy, pink. I said, is this it? And the horizon's dead level. No curvature there.
And the thing is, you know, they talk about the equatorial mount tracing arcs or whatever, as if that says that the ball is revolving and curved or whatever. But you can have an arc that's tracing the EQ mount from perspective. You could have it traced from a motion of the Earth and or the stars, or you could have it trace, you know, a curved surface like the firmament. If you have a light that's going over a curved surface, it's going to trace an arc too. So we have at least 3 or 4 possibilities right there. I would go with it being over a flat surface and tracing, you know, the lights that are curving off of the curved firmament to give you that EQ mount, you know, curvature, not the revolution of a ball or whatever.
Yeah. He spent the whole duration of his presentation in the stars. So I asked him, but Lubo, what about measuring the actual ground under your feet? I mean, have you done that? I mean, what's going on here? Because nothing you presented proves that the Earth is a globe, mate. That's not what's happening. Remember, I did tell you about the video, didn't I? The professionals are speaking. So all this stuff you've done is a complete waste of time when professionals who protect the supposed free world are telling you that it's not a globe. Don't you think you should be aiming more down to earth now, down to ground level, and measure the ground, you know?
Well, they say they should be a publicly searchable professional with all of their credentials listed online to double check their claims. But the thing is, in this, you know, arena, people try to dox you and ruin your life and stuff like that. So some anonymity is needed. Could, you know, the people on the level just be saying a bunch of, you know, BS or something? Maybe. But, you know, some anonymity is necessary because the Globe Zealots will come after you.
Well, yeah, of course they will, you know, of course they will. Like they did to, because he was mentioned, wasn't he? Brian Mullins. He was mentioned on the Earth Awakening channel the day before yesterday, because I presented the video like 3-4 days ago there. And ridings, of all people, riding on riding on eggshells. He was the one that was querying the credentials and all this. You know, his position was immediately. Guess what he said? I would want to interview them and say, do you know that your interview is being used in a video? And I said, hang on a second. Why would you take that stance? Like the producers of the video have taken people's interviews and used them without their consent. Why would you take that stance? That's disgusting. I said, that's only somebody who has an evil, disgusting mind like yourself would think that.
Because there's no curve. That's the only reason you would take that stance. Because if there was curve, you would just show it. All this other crap would just be noise in the wind.
Yeah,
Yes,
we're
thank you
talking
very
about a
much.
lot of interpretation, Chocolate saying, we see this arc in the sky, therefore we're going to only conclude that it's a ball. Well, I'm going to go with another conclusion that it's flat, and you're tracing an arc in the curved firmament of the sky or something like that.
Yeah. But I said to him, that's disgusting. Why would you think that, riding? We're not dishonest people, flat earthers. We don't play that game. There is no need to do. We don't need to do that. It's not
Amen.
necessary.
It's an argument from authority. They say you're not a scientist, you're not respected by the academic institution, you're a layman nobody.
Yeah.
Therefore, you are not authorized to make any conclusion other than the established power consensus. You cannot get off of the reservation. And if you try
Yeah.
to, we will hammer you and make you feel stupid.
I disagree with them with their trying to say somebody's not a scientist. Isn't somebody that is actually doing the scientific method actual performing science at that point?
Yeah,
Right.
but there's so many definitions for science, Sonny. They're talking about people that are in the
I know.
institution that are conferred
Well,
credentials by the Jesuitical education institution.
for them, yeah, they have a bunch of multiple different things that are all pseudoscience. They do. You're right.
Yeah.
And so they're talking about, we're talking about the method, but they're talking about, the sanction and the approval of the establishment, working in certain institutions, academic institutions, having written books and stuff like that, generalized power consensus and stuff like that as quote unquote science.
Yeah. So Bansaw and myself prompted him to, why don't you then check the contact, go and contact the people themselves and get an interview going, right? As soon as you're into interviewing people, but don't take that stance where these people are lying, or the producers have used their interviews without their consent, because that's not what appears in. You can't. I don't even know how you could say that. Because when you listen to them speaking, they're offering their names and credentials at the outset. And then they're telling you how, the jet fighters, mind you, are telling you that when you fly your plane and you were to leave, where was it? I think California to... go ahead.
I agree with. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jen. I appreciate.
No, it's okay. Cool.
I appreciate the conversation. I agree. Kind of like Chocolate. I think. I'd rather stick to the facts, like that. They could talk about whoever they want to talk about. I'm not interested in that at all. Just stick to the facts of the topic. What are the main premise of the topic? We get so far off into the weeds with these people, we start talking about what they're talking about, and that's like part of the plan, I think. So I'm not going to get off of this thing that the horizon is horizontal,
which is exactly
Earth is
what they
flat,
said.
stationary. It's used like I have never seen anybody present anything at all, any kind of technology that's operating close to or on the surface that is utilizing this globe Earth idea. Like they could say it is, but then you have to match it with reality. Okay, so is what they're really doing? Is it using that? No, we already talked about this yesterday about like the big guns of the New Jersey and those warships shooting 16-inch rounds that weigh 2,000 pounds each. They have a tolerance of 250 yards. So like they're going to hit within that 250 yards. And that the adjustment for curvature is less than that.
Right.
So you would never know. So I don't know, man.
Well, no, but that's right. That's what you said is correct, because you have this young aircraft carrier. He's in charge of using such weapons, okay? But on the modern day aircraft carrier, okay, and there's a lot of technology being used. When he said he could see a target at 30 miles away, and he told his superiors, okay, his superior came out and goes, "No, you're talking BS. You can't be seeing a target like that." But yes, we can see a target there. Then his superior went off, done the maths, brought the textbook, slapped it on the table. He said, "The maths, according to what you're saying, the maths says you cannot see it." He goes, "Look." He goes, "Yeah, but we can see it though, unless the radar's broken."
Isn't that unfortunate? Isn't that unfortunate that you can actually see it? Oh no. What are they gonna do now? No, so look, the thing is, I think sometimes flat earthers get insecure. Some of us, well, it's happened to me even. I get insecure about this knowledge. Sometimes there's no reason to be insecure about it because, look, these people that are doing real things like flying aircraft, shooting missiles, any kind of ballistics, like cruise missiles, like you name it, like they're the ones that know what's actually going on in reality. These people that are anti-flat earthers that are coming up with all this bogus stuff, how they string these fairy tales together, it can't lift off. It's just dead in the water before they start. Like
Well,
who are you gonna like? I'm not worried about them anymore. They could say whatever the hell they want to say. Just bring me some damn curvature, and we'll be set.
What I said.
We'll be set.
What I said.
Bring the curvature. Show us why it's not there. Like I keep asking these questions, they can't answer. Like, where do I go? I live on the shore. Where do I go on the shoreline to see this curvature? That should be easy for someone that knows they're on a globe to tell me where exactly I can go. They could tell me step by step how to do it, because if it was a globe, everyone would know how to check and see that it is.
Well, guess what they say? Guess what they say? They accuse you. What would you expect to see? Well, what would you expect to see? You know what I mean? I said to them, I can recognize curvature on a woman's backside. I can recognize curvature on a woman's breast. I can recognize curvature on your stupid forehead. Okay? So don't ask me what I expect to see. Yeah? Do you get me? You know what I mean? Stupid.
Well, we got to ask you that now, because all of a sudden the geometric horizon, aka the Earth curve, is the horizon that we wouldn't expect to see.
Wow.
So the horizon that we don't expect to see is the same one that's blocking boats and buildings in the distance. That's nice.
This
is where they've gotten to at this point in 2022.
Yeah.
They're asking us, why would we expect to see curve on the ball?
And then, like you, Chocolate, when you mention, Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he's telling you that stuff is flat. Well, I mentioned that to them, right? And they went ballistic. I don't give a fuck about.
Let me guess. They started with, but let me tell you what he really meant. Like, you don't speak English yourself, right? They have to translate. Like, these people are out of their minds. It's not my fault your little priest over there is telling you can't see curvature from 128,000 feet. That's not my fault. When you think you can see it from the beach, whose fault is that? Mine or yours?
Yeah,
Don't
man.
get mad at me because your priest said that shit. Fuck out of here.
And they say, I don't give a fuck about, you can hear the race, you can hear the racistness in the voice, first of all, because he's a black guy. That I detect immediately. And the fact that he's your number one man, okay? This black guy is your number one man. He is the man. He is the expert supposedly. And they just go absolutely forensic in there.
But anyway, like the one that this curvature that they're so sure of, like Chocolate just said, is the one that they don't even expect to see.
Yeah.
So the one you expect to see the least, that's the one they're the most sure of.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's stupid.
Like which clown? It's like these people grew up in a clown house, like at the amusement park.
Yeah.
You walk through some clown house.
Yeah.
Like they learned this and there or something. I don't get it. Because I never tried to string along, like, I was against, like, even before Flat Earth, I was totally against evolution. Like, I called out evolution.
Oh, yeah, me too.
30 years ago. Like,
I knew that when I was in my teens. I knew that when I was in my teens. That we didn't come from no fish.
I said, that's bullshit right off the bat. I'm like, they don't have any kind of evidence to show it. And then all these things turned out to be fakes. But I'm just saying, like, Earth, like, isn't quite like that, but it's like those fairy tales are part of that whole helio fairy tale.
Yeah. I questioned that in my late teens. That would be like 19, 18, 19s. I was already questioning that one and saying that's not true. I mean, I used to go to a youth club called the 3Cs Youth Club, which I then later on in my life I ended up working there as a volunteer youth worker myself. But I used to attend it as a kid. Now the reason I used to go there was because I used to like doing my exercises, and I didn't want to go to a gym where I had to pay money because I didn't have much money anyway at that time. I was working, but I couldn't afford to join a fitness club. And back in the 80s, that was it's a lot of money. It was a new thing, new trend. And I didn't want to do that. I knew I could get fit without spending that kind of silly money. So I used to go to the youth club and use the equipment they had there, right?
Yeah.
So I used to debate. It was a Christian-run youth club, so I used to debate the priests. I used to argue from the point of science, right? And then the priests and the rest of the youth were arguing like, what evolution and la la. I said, no, that's not. We didn't come from the fish. Where's the evidence for this? And then they're bringing up all these Homo sapien bones and stuff. I said, yeah, but have we actually touched these bones to see them to know that they're real? How do we know? They're just telling us. But no, I don't believe we came from the sea. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me, I said. Science has given us a lot. All this high-tech stuff that's around us. I'm going to trust the science on this one. Science is still out as far as I'm concerned. Big, heavy debates. They used to say, Jim, you're just argumentative. I said, no, I'm not. I'm asking for the proof. You haven't got any. Yeah, man. The evolution was totally dead and buried for me. Didn't come from no monkey. Let alone fish from the sea. As, what's his name? D. Marble said, any fish he saw that came out of the sea flip-flopped and died on the beach. You know what I mean? So how's it going to evolve into a human being? Come on. Sorry, is my mic not working?
Your mic's working.
Ah, right. Sorry, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. So, yeah. Did a great job anyway. Lemon did a great job as well. Yeah. Represented the team very well indeed. And I just supported him and reinforced the truth. Dragged their faces to that video. Kept pushing the lack of curvature. And, yeah, it was great, man. Nothing but insults, but I can give as good as I get, as you well know. I can give better than I get, so I'll give it to them. Then I signed off with Flat Earth today, Flat Earth yesterday, Flat Earth tomorrow, Flat Earth Truth tomorrow. Okay, guys? Okay, there you go. Good luck. It was fun, though. It was fun, I must say. So any news today? Anyone coming? Any new guys being converted? New guys or those? Any interesting debates did I miss today?
There's a guy recruiting for Antarctica.
Oh, really?
No,
I don't think anyone to talk about it.
guys joined today, the VC verified. They were asking genuine questions, I believe.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I was going to say. Yeah. According to Dave Weiss, he has that Find a Flat Earth, the app, the Flat Earth app thing, the clock. Well, he's saying that as time's been going on, he's noticed the number of flat earthers are increasing. So that's it. That's the good news. I mean, we know this anyway, but it's nice to know that.
Yeah, it's the only way it can go, right? Right, Jen? Isn't that the only way it could go? Once somebody sees reality for what it is themselves, there isn't going back to the fantasy Santa Claus world.
Yeah, that's right. Says it in that video as well. They actually said that once you find out the facts and you never go back. Yeah, once you know it's flat, you never go back. Yeah. So I'm going to wind them up again with that particular bit of news. I'm going to give them 3 hits. I'm going to give them the facts.
You know what? I was going to say, it is kind of good that some of you do go in those places. Like I see no need, but I'm grateful that some of you do go into those places and are kind of a thorn in their side because they need one.
Yeah, that's why I do it. That's why I go there, of course. I tell them that. They ask me, why do you come here? I come here to chew bubblegum and tell the truth about flat Earth. And I'm right out of bubblegum. You know? So, I'll go in there and I'll wind them up. So I'm going to hit them again with the facts from the Tokyo University here in Japan, English textbooks. Did 2 little articles for them to study on, anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, okay? But the interesting thing about the flat earth one is that at the end of the passage of the article, it said that more and more people are becoming flat earthers. And I thought that was interesting. So I used that. Then there's the fact that Flat Earth Banjo and his team have produced 3 books last year in August. And in Brazil, 50,000 new flat earthers. Sorry, this year, 50,000 flat earthers have joined the fold. New flat earthers. Brilliant. So that's good news. And then this recent news with the Dave's Wise app. So there's a three-pronged attack when I deliver it. Yeah, got to remind them. Numbers are increasing, yes, every day, exponentially, don't you worry. We're going to be reaching that tipping point very soon. I've got a being here, jumping all over your server like as I usually do. And then I post this particular meme that someone made for me, which I like. Oh, I can't post it now. I have to click later. No, maybe I can. Let's have a look.
Why do you come here, Jin?
Let's have a look.
Why do you come visit us at our little indoctrination reiteration center, where we don't encourage people to think for themselves? We encourage people to trust us, right? Because we have all the answers. This is where people come to learn the things that they've already learned all their life since they're kids. This is what we're doing.
You just don't.
How corny are you to sit around in the server trying to teach people of the globe that they already know about? And then when people question it, you get mad at them. Like, how silly do you look and sound? Like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, like what do you do for a hobby? Oh, I go on the Flat Earth server and try to convince people that they live somewhere that doesn't exist in reality. Can you imagine?
You got proof of that? Nah. It was just a cool story that somebody else told me. So now I'm gonna pass the cool story down to you, like fairy tales, like you like folk tales, it's passed down through generation. Yeah, that's what we're here to do.
Right.
Thinking for yourself? Nah, don't do that.
Don't do that.
What, you
trust your senses? No, you don't need them.
Yeah, you don't need your senses across the street. Just look at the light. It tells you when to go.
That's classical gatekeeping, isn't it?
That's exactly why I'm talking about it in that way. It's exactly what they do. They're like a server of thought police.
That I use
they are flat
when
earth
I'm in
gatekeepers.
Gem Panda server.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I use when I'm in Gem Panda server. That's what I call. That's what I say to them.
They're also logical fallacy indoctrinators. Ridicule.
Exactly. Because they're teaching other people how to use logical fallacy.
Rhino
They're teaching people the ridiculous questions to ask.
You're less than that. You are nothing. Yeah. So someone, I think it was Globulus who made this meme for me, because I was always using it. I'm always using it I'm always using that phrase in Gem Pandas, reminding them.
Incorrect.
You don't have that excellence of a blade of grass. When you look at it, It is what it is. It's got integrity.
I made it.
When my dog is not well, it eats the grass. It gets the vitamin B17 from that grass. Its stomach is settled and it moves on. What are you guys doing to uplift the world? Nothing. There you are. Yeah.
It's globalist taking the credit for my hand.
True, isn't it?
Flatty, you're breaking up a little bit, but Jen, Flatty was trying to let you know that he made that meme. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Flatty made that meme, Jen Seabear.
Oh, thanks, Flatty. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he did a good one. Appreciate that. Yeah, they need to be reminded that, you know, the truth is always there. They don't get comfortable. I go in there, like the Germans when they come into your cell and you've got it all neat and prim, like, you know, really neat, and they come in, just kick everything up and say, yeah, this is a search, come on, and they kick everything down. That's what I do when I go in there. Don't get too comfortable, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I've come to study how people can run from the truth. Unbelievable, this species of human. Wanting to hang on to a ball that they cannot prove, see, measure, experience. Wow, that is the height of insanity, is it not? Surely you don't want to be like this. Surely you want to know the truth. Surely. Oh my God, they're saying, you know. I spoke to them about the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, which was analysed by James Collier in that video called Was It Only a Paper Moon? Great video, 2 hours and so many minutes. And yeah, he does a good analysis on how that thing could not have worked in space, how the astronauts could not have got in or out of that LEM, really, if they had their suits on, how the thrust